The Memoirs of Mr. Charles J. Yellowplush **** Memoirs of Mr. Charles J. Yellowplush by William Makepeace Thackeray. Contents: Memoirs of Mr. Charles J. Yellowplush, Miss Shum's husband. Chapter I, Chapter 2, Chapter 3, Chapter 4. The Amours of Mr. Ducias. 4 in parts. Mr. Ducias at Paris. Chapter I, Chapter 2, Chapter 3, Chapter 4, Chapter V, Chapter 6, Chapter 7, Chapter 8, Chapter 9, Chapter X. Mr. Yellowplush's adieu. Epistles to the Literati. Memoirs of Mr. Charles J. Yellowplush, Miss Shum's husband. Chapter I. I was born in the year 1 of the present or Christian era, and am, in consequence, 37 years old. My mamma called me Charles James Harrington Fitzroy Yellowplush, in compliment to several noble families, and to a celebrated coachman whom she knew, who wore a yellow livery, and drove the Lord Mayor of London. Why she gave me this gentleman's name is a difficulty, or rather the name of a part of his dress. However, it stuck to me through life, in which I was, as it were, a footman by birth. Perhaps he was my father, though on this subject I can't speak certainly, for my ma wrapped up my birth in a mystery. I may be illegitimate, I may have been changed at nurse, but I've always had gentlemanly tastes through life, and have no doubt that I come of a gentlemanly origin. The less I say about my parent the better, for the dear old creature was very good to me, and, I fear, had very little other goodness in her. Why, I can't say, but I always passed as her nephew. We led a strange life. Sometimes ma was dressed in satin and rouge, and sometimes in rags and dirt. Sometimes I got kisses, and sometimes kicks, sometimes gin, and sometimes champagne. Lord bless us! How she used to swear at me, and cuddle me. There we were, quarreling and making up, sober and tipsy, starving and guttling by turns, just as ma got money or spent it. But let me draw a veil over the scene, and speak of her no more. It's sufficient for the public to know that her name was Miss Montmorency, and we lived in the New Cut. My poor mother died one morning, heaven bless her. And I was left alone in this wide wicked wood, without so much money as would buy me a penny roll for my breakfast. But there was some amongst our neighbours, and let me tell you there's more kindness among them poor disreputable creatures, than in half a dozen lords or baronets, who took pity upon poor Sal's orphan, for they bust out laughing when I called her Miss Montmorency, and gave me bread and shelter. I'm afraid, in spite of their kindness, that my morals wouldn't have improved if I'd stayed long among 'em. But a benevolent gentleman saw me, and put me to school. The academy which I went to was called the Free School of St. Bartholomew's the Less. The young gentlemen wore green baize coats, yellow leather what's names, a tin plate on the left arm, and a cap about the size of a muffin. I stayed there 6 years, from 6, that is to say, till my 12th year, during 3 years of which I distinguished myself not a little in the musical way, for I blew the bellows of the church organ, and very fine tunes we played too. Well, it's not worth recounting my juvenile follies, what tricks we used to play the applewoman, and how we put snuff in the old clerk's prayer book, my eye. But one day, a gentleman entered the schoolroom. It was on the very day when I went to subtraction, and asked the master for a young lad for a servant. They pitched upon me glad enough, and next day found me sleeping in the scullery, close under the sink, at Mr. Bago's country house at Pentone Will. Bago kept a shop in Smithfield Market, and drove a tearing good trade in the Highland Italian way. I've heard him say that he cleared no less than £50 every year by letting his front room at hanging time. His windows looked right opposite Newgate, and many dozen chaps has he seen hanging there. Laws was laws in the year 10, and they screwed chaps' necks for next to nothing. But my business was at his country house, where I made my first entree into fashionable life. I was knife, errant, and stable boy then, and ain't ashamed to own it, for my merits have raised me to what I am. 2 livres, £40 a year, malt liquor, wash-in, silk stocking, and wax candles, not countin' Wales, which is something pretty considerable at our house, I can tell you. I didn't stay long here, for a circumstance happened which got me a very different situation. A handsome young gentleman, who kept a tilbury and a riding horse at livery, wanted a tiger. I bid at once for the place, and, being a neat tidy-looking lad, he took me. Bago gave me a character, and he my first livery. Proud enough I was of it, as you may fancy. My new master had some business in the city, for he went in every morning at 10, got out of his tilbury at the City Road, and had it waiting for him at 6, when, if it was summer, he spanked round into the park, and drove one of the neatest turnouts there. Were he proud I was in a gold-laced hat, a drab coat and a red waistcoat, to sit by his side, when he drove. I already began to ogle the gals in the carriages, and to feel that longing for fashionable life which I've had ever since. When he was at the opera, or the play, down I went to Skittles, or to White Condyke Gardens, and Mr. Frederick Altamont's young man was somebody, I warrant. To be sure there is very few manservants at Pentone Will, the population being mostly gals of all work, and so, though only 14, I was as much a man down there, as if I had been as old as Jerusalem. But the most singular thing was, that my master, who was such a gay chap, should live in such a hole. He had only a ground floor in John Street, a parlour and a bedroom. I slip over the way, and only came in with his boots and breakfast of a morning. The house he lodged in belonged to Mr. and Mrs. Shum. They were a poor but prolific couple, who had rented the place for many years, and they and their family were squeezed in it pretty tight, I can tell you. Shum said he had been a officer, and so he had. He had been a sub-deputy assistant vice-commissary, or some such thing, and, as I heard afterwards, had been obliged to leave on account of his nervousness. He was such a coward, the fact is, that he was considered dangerous to the army, and sent home. He had married a widow buckmaster, who had been a Miss Slamko. She was a Bristol gal, and her father being a bankrupt in the tallow-chandlering way, left, in course, a pretty little sum of money. £1,000 was settled on her, and she was as high and mighty as if it had been a million. Buckmaster died, leaving nothing except 4 ugly daughters by Miss Slamko, and her £40 a year was rather a narrow income for one of her appetite and pretensions. In an unlucky hour for Shum she met him. He was a widower with a little daughter of 3 years old, a little house at Pentone Will, and a little income about as big as her own. I believe she bullied the poor creature into marriage, and it was agreed that he should let his ground floor at John Street, and so add something to their means. They married, and the widow Buckmaster was the grey mare, I can tell you. She was always talking and blustering about her family, the celebrity of the Buckmasters, and the antiquity of the Slamkos. They had a 6-roomed house, not counting kitchen and scullery, and now 12 daughters in all, viz. 4 Miss Buckmasters, Miss Betsy, Miss Dossie, Miss Biddy, and Miss Winnie, 1 Miss Shum, Mary by name, Shum's daughter, and 7 others, who shall be nameless. Mrs. Shum was a fat, red-haired woman, at least a foot taller than S, who was but 1.5 yards high, pale-faced, red-nosed, knock-kneed, bald-headed, his nose and shut frill all brown with snuff. Before the house was a little garden, where the wash-in of the family was always hanging. There was so many of them that it was obliged to be done by relays. There was 6 rails and a stocking on each, and 4 small gooseberry bushes, always covered with some bit of linen or other. The whole was a regular puddle, wet dabs of dish-clouts flapped in your face, soapy smoking bits of flanning went nigh to choke you, and while you were looking up to prevent hanging yourself with the ropes which were strung across and about, slap came the hedge of a pail against your shins, till one was like to be drove mad with agony. The great slatternly dawdling girls was always on the stairs, poking about with nasty flower pots, cooking something, or sprawling in the window seats with greasy curl papers, reading greasy novels. An infernal piano was jingling from morning till night. 2 eldest Miss Buckmasters, Battle of Prague, 6 youngest Miss Shums, in my cottage till I knew every note in the Battle of Prague and cussed the day when in my cottage was wrote. The younger girls, too, were always bouncing and thumping about the house, with torn pinafores, and dog's-eared grammars, and large pieces of bread and treacle. I never see such a house. As for Mrs. Shum, she was such a fine lady, that she did nothing but lay on the drawing-room sofa, read novels, drink, scold, scream, and go into hysterics. Little Shum kept reading an old newspaper from week's end to week's end, when he was not engaged in teaching the children, or going for the beer, or cleaning the shoes, for they kept no servant. This house in John Street was in short a regular pandemony. What could have brought Mr. Frederick Altamont to dwell in such a place? The reason is obvious: he adored the first Miss Shum. And certainly he did not show a bad taste, for though the other daughters were as ugly as their hideous ma, Mary Shum was a pretty little pink, modest creature, with glossy black hair and tender blue eyes, and a neck as white as plaster of Paris. She wore a dismal old black gown, which had grown too short for her, and too tight, but it only served to show her pretty ankles and feet, and beauteous figure. Master, though he had looked rather low for the gal of his art, had certainly looked in the right place. Never was one more pretty or more harmable. I gave her always the buttered toast left from our breakfast, and a cup of tea or chocolate, as Altamont might fancy, and the poor thing was glad enough of it, I can vouch, for they had precious short commons upstairs, and she the least of all. For it seemed as if which of the Shum family should try to snub the poor thing most. There was the 4 Buckmaster girls always at her. It was Mary, Git the coal skittle, Mary, run down to the public house for the beer, Mary, I intend to wear your clean stockings out walking, or your new bonnet to church. Only her poor father was kind to her, and he, poor old muff, his kindness was of no use. Mary bore all the scolding like a angel, as she was. No, not if she had a pair of wings and a gold trumpet, could she have been a greater angel. I never shall forget one scene that took place. It was when Master was in the city, and so, having nothing earthly to do, I happened to be listening on the stairs. The old scolding was going on, and the old tune of that Hogus Battle of Prague. Old Shum made some remark, and Miss Buckmaster cried out, "Law, Pa, what a fool you are!" All the gals began laughing, and so did Mrs. Shum, all, that is, except Mary, who turned as red as flames, and going up to Miss Betsy Buckmaster, give her 2 such whacks on her great red ears as made them tingle again. Old Mrs. Shum screamed, and ran at her like a Bengal tiger. Her great arms went wheeling about like a windmill, as she cuffed and thumped poor Mary for taking her PA's part. Mary Shum, who was always crying before, didn't shed a tear now. "I will do it again," she said, "if Betsy insults my father." New thumps, new shrieks, and the old hoyden went on beating the poor girl till she was quite exhausted, and fell down on the sofa, puffing like a poppus. "For shame, Mary," began old Shum, "for shame, you naughty gal, you, for hurting the feelings of your dear mamma, and beating your kind sister." "Why, it was because she called you if she did, you pert miss," said Shum, looking mighty dignified, "I could correct her, and not you." "You correct me, indeed," said Miss Betsy, turning up her nose, if possible, higher than before. "I should like to see you erect me." Imperence, and they all began laughing again. By this time Mrs. S. had recovered from the effects of her exercise, and she began to pour in her wally. First she called Mary names, then Shum. "Oh, why," screeched she, "why did I ever leave a genteel family, where I had every elegance and luxury, to marry a creature like this? He is unfit to be called a man, he is unworthy to marry a gentlewoman, and as for that hussy, I disown her. Thank heaven she ain't a Slamko, she is only fit to be a Shum." "That's true, Mamma," said all the gals, for their mother had taught them this pretty piece of manners, and they despised their father heartily. "Indeed, I have always remarked that, in families where the wife is internally talking about the merits of her branch, the husband is invariably a spoony. Well, when she was exhausted again, down she fell on the sofa, at her old tricks, more screeching, more convulsions, and she wouldn't stop, this time, till Shum had got her half a pint of her old remedy, from the Blue Lion over the way. She grew more easy as she finished the gin, but Mary was sent out of the room, and told not to come back again all day. Miss Mary, says I, for my heart yearned to the poor gal, as she came sobbing and miserable downstairs. Miss Mary, says I, if I might make so bold, here's master's room empty, and I know where the cold beef and pickles is. Oh, Charles, said she, nodding her head sadly, I'm too wretched to have any appetite. And she flung herself on a chair, and began to cry fit to bust. At this moment who should come in but my master? I had taken hold of Miss Mary's hand, somehow, and do believe I should have kissed it, when, as I said, Haldimand made his appearance. What's this? Cries he, looking at me as black as thunder, or as Mr. Phillips as Hickett, in the new tragedy of Macbeth. It's only Miss Mary, sir, answered I. Get out, sir, says he, as fierce as Poe's bill, and I felt something, I think it was the tip of his toe, touching me behind, and found myself, next minute, sprawling among the wet flannings and buckets and things. The people from upstairs came to see what was the matter, as I was cussing and crying out. It's only Charles, ma, screamed out Miss Betsy. Where's Mary? Says Mrs. Shum, from the sofa. She's in master's room, miss, said I. She's in the lodger's room, ma, cries Miss Shum, heckwung me. Very good, tell her to stay there till he comes back. And then Miss Shum went bouncing up the stairs again, little knowing of Haldimand's return. I'd long before observed that my master had an hankering after Mary Shum. Indeed, as I have said, it was purely for her sake that he took and kept his lodgings at Pentone Will. Except for the sake of love, which is above being mercenary, 14 shillings a week was a little too strong for 2 such rat holes as he lived in. I do believe the family had nothing else but their lodger to live on. They breakfasted off his tea leaves. They cut away pounds and pounds of meat from his gins. He always dined at home, and his baker's bill was at least enough for 6. But that wasn't my business. I saw him grin, sometimes, when I laid down the cold beef of a morning, to see how little was left of yesterday's sirloin, but he never said a syllabub, for true love don't mind a pound of meat or so extra. At first, he was very kind and attentive to all the gals. Miss Betsy, in particular, grew mighty fond of him. They sat, for whole evenings, playing cribbage, he taking his pipe and glass, she her tea and muffing. But as it was improper for her to come alone, she brought one of her sisters, and this was generally Mary, for he made a point of asking her, too, and one day, when one of the others came instead, he told her, very quietly, that he hadn't invited her, and Miss Buckmaster was too fond of muffins to try this game on again. Besides, she was jealous of her 3 grown sisters, and considered Mary as only a child. Lord bless us! How she used to ogle him, and quote bits of pottery, and play Meet Me by Moonlight on an old guitar. She regular flung herself at his head, but he wouldn't have it, being better occupied elsewhere. One night, as genteel as possible, he brought home tickets for Ashley's and proposed to take the two young ladies, Miss Betsy and Miss Mary, in course. I recollect he called me aside that afternoon, assuming a Solomon and Mr. S. hair. Charles, said he, are you up to snuff? Why, sir, said I, I'm generally considered tolerably downy. Well, says he, I'll give you half a suffering if you can manage this business for me. I've chose a rainy night on purpose. When the theatre is over, you must be waiting with 2 umbrellas. Give me one, and hold the other over Miss Buckmaster, and, hark ye, sir, turn to the right when you leave the theatre, and say the coach is ordered to stand a little way up the street, in order to get rid of the crowd. We went, in a fly hired by Mr. And never shall I forget Cartwright's acting on that memorable night. Talk of Kimball. Talk of Macready. Ashley's for my money, with Cartledge in the principal part. But this is nothing to the purpose. When the play was over, I was at the door with the umbrellas. It was raining cats and dogs, sure enough. Mr. Altamont came out presently, Miss Mary under his arm, and Miss Betsy following behind, rather sulky. This way, sir, cries I, pushing forward, and I threw a great cloak over Miss Betsy, fit to smother her. Mr. and Miss Mary skipped on and was out of sight when Miss Betsy's cloak was settled, you may be sure. They're only gone to the Fly, miss. It's a little way up the street, away from the crowd of carriages. And off we turned to the right, and no mistake. After marching a little through the plash and mud, has anybody seen Cox's Fly? Cries I, with the most innocent accent in the world. Cox's Fly, hollows out one chap. Is it the wagon you want? Says another. I see the black in one pass, giggles out another gentleman, and there was such a interchange of compliments as you never heard. I passed them over though, because some of them were not very genteel. Law, miss, said I, what shall I do? My master will never forgive me, and I haven't a single sixpence to pay a coach. Miss Betsy was just going to call one when I said that, but the coachman wouldn't have it at that price, he said, and I knew very well that she hadn't 4 or 5 shillings to pay for a vehicle. So, in the midst of that tarring rain, at midnight, we had to walk 4 miles, from Westminster Bridge to Pentonville, and what was worse, I didn't happen to know the way. A very nice walk it was, and no mistake. At about 2:30, we got safe to John Street. My master was at the garden gate. Miss Mary flew into Miss Betsy's arms, while master begun cussing and swearing at me for disobeying his orders, and turning to the right instead of to the left. Lord bless me! His acting of Hanger was very near as natural and as terrible as Mr. Cartledge's in the play. They had waited half an hour, he said, in the Fly, in the little street at the left of the theatre, They had drove up and down in the greatest fright possible, and at last came home, thinking it was in vain to wait any more. They gave her hot rum and water and roast oysters for supper, and this consoled her a little. I hope nobody will cast an imputation on Miss Mary for her share in this adventure, for she was as honest a gal as ever lived, and I do believe is ignorant to this day of our little stratagem. Besides, all's fair in love, and, as my master could never get to see her alone, on account of her infernal 11 sisters and ma, he took this opportunity of expressing his attachment to her. If he was in love with her before, you may be sure she paid it him back again now. Ever after the night at Ashley's, they were as tender as 2 turtle doves, which fully accounts for the accident what happened to me, in being kicked out of the room, and in course I bore no malice. I don't know whether Miss Betsy still fancied that my master was in love with her, but she loved muffins and tea, and came down to his parlour as much as ever. Now comes the singular part of my history. Chapter 2. But who was this gentleman with a fine name, Mr. Frederick Altamont? Or what was he? The most mysterious gentleman that ever I knew. Once I said to him on a very rainy day, "Sir, shall I bring the gig down to your office?" And he gave me one of his black looks and one of his loudest oaths, and told me to mind my own business, and attend to my orders. Another day, it was on the day when Miss Mary slapped Miss Betsy's face, Miss M., who adored him, as I have said already, kept on asking him what was his birth, parentage, and education. "Dear Frederick," says she, "why this mystery about yourself and your actions? Why hide from your little Mary? They were as tender as this, I can tell you, your birth and your profession." I suppose Mr. Frederick looked black, for I was only listening, and he said, in a voice hesitated by emotion, "Mary," said he, "if you love me, ask me this no more. Let it be sufficient for you to know that I am an honest man, and that a secret, what it would be misery for you to learn, must hang over all my actions, that is from 10 o'clock till 6. They went on chaffing and talking in this melancholy and mysterious way, and I didn't lose a word of what they said, for them houses in Pentone will have only walls made of pasteboard, and you hear rather better outside the room than in. But, though he kept up his secret, he swore to her his affection this day point blank. Nothing should prevent him, he said, from leading her to the altar, from marking her his adorable wife. After this was a slight silence. "Dearest Frederick," murmured out Miss, speaking as if she was choking, "I am yours, yours forever." And then silence again, and 1 or 2 smacks, as if there was kissing going on. Here I thought it best to give a rattle at the door lock, for, as I live, there was old Mrs. Shumay walking down the stairs. It appears that one of the younger gals, looking out of the bedroom window, had seen my master come in, and coming down to tea half an hour afterwards, said so in a cursory way. Old Mrs. Shum, who was a dragon of virtue, came bustling down the stairs, panting and frowning, as fat and as fierce as a old sow at feeding time. "Where's the lodger, fellow?" says she to me. I spoke loud enough to be heard down the street. "If you mean, my master, Mr. Frederick Altamont, Esquire, he's just stepped in, and is putting on clean shoes in his bedroom." She said nothing in answer, but flumps past me, and opening the parlor door, sees master looking very queer, and Miss Mary A drooping down her head like a pale lily. "Did you come into my family," says she, "to corrupt my daughters, and to destroy the innocence of that infamous gal? Did you come here, sir, as a seducer, or only as a lodger? Speak, sir, speak." And she folded her arms quite fierce, and looked like Mrs. Siddons in the Tragic Muse. "I came here, Mrs. Shum," said he, "because I loved your daughter, or I never would have condescended to live in such a beggarly hole. I have treated her in every respect like a gentleman, and she is as innocent now, ma'am, as she was when she was born. If she'll marry me, I am ready. If she'll leave you, she shall have a home where she shall be neither bullied nor starved, no hangry frumps of sisters, no cross mother-in-law, only an affectionate husband, and all the pure pleasures of hymning." Mary flung herself into his arms. "Dear, dear Frederick," says she, "I'll never leave you." "Miss," says Mrs. Shum, "you ain't a slamco nor yet a buckmaster, thank God. You may marry this person if your pa thinks proper, and he may insult me, brave me, trample on my feelings in my own house, and there's no a body by to defend me." I knew what she was going to be at. On came her hysterics again, and she began screeching and roaring like mad. Down comes of course the 11 gals and old Shum. There was a pretty row. "Look here, sir," says she, "at the conduct of your precious trull of a daughter, alone with this man, kissing and dandling, and Lord knows what besides." "What, he," cries Miss Betsy, "he in love with Mary? Oh, the wretch, the monster, the deceiver!" And she falls down too, screeching away as loud as her mamma, for the silly creature fancied still that Altamont had a fondness for her. "Silence these women," shouts out Altamont, thundering loud. "I love your daughter, Mr. Shum. I will take her without a penny, and can afford to keep her. If you don't give her to me, she'll come of her own will. Is that enough? May I have her?" "We'll talk of this matter, sir," says Mr. Shum, looking as high and mighty as an alderman. "Gals, go upstairs with your dear mamma." And they all trooped up again, and so the scrimmage ended. You may be sure that old Shum was not very sorry to get a husband for his daughter Mary, for the old creature loved her better than all the pack which had been brought him or borne to him by Mrs. Buckmaster. But, strange to say, when he came to talk of settlements and so forth, not a word would my master answer. He said he made 400 a year reg'lar, he wouldn't tell how, but Mary, if she married him, must share all that he had, and ask no questions. Only this he would say, as he'd said before, that he was a honest man. They were married in a few days, and took a very genteel house at Islington, but still my master went away to business, and nobody knew where. Who could he be? Chapter 3. If ever a young couple in the middling classes began life with a chance of happiness, it was Mr. and Mrs. Frederick Altamont. Their house at Cannon Row, Islington, was as comfortable as house could be. Carpeted from top to toe, paws rates small, furniture elegant, and 3 domestics, of which I, in course, was one. My life wasn't so easy as in Mr. S. bachelor days, but, what then? The 3 Ws is my maxim: plenty of work, plenty of victuals, and plenty of wages. Altamont kept his gig no longer, but went to the city in an omnibuster. One would have thought, I say, that Mrs. O, with such an affectionate husband, might have been as happy as her blessed Majesty. Nothing of the sort. For the first 6 months it was all very well, but then she grew gloomier and gloomier, though I did everything in life to please her. Old Shum used to come regularly 4 times a week to Cannon Row, where he lunched, and dined, and tea'd, and supped. The poor little man was a thought too fond of wine and spirits, and many's the night that I've had to support him home. And you may be sure that Miss Betsy did not now desert her sister. She was at our place morning, noon, and night, not much to my master's liking, though he was too good-natured to vex his wife in trifles. But Betsy never had forgotten the recollection of old days, and hated Altamont like the foul fiend. She put all kind of bad things into the head of poor innocent Mrs., who, from being all gaiety and cheerfulness, grew to be quite melancholy and pale, and wretched, just as if she had been the most miserable woman in the world. In 3 months more, a baby comes, in course, and with it old Mrs. Shum, who stuck to Mrs. side as close as a vampire, and made her wretcheder and wretcheder. She used to burst into tears when Altamont came home. She used to sigh and weep over the poor child, and say, my child, your father is false to me, or, your father deceives me, or what will you do when your poor mother is no more, or such like sentimental stuff. It all came from Mother Shum, and her old tricks, as I soon found out. The fact is, when there is a mystery of this kind in the house, it's a servant's duty to listen, and listen I did, one day when Mrs. was crying as usual, and fat Mrs. Shum sitting consoling her, as she called it, though, heaven knows, she only grew worse and worse for the consolation. Well, I listened. Mrs. Shum was a-rocking the baby, and Mrs. crying as usual. Poor dear innocent, says Mrs. S., having a great sigh, you're the child of a unknown father and a miserable mother. Don't speak ill of Frederick, Mamma, says Mrs. He is all kindness to me. All kindness, indeed, yes, he gives you a fine house, and a fine gown, and a ride in a fly whenever you please, but where does all his money come from? Who is he, what is he? Who knows that he mayn't be a murderer, or a housebreaker, or a utterer of forged notes? How can he make his money honestly, when he won't say where he gets it? Why does he leave you 8 hours every blessed day, and won't say where he goes to? Oh, Mary, Mary, you are the most injured of women. And with this Mrs. Shum began sobbing, and Miss Betsy began yowling like a cat in a gutter, and poor Mrs. cried, too. Tears is so remarkable infectious. Perhaps, Mamma, whimpered out she, Frederick is a shop boy, and don't like me to know that he is not a gentleman." "A shop boy," says Betsy, "he a shop boy?" "Oh no, no, no. More likely a wretched villain of a murderer, stabbing and robbing all day, and feeding you with the fruits of his ill-gotten games." More crying and screeching here took place, in which the baby joined, and made a very pretty consort, I can tell you. "He can't be a robber," cries Mrs. "He's too good, too kind, for that. Besides, murdering is done at night, and Frederick is always home at 8. "But he can be a forger," says Betsy, "a wicked, wicked forger." "Why does he go away every day?" "To forge notes, to be sure." "Why does he go to the city?" "To be near banks and places, and so do it more at his convenience." "But he brings home a sum of money every day, about 30 shillings, sometimes 50, and then he smiles, and says it's a good day's work." "This is not like a forger," said poor Mrs. "I have it, I have it," screams out Mrs. S. "The villain, the sneaking, double-faced Jonas, he's married to somebody else, he is, and that's why he leaves you, the base bigamist." At this, Mrs. Altamont, struck all of a heap, fainted clean away. A dreadful business it was, hysterics, then hysterics, in course, from Mrs. Shum, bells ringing, child squalling, servants tearing up and down stairs with hot water. If ever there is a nuisance in the world, it's a house where fainting is always going on. I wouldn't live in one, no, not to be groom of the chambers, and GIT 200 a year. It was 8 o'clock in the evening when this row took place, and such a row it was, that nobody but me heard master's knock. He came in, and heard the whooping, and screeching, and roaring. He seemed very much frightened at first, and said, "What is it?" "Mrs. Shum's here," says I, "and Mrs. in asterisk." Altamont looked as black as thunder, and growled out a word which I don't like to name. Let it suffice that it begins with a D and ends with a nation, and he tore upstairs like mad. He bust open the bedroom door. Mrs. lay quite pale and stony on the sofa. The baby was screeching from the cradle. Miss Betsy was sprawling over Mrs. and Mrs. Shum half on the bed and half on the ground, all howling and squealing, like so many dogs at the moon. When I came in, the mother and daughter stopped all of a sudden. There had been 1 or 2 tiffs before between them, and they feared him as if he had been a hog. "What's this infernal screeching and crying about?" says he. "Oh, Mr. Altamont," cries the old woman, "you know too well, it's about you that this darling child is miserable." "And why about me, pray, madam?" "Why, sir, dare you ask why?" "Because you deceive her, sir, because you are a false, cowardly traitor, sir, because you have a wife elsewhere, sir." And the old lady and Miss Betsy began to roar again as loud as ever. Altamont paused for a minute, and then flung the door wide open. Next he seized Miss Betsy as if his hand were a vice, and he whirled her out of the room. Then up he goes to Mrs. S. "Get up," says he, thundering loud, "you lazy, trolloping, mischief-making, lying old fool. Get up, and get out of this house. You have been the cuss and bane of my happiness since you entered it. With your lies, and novel rending, and hysterics, you have perverted Mary, and made her almost as mad as yourself. My child, shrieks out Mrs. Shum, and clings round Mrs. But Altamont ran between them, and griping the old lady by her arm, dragged her to the door. Follow your daughter, Ma says he, and down she went. Charles, see those ladies to the door, he hollows out, and never let them pass it again. We walked down together, and off they went, and master locked and double-locked the bedroom door after him, intending, of course, to have a tete-a-tete, as they say, with his wife. You may be sure that I followed upstairs again pretty quick, to hear the result of their confidence. As they say at St. Stephen's, it was rather a stormy debate. Mary says, Master, you're no longer the merry grateful gal I knew and loved at Pentone Will. There's some secret a-pressin' on you. There's no smilin' welcome for me now, as there used formerly to be. Your mother and sister-in-law have perverted you, Mary, and that's why I've drove them from this house, which they shall not re-enter in my life. Oh, Frederick, it's you is the cause, and not I. Why do you have any mystery from me? Where do you spend your days? Why did you leave me, even on the day of your marriage, for 8 hours, and continue to do so every day? Because, says he, I makes my livelihood by it. I leave you, and don't tell you how I make it, for it would make you none the happier to know. It was in this way the conversation ran on. More tears and questions on my missus's part, more stumness and silence on my master's. It ended for the first time since their marriage, in a regular quarrel. Were he different, I can tell you, from all the hammer spilling and cooing which had preceded their nuptials. Master went out, slamming the door in a fury, as well he might. Says he, if I can't have a comfortable life, I can have a jolly one, and so he went off to the head tavern, and came home that evening beastly intoxicated. When high words begin in a family, drink generally follows on the gentleman's side, and then, farewell to all conjugal happiness. These two people, so fond and loving, were now surly, silent, and full of ill will. Master went out earlier, and came home later. Mrs. cried more, and looked even paler than before. Well, things went on in this uncomfortable way, Master still in the mopes, Mrs. tempted by the demons of jealousy and curiosity, until a singular accident brought to light all the goings-on of Mr. Altamont. It was the 10th of January, I recollect the day, for old Shum gave me £half-a-crown, the first and last of his money I ever see. By the way, he was dining along with Master, and they were making merry together. Master said, as he was mixing his 5th tumbler of punch and little Shum his 12th or so, Master said, I see you twice in the city today, Mr. Shum. Well, that's curious, says Shum. I was in the city. Today's the day when the dividends, God bless 'em, is paid, and me and Mrs. S went for our half-year's income. But we only got out of the coach, crossed the street to the bank, took our money, and got in again. How could you see me twice? Altamont stuttered and stammered and hemmed, and hawed. "Oh," says he, "I was passing as you went in and out." And he instantly turned the conversation, and began talking about politics, or the weather, or some such stuff. "Yes, my dear," said my missus, "but how could you see Papa twice?" Master didn't answer, but talked politics more than ever. Still she would continue on. "Where was you, my dear, when you saw Pa? What were you doing, my love, to see Pa twice?" and so forth. Master looked angrier and angrier, and his wife only pressed him verse and verse. This was, as I said, little Shum's 12th tumbler, and I knew pretty well that he could get very little further, for, as regular as the 13th came, Shum was drunk. The 13th did come, and its consequences. I was obliged to lead him home to John Street, where I left him in the hangry arms of Mrs. Shum. How the said he all the way, how the the deddy, devil, could he have seen me twice? Chapter 4. It was a sad slip on Altamont's part, for no sooner did he go out the next morning than Mrs. went out too. She tore down the street, and never stopped till she came to her PA's house at Pentone Will. She was closeted for an hour with her ma, and when she left her she drove straight to the city. She walked before the bank, and behind the bank, and round the bank. She came home dispirited, having learned nothing. And it was now an extraordinary thing that from Shum's house for the next 10 days there was nothing but expeditions into the city. Mrs. S., though her dropsical legs had never carried her half so far before, was eternally on the qui-vive, as the French say. If she didn't go, Miss Betsy did, or Mrs. did. They seemed to have an attraction to the bank, and went there as natural as an omnibus. At last one day, old Mrs. Shum comes to our house. She wasn't admitted when Master was there, but came still in his absence, and she wore a air of triumph, as she entered. "Mary," says she, "where is the money your husband brought to you yesterday? My master used always to give it to Mrs. when he returned." "The money, ma," says Mary. "Why, here." And pulling out her purse, she showed a sovereign, a good heap of silver, and an odd-looking little coin. "That's it, that's it," cried Mrs. S. "A Queen Anne's sixpence, isn't it, dear? Dated 1703. It was so sure enough, a Queen Anne's sixpence of that very date. Now, my love," says she, "I have found him. Come with me tomorrow, and you shall know all." And now comes the end of my story. The ladies next morning set out for the city, and I walked behind, doing the genteel thing, with a nosegay and a gold stick. We walked down the new road, we walked down the city road, we walked to the bank. We were crossing from that edifice to the other side of Cornhill, when all of a sudden Mrs. shrieked, and fainted spontaneously away. I rushed forward, and raised her to my arms, spilling thereby a new waistcoat and a pair of crimson smallclothes. I rushed forward. I say, very nearly knocking down the old sweeper who was hobbling away as fast as Poser Bill. We took her to Birch's, we provided her with a hackney coach and every luxury, and carried her home to Islington. That night master never came home. Nor the next night, nor the next. On the fourth day an auctioneer arrived. He took an inventory of the furniture, and placed a bill in the window. At the end of the week Altamont made his appearance. He was haggard and pale, not so haggard, however, not so pale as his miserable wife. He looked at her very tenderly. I may say, it's from him that I copied my look to Miss. He looked at her very tenderly and held out his arms. She gave a suffocating shriek, and rushed into his embraces. Mary, says he, you know all now. I have sold my place, I have got £3,000 for it, and saved 2 more. I've sold my house and furniture, and that brings me another. We'll go abroad and love each other, as formerly. And now you ask me, who he was. I shudder to relate. Mr. Altamont swept the crossing from the bank to Cornhill. Of course, I left his service. I met him, few years after, at Baden-Baden, where he and Mrs. A were much respected, and pass for people of property. The amours of Mr. Ducias. Demand cut demand. The name of my next master was, if possible, still more elegant and euphonious than that of my first. I now found myself body servant to the Honourable Algernon Percy Ducias, youngest and 5th son of the Earl of Crabs. Algernon was a barrister, that is, he lived in Pump Court, Temple, a vulgar neighbourhood, which perhaps my readers don't know. Suffice to say, it's on the confines of the city, and the chosen abode of the lawyers of this metropolis. When I say that Mr. Ducias was a barrister, I don't mean that he went sishums or surcoats, as they call 'em, but simply that he kept chambers, lived in Pump Court, and looked out for a commissionership, or a revisorship, or any other place that the Whig government could give him. His father was a Whig peer, as the Landrist told me, and had been a Tory peer. The fact is, his lordship was so poor, that he would be anything or nothing, to get provisions for his sons and an income for himself. I fancy that he allowed Algernon 200 a year, and it would have been a very comfortable maintenance, only he never paid him. However, the young gentleman was a gentleman, and no mistake, he got his allowance of nothing a year, and spent it in the most honourable and fashionable manner. He kept a cab, he went to Hallmarks, and Croke Foods, he moved in the most exquisite suckles and troubled the law buoy very little, I can tell you. Those fashionable gents have ways of getting money, which common people don't understand. Though he only had a that flow in Pump Court, he lived as if he had the wealth of Caesars. The 10-pound notes flew about as common as halfpence. Claret and champagne was at his house as vulgar as gin, and very glad I was, to be sure, to be a valet to a zeron of the nobility. Ducias had, in his sitting-room, a large picture on a sheet of paper. The names of his family was wrote on it. It was wrote in the shape of a tree, a growing out of a man in armour's stomach, and the names were on little plates among the boughs. The picture said that the Duciasses came into England in the year 1066, along with William Conquerans. My master called it his pedigree. I do believe it was because he had this picture, and because he was the Honourable Ducias, that he managed to live as he did. If he had been a common man, you'd have said he was no better than a swindler. It's only rank and birth that can warrant such singularities as my master showed ye. For it's no use discussing it, the Honourable Algernon was a gambler. For a man of vulgar family, it's the worst trade that can be. For a man of common feelings of honesty, this profession is quite impossible, but for a real thoroughbred gentleman, it's the easiest and most profitable line he can take. It may perhaps appear curious that such a fashionable man should live in the Temple, but it must be recollected that it's not only lawyers who live in what's called the Inns of Court. Many bachelors, who have nothing to do with law, have here their lodgings, and many sham barristers, who never put on a wig and gown twice in their lives, keep apartments in the Temple, instead of Bond Street, Piccadilly, or other fashionable places. For instance, on our staircase, so these houses are called, there was 8 sets of chamberses, and only 3 lawyers. These was Bottom Flow, Screwson, Hewson, and Jewson, attorneys; First Flow, Mr. Sergeant Flabber, upsight, Mr. Counselor Bruffy, and second pair, Mr. Haggerstone, an Irish counsellor, practising at the Old Bailey, and likewise what they call reporter to the Morning Post newspaper. Upside him wrote Mr. Richard Blewett, and on the 3rd floor, with my master, lived one Mr. Dawkins. This young fellow was a newcomer into the Temple, and unlucky it was for him too. He'd better have never been born, for it's my firm opinion that the Temple ruined him, that is, with the help of my master and Mr. Dick Blewett, as you shall hear. Mr. Dawkins, as I was gave to understand by his young man, had just left the University of Oxford, and had a pretty little fortune of his own, £6,000, or so, in the stocks. He was just of age, an orphan who had lost his father and mother, and having distinguished himself at college, where he gained several prizes, was come to town to push his fortune, and study the barrister's business. Not being of a very high family himself, indeed, I've heard say his father was a cheesemonger, or something of that low sort, Dawkins was glad to find his old Oxford friend, Mr. Blewett, younger son to rich Squire Blewett, of Leicestershire, and to take rooms so near him. Now, though there was a considerable intimacy between me and Mr. Blewett's gentleman, there was scarcely any betwixt our masters, mine being too much of the aristocracy to associate with one of Mr. Blewett's sort. Blewett was what they call a betting man. He went regular to Tatterleasle's, kept a pony, wore a white hat, a blue bird's-eye handkerchief, and a cutaway coat. In his manners he was the very contrary of my master, who was a slim, elegant man as ever I see. He had very white hands, rather a sallow face, with sharp dark eyes, and small whiskers neatly trimmed and as black as Warren's jet. He spoke very low and soft. He seemed to be watching the person with whom he was in conversation, and always flattered everybody. As for Blewett, he was quite of another sort. He was always swearing, singing, and slapping people on the back, as hearty as Post Bill. He seemed a merry, careless, honest creature, whom one would trust with life and soul. So thought Dawkins, at least, who, though a quiet young man, fond of his Bowie novels, Byron's poems, foot-playing, and such like scientific amusements, grew hand in glove with honest Dick Blewett, and soon after with my master, the Honourable Algernon. Poor Daw! He thought he was making good connections and real friends. He had fallen in with a couple of the most atrocious swindlers that ever lived. Before Mr. Dawkins's arrival in our house, Mr. Ducius had barely condescended to speak to Mr. Blewett. It was only about a month after that circumstance that my master, all of a sudden, grew very friendly with him. The reason was pretty clear: Ducius wanted him. Dawkins had not been an hour in master's company before he knew that he had a pigeon to pluck. Blewett knew this too, and being very fond of pigeon, intended to keep this one entirely to himself. It was amusing to see the Honourable Algernon manoeuvring to get this poor bird out of Blewett's claws, who thought he had it safe. In fact, he'd brought Dawkins to these chambers for that very purpose, thinking to have him under his eye, and strip him at leisure. My master very soon found out what was Mr. Blewett's game. Gamblers know gamblers, if not by instinct, at least by reputation, and though Mr. Blewett moved in a much lower sphere than Mr. Ducius, they knew each other's dealings and characters perfectly well. "Charles, you scoundrel," says Ducius to me one day, he always spoke in that kind way, "who is this person that has taken the opposite chambers, and plays the flute so industriously?" "It's Mr. Dawkins, a rich young gentleman from Oxford, and a great friend of Mr. Blewett's, sir," says I. "They seem to live in each other's rooms." Master said nothing, but he grinned. My eye, how he did grin! Not the foul fiend himself could sneer more satanically. I knew what he meant, imprimish. A man who plays the flute is a simpleton. Secondly, Mr. Blewett is a rascal. Thirdmo, when a rascal and a simpleton is always together, and when the simpleton is rich, one knows pretty well what will come of it. I was but a lad in them days, but I knew what was what, as well as my master. It's not gentlemen only that's up to snuff. Lord bless us! There was 4 of us on this stegs, 4 as nice young men as you ever see. Mr. Bruff's young man, Mr. Dawkins's, Mr. Blewett's, and me, and we knew what our masters was about as well as Ty did theirselves. For instance, I can say this for myself: there wasn't a paper in Ducius's desk or drawer, not a bill, a note, or memorandum, which I hadn't read as well as he. With Blewett's it was the same. Me and his young man used to read 'em all. There wasn't a bottle of wine that we didn't get a glass out of, nor a pound of sugar that we didn't have some lumps of it. We had keys to all the cupboards, we peeped into all the letters that came and went, we pored over all the bill files, we'd the best pickings out of the dinners, the livers of the fowls, the 4 balls out of the soup, the eggs from the salad. As for the coals and candles, we left them to the laundresses. You may call this robbery, nonsense, it's only our rights, a servant's perquisites is as sacred as the laws of England. Well, the long and short of it is this. Richard Blewett, Esquire, was situated as follows. He'd an income of £300 a year from his father. Out of this he had to pay 194 money borrowed by him at college, 74 chambers, 70 more for his house, 80 for his servant on board wages, and about 350 for a separate establishment in the Regency Park. Besides this, his pocket money, say 100, his eating, drinking, and wine merchant's bill, about 200 more. So that you see he laid by a pretty handsome sum at the end of the year. My master was different, and being a more fashionable man than Mr. B, in course he owed a deal more money. There was first, account contrary, at Crockford's L 3,711 bills of exchange and IOUs, but he didn't pay these in most cases. 4,963 tailors' bills, in all 1,306 1193 host dealers do 402,002 coach builder 506,000 bills contracted at Cambridge 2,193 68 sundries 987 10 L 14,069 85. I give this as a curiosity. People don't know how in many cases fashionable life is carried on, and to know even what a real gentleman knows is something instructive and agreeable. But to my tale. The very day after my master had made the inquiries concerning Mr. Dawkins, which I mentioned already, he met Mr. Blewett on the stairs, and beautiful it was to see how this gentleman, who had before been almost cut by my master, was now received by him. One of the sweetest smiles I ever saw was now visible on Mr. Ducias's countenance. He held out his hand, covered with a white kid glove, and said, in the most friendly tone of voice possible, "What? Mr. Blewett? It is an age since we met. What a shame that such near neighbors should see each other so seldom." Mr. Blewett, who was standing at his door, in a pea green dressing gown, smoking a cigar, and singing a hunting chorus, looked surprised, flattered, and then suspicious. "Why, yes," says he, "it is, Mr. Ducias, a long time. Not, I think, since we dined at Sir George Hookey's. By the by, what an evening that was, hey, Mr. Blewett? What wine! What capital songs! I recollect your May Day in the morning, cuss me, the best comic song I ever heard. I was speaking to the Duke of Doncaster about it only yesterday. You know the Duke, I think?" Mr. Blewett said, quite surly, "No, I don't." "Not know him?" cries master. "Why, hang it, Blewett, he knows you, as every sporting man in England does, I should think. Why, man, your good things are in everybody's mouth at Newmarket." And so master went on chaffing Mr. Blewett. That gentleman at first answered him quite short and angry, but, after a little more flummery, he grew as pleased as Poe's Bill, took in all Ducias's flattery, and believed all his lies. At last the door shut, and they both went into Mr. Blewit's chambers together. Of course I can't say what passed there, but in an hour master came up to his own room as yoller as mustard, and smellin' sadly of 'bacco smoke. I never see any general more sick than he was. He'd been smoking cigars along with Blewett. I said nothink, in course, though I'd often heard him express his horror of 'bacco, and knew very well he would as soon swallow piton as smoke. But he wasn't a chap to do a thing without a reason. If he'd been smoking, I warrant he had smoked to some purpose. I didn't hear the conversation between 'em, but Mr. Blewett's man did. It was, "Well, Mr. Blewett, what capital cigars. Have you one for a friend to smoke?" The old fox, it wasn't only the cigars he was a-smokin'. "Walk in," says Mr. Blewett, and they began a chaffin' together, master very anxious about the young gentleman who had come to live in our chambers, Mr. Dawkins, and always coming back to that subject, saying that people on the same staircase ought to be friendly, how glad he'd be, for his part, to know Mr. Dick Blewett, and any friend of his, and so on. Mr. Dick, however, seemed quite aware of the trap laid for him. "I really don't know this Dawkins," says he. "He's a chismonger's son, I hear, and though I've exchanged visits with him, I don't intend to continue the acquaintance, not wishing to associate with that kind of people." So they went on, Master fishin', and Mr. Blewett not wishing to take the hook at no price. "Confound the vulgar thief," muttered my master, as he was laying on his sofa, after being so very ill. "I've poisoned myself with his infernal tobacco, and he has foiled me. The cursed swindling boor. He thinks he'll ruin this poor cheesemonger, does he? I'll step in, and warn him." I thought I should bust a-laughin', when he talked in this style. I knew very well what his warning meant, locking the stable door but stealing the hose first. Next day, his stratagem for becoming acquainted with Mr. Dawkins we executed, and very pretty it was. Besides Partry and the flute, Mr. Dawkins, I must tell you, had some other partialities, viz. He was very fond of good eating and drinking. After dawdling over his music and buoy all day, this young gentleman used to sally out of evenings, dine sumptuously at a tavern, drinking all sorts of wine along with his friend Mr. Blewett. He was a quiet young fellow enough at first, but it was Mr. B who, for his own purposes, no doubt, had got him into this kind of life. Well, I needn't say that he who eats a fine dinner, and drinks too much overnight, wants a bottle of soda water, and a gruel, p'raps, in the morning. Such was Mr. Dawkins's case, and regular almost as 12 o'clock came, the waiter from Dick's Coffee House was to be seen on our staircase, bringing up Mr. D.'s hot breakfast. No man would have thought there was anything in such a trifling circumstance. Master did, though, and pounced upon it like a cock on a barleycorn. He sent me out to Mr. Morell's in Piccadilly, for what's called a Strasbourg pie, in French, a pâté de foie gras. He takes a card, and nails it on the outside case. Pâté de foie gras come generally in a round wooden box, like a drum, and what do you think he writes on it? Why, as follows: for the Honourable Algernon Percy Ducias, and C. With Prince Talleyrand's compliments. Prince Talleyrand's compliments, indeed. I laugh when I think of it. Still, the old serpent. He was a serpent, that Ducias, and no mistake. Well, by a most extraordinary piece of ill luck, the next day punctually as Mr. Dawkins's breakfast was coming up the stairs, Mr. Algernon Percy Ducias was going down. He was as gay as a lark, humming an opera tune, and twisting round his head his heavy gold-headed cane. Down he went very fast, and by a most unlucky accident struck his cane against the waiter's tray, and away went Mr. Dawkins's grill, cayenne, ketchup, soda water and all. I can't think how my master should have chose such an exact time. To be sure, his window looked upon the court, and he could see every one who came into our door. As soon as the accident had took place, master was in such a rage as, to be sure, no man ever was in before. He swore at the waiter in the most dreadful way, he threatened him with his stick, and it was only when he see that the waiter was rather a bigger man than himself that he was in the least pacified. He returned to his own chambers, and John, the waiter, went off for more grill to Dix's coffee house. This is a most unlucky accident, to be sure, Charles, says master to me, after a few minutes' pause, during which he had been and wrote a note, put it into an envelope, and sealed it with his big seal of arms. But stay, a thought strikes me. Take this note to Mr. Dawkins, and that pie you brought yesterday, and harkee, you scoundrel, if you say where you got it I will break every bone in your skin. These kind of promises were among the few which I knew him to keep, and as I loved both my skin and my bones, I carried the note, and of course said nothing. Waiting in Mr. Dawkins's chambers for a few minutes, I returned to my master with an answer. I may as well give both of these documents, of which I happen to have taken copies, either Hannah P. Ducias to T.S. Dawkins, Esquire's Temple, Tuesday. Mr. Ducias presents his compliments to Mr. Dawkins, and begs at the same time to offer his most sincere apologies and regrets for the accident which has just taken place. May Mr. Ducias be allowed to take a neighbour's privilege, and to remedy the evil he has occasioned to the best of his power if Mr. Dawkins will do him the favour to partake of the contents of the accompanying case, from Strasbourg direct, and the gift of a friend, on whose taste as a gourmand Mr. Dawkins may rely. Perhaps he will find that it is not a bad substitute for the plat which Mr. Ducias's awkwardness destroyed. It will also, Mr. Ducias is sure, be no small gratification to the original donor of the pate, when he learns that it has fallen into the hands of so celebrated a bon vivant as Mr. Dawkins. T.S. Dawkins, Esquire, and C. 2 from T.S. Dawkins, Esquires, to the Hannah P. Ducias. Mr. Thomas Smith Dawkins presents his grateful compliments to the Honourable Mr. Ducias, and accepts with the greatest pleasure Mr. Ducias's generous proffer. It would be one of the happiest moments of Mr. Smith Dawkins's life, if the Honourable Mr. Ducias would extend his generosity still further, and condescend to partake of the repast which his munificent politeness has furnished. Temple, Tuesday. Many and many a time, I say, have I grinned over these letters, which I had wrote from the original by Mr. Bruffy's copying clerk. Ducias's flam about Prince Talleyrand was perfectly successful. I saw young Dawkins blush with delight as he read the note. He tore up 4 or 5 sheets before he composed the answer to it, which was as you read above, and wrote in a hand quite trembling with pleasure. If you could but have seen the look of triumph in Ducias's wicked black eyes, when he read the note. I never see a demon yet, but I can fancy one, a-holding a writhing soul on his pitchfork, and smiling like Ducias. He dressed himself in his very best clothes, and in he went, after sending me over to say that he would accept with pleasure Mr. Dawkins's invite. The pie was cut up, and a most friendly conversation begun betwixt the 2 gentlemen. Ducias was quite captivating. He spoke to Mr. Dawkins in the most respectful and flattering manner, agreed in everything he said, praised his taste, his furniture, his coat, his classic knowledge, and his playing on the flute. You'd have thought, to hear him, that such a polygon of excellence as Dawkins did not breath, that such a modest, sincere, honourable gentleman as Ducias was to be seen nowhere except in Pump Court. Poor Daw was completely taken in. My master said he'd introduce him to the Duke of Doncaster, and heaven knows how many knobs more, till Dawkins was quite intoxicated with pleasure. I know as a FAC, and it pretty well shows the young gentleman's character, that he went that very day and ordered 2 new coats, on purpose to be introduced to the Lord's Inn. But the best joke of all was at last. Singing, swaggering, and swearing, upstairs came Mr. Dick Blewett. He flung open Mr. Dawkins's door, shouting out, "Daw, my old buck, how are you?" when, all of a sudden, he sees Mr. Ducias. His jaw dropped, he turned chalky white, and then burning red, and looked as if a straw would knock him down. "My dear Mr. Blewett," says my master, smiling and offering his hand, "how glad I am to see you. Mr. Dawkins and I were just talking about your pony. Pray sit down." Blewett did, and now was the question, who should sit the other out, but law bless you, Mr. Blewett was no match for my master. All the time he was fidgety, silent, and sulky. On the contrary, master was charming. I never heard such a flow of conversating, or so many witticisms as he uttered. At last, completely beat, Mr. Blewett took his leave. That instant master followed him, and passing his arm through that of Mr. Dick, led him into our chambers, and began talking to him in the most affable and affectionate manner. But Dick was too angry to listen. At last, when master was telling him some long story about the Duke of Doncaster, Blewett burst out, "A plague on the Duke of Doncaster! Come, come, Mr. Ducias, don't you be running your rigs upon me. I ain't the man to be bamboozled by long-winded stories about dukes and duchesses. You think I don't know you, every man knows you and your line of country. Yes, you're after young Dawkins there, and think to pluck him, but you shan't, no, you shan't. The reader must recollect that the oaths which interspersed Mr. B.'s conversation I have left out. Well, after he'd fired a volley of 'em, Mr. Ducias spoke as cool as possible. "Hark ye, Blewett. I know you to be one of the most infernal thieves and scoundrels unhung. If you attempt to hector with me, I will cane you. If you want more, I'll shoot you. If you meddle between me and Dawkins, I will do both. I know your whole life, you miserable swindler and coward. I know you have already won £200 of this lad, and want all. I will have half, or you never shall have a penny. It's quite true that master knew things, but how was the wonder? I couldn't see Mr. B.'s face during this dialogue, being on the wrong side of the door, but there was a considerable pause after these compliments had passed between the two gentlemen, one walking quickly up and down the room, t'other, angry and stupid, sitting down, and stamping with his foot. Now listen to this, Mr. Blewett, continues master at last. If you're quiet, you shall have half this fellow's money, but venture to win a shilling from him in my absence, or without my consent, and you do it at your peril. Well, Mr. Ducias, cries Dick, it's very hard, and I must say, not fair. The game was of my starting, and you've no right to interfere with my friend. Mr. Blewett, you are a fool. You professed yesterday not to know this man, and I was obliged to find him out for myself. I should like to know by what law of honor I am bound to give him up to you. It was charming to hear this pair of rascals talking about honor. I declare I could have found it in my heart to warn young Dawkins of the precious way in which these chaps were going to serve him. But if they didn't know what honor was, I did, and never did I tell tales about my masters when in their service. Out, in cause, the obligation is no longer binding. Well, the next day there was a grand dinner at our chambers. White soup, turbot, and lobster sauce, saddle of Scotch mutton, grues, and emariny, wines, champagne, hock, Madeira, a bottle of port, and ever so many of claret. The company present was 3, viz. The Honourable P. Ducias, R. Blewett, and Mr. Dawkins, Esquires. My eye, how we gentlemen in the kitchen did enjoy it. Mr. Blewett's man eat so much grues, when it was brought out of the parlour, that I really thought he would be sick. Mr. Dawkins's gentleman, who was only about 13 years of age, grew so ill with emariny and plum pudding, as to be obliged to take several of Mr. D.'s pills, which half killed him. But this is all promiscuous, I&T talking of the servants now, but the masters. Would you believe it? After dinner and perhaps 8 bottles of wine between the 3, the gentlemen sat down to a carty. It's a game where only 2 plays, and where, in course, when there's only 3, 1 looks on. First, they played crown pints, and a pound the bet. At this game they were wonderful equal, and about supper time, when grilled 'em, more champagne, devilled biscuits, and other things, was brought in, The play stood thus: Mr. Dawkins had won £2, Mr. Blewett 30 shillings, the Honourable Mr. Ducius having lost 3l. L0s. After the devil and the champagne the play was a little higher. Now it was pound pints, and £5 the bet. I thought, to be sure, after hearing the compliments between Blewett and Master in the morning, that now poor Dawkins's time was come. Not so. Dawkins won always, Mr. B betting on his play, and giving him the very best of advice. At the end of the evening, which was about 5 o'clock the next morning, they stopped. Master was counting up the score on a card. Blewett, says he, I've been unlucky. I owe you, let me see, yes, £45. 45, says Blewett, and no mistake. I will give you a cheque, says the Honourable Gentleman. Oh, don't mention it, my dear sir. But Master got a great sheet of paper, and drew him a cheque on Messrs. Pump, Algott and Company, his bankers. Now, says Master, I've got to settle with you, my dear Mr. Dawkins. If you had backed your luck, I should have owed you a very handsome sum of money. Voyons, 13 points at £1. It is easy to calculate, and drawing out his purse, he clinked over the table 13 golden sovereigns, which shone till they made my eyes wink. So did poor Dawkins's, as he put out his hand, all trembling, and drew them in. Let me say, added Master, let me say, and I've had some little experience, that you are the very best card player with whom I ever sat down. Dawkins's eyes glistened as he put the money up, and said, Law, Ducius, you flatter me. Flatter him? I should think he did. It was the very thing which Master meant. But mind you, Dawkins continued he, I must have my revenge, for I'm ruined, positively ruined by your luck. Well, well, says Mr. Thomas Smith Dawkins, as pleased as if he had gained a million, shall it be tomorrow? Blewett, what say you? Mr. Blewett agreed, in course. My master, after a little demurring, consented too. We'll meet, says he, at your chambers. But mind, my dear fellow, not too much wine, I can't stand it at any time, especially when I have to play a cart with you. Poor Dawkins left our rooms as happy as a prince. Here, Charles, says he, and flung me a sovereign. Poor fellow! Poor fellow! I knew what was a-coming. But the best of it was, that these 13 sovereigns which Dawkins won, Master had borrowed them from Mr. Blewett. I brought with 7 more, from that young gentleman's chambers that very morning, for, since his interview with Master, Blewett had nothing to refuse him. Well, shall I continue the tale? If Mr. Dawkins had been the least bit wiser, it would have taken him 6 months before he lost his money. As it was, he was such a confounded ninny, that it took him a very short time to part with it. Next day, it was Thursday, and Master's acquaintance with Mr. Dawkins had only commenced on Tuesday. Mr. Dawkins, as I said, gave his party, dinner at 7. Mr. Blewett and the 2 Mr. D.s as before. Play begins at 11. This time I knew the business was pretty serious, for we servants was packed off to bed at 2 o'clock. On Friday, I went to chambers, no master. He came in for 5 minutes at about 12, made a little toilette, ordered more devils and soda water, and back again he went to Mr. Dawkins's. They had dinner there at 7 again, but nobody seemed to eat, for all the victuals came out to us gentlemen. They had in more wine though, and must have drunk at least 2 dozen in the 36 hours. At 10 o'clock, however, on Friday night, back my master came to his chambers. I saw him as I never saw him before, namely reg'lar drunk. He staggered about the room, he danced, he hiccuped, he swore, he flung me a heap of silver, and, finally, he sunk down exhausted on his bed, I pulling off his boots and clothes, and making him comfortable. When I had removed his garments, I did what it's the duty of every servant to do, I emptied his pockets, and looked at his pocketbook and all his letters. A number of accidents have been prevented that way. I found there, among a heap of things, the following pretty document, IOUL 4700. Thomas Smith Dawkins. Friday, the 16th of January. There was another bit of paper of the same kind, I0. U £400, Richard Blewett, but this, in course, meant nothing. Next morning, at 9, master was up, and as sober as a jug. He dressed, and was off to Mr. Dawkins. At 10, he ordered a cab, and the two gentlemen went together. "Where shall he drive, sir?" says I. "Oh, tell him to drive to the bank." Poor Dawkins! His eyes red with remorse and sleepless drunkenness, gave a shudder and a sob, as he sunk back in the vehicle, and they drove on. That day he sold out every halfpenny he was worth, except £500. About 12 master had returned, and Mr. Dick Blewett came striding up the stairs with a solemn and important air. "Is your master at home?" says he. "Yes, sir," says I, and in he walks. I, in course, with my ear to the keyhole, listening with all my might. "Well," says Blewett, "we made a pretty good night of it, Mr. Doocy Ass. Uve settled, I see, with Dawkins." "Settled," says master. "Oh, yes, yes, I've settled with him. 4,700, I think." "About that, yes." "That makes my share, let me see, 2,350, which I'll thank you to fork out." "Upon my word, why, Mr. Blewett," says master, "I don't really understand what you mean." "You don't know what I mean," says Blewett, in an accent such as I never before heard. "You don't know what I mean. Did you not promise me that we were to go shares? Didn't I lend you 20 sovereigns the other night to pay our losings to Dawkins? Didn't you swear, on your honor as a gentleman, to give me half of all that might be won in this affair?" "Agreed, sir," says Doocy Ass, "agreed." "Well, sir, and now what have you to say?" "Why, that I don't intend to keep my promise." "You infernal fool and ninny! Do you suppose I was laboring for you? Do you fancy I was going to the expense of giving a dinner to that jackass yonder, that you should profit by it? Get away, sir. Leave the room, sir. Or, stop, here, I will give you £400, your own note of hand, sir, for that sum, if you will consent to forget all that has passed between us, and that you have never known Mr. Algernon Ducias. I've seen people angry before now, but never any like Blewett. He stormed, groaned, bellowed, swore. At last, he fairly began blubbering, now cussing and gnashing his teeth, now praying dear Mr. Ducias to grant him mercy. At last, Master flung open the door. Heaven bless us, it's well I didn't tumble head over heels into the room, and said, Charles, show the gentleman downstairs. My master looked at him quite steady. Blewett slunk down, as miserable as any man I ever see. As for Dawkins, heaven knows where he was. Charles, says my master to me, about an hour afterwards, I'm going to Paris, you may come, too, if you please. Foreign parts. It was a singular proof of my master's modesty, that though he had won this handsome sum of Mr. Dawkins, and was inclined to be as extravagant and ostentatious as any man I ever seed, yet, when he determined on going to Paris, he didn't let a single friend know of all them winnings of his, didn't acquaint my Lord Crabs his father, that he was about to leave his native shores, nay, didn't even so much as call together his tradesmen, and pay off their little bills before his departure. On the contrary, Charles, said he to me, stick a piece of paper on my door, which is the way that lawyers do, and write back at 7 upon it. Back at 7 I wrote, and stuck it on our outer oak. And so mysterious was Ducias about his continental tour, to all except me, that when the laundress brought him her account for the last month, amounting, at the very least, to 2l10s, master told her to leave it till Monday morning, when it should be properly settled. It's extraordinary how economical a man becomes, when he's got 5,000 lbs in his pocket. Back at 7 indeed. At 7 we were a-rolling on the Dover road, in the regulator coach, master inside, me out. A strange company of people there was, too, in that vehicle, 3 sailors, an Italian with his music box and monkey, a missionary, going to convert the heathens in France, 2 opera girls, they call 'em figure aunts, and the figure aunts' mothers inside, 4 friendmen, with gingerbread caps and mustaches, singing, chattering, and gesticulating in the most wonderful way. Such compliments as passed between them and the figure aunts. Such a munchin' of biscuits and sippin' of brandy. Such o mon Jews and o sacres and kilfay-fruars. I didn't understand their language at that time, so of course can't explain much of their conversation, but it pleased me, nevertheless, for now I felt that I was really going into foreign parts, which, ever since I had had any education at all, was always my fondest wish. Heaven bless us! Thought I, if these are specimens of all Frenchmen, what a set they must be. The poor Italian's monkey, sitting moping and melancholy on his box, was not half so ugly, and seemed quite as reasonable. Well, we arrived at Dover, ship hotel, veal cutlets half a guinea, glass of ale a shilling, glass of negus, half a crown, a halfpennyworth of wax lights 4 shillings, and so on. But master paid without grumbling. As long as it was for himself he never minded the expense, and next day we embarked in the packet for Boulogne-sur-Mer, which means in French, the town of Boulogne situated on the sea. I, who had heard of foreign wonders, expected this to be the first and greatest fancy. Then, my disappointment, when we got there, to find this Boulogne, not situated on the sea, but on the shore. But oh, the getting there was the business. How I did wish for Pump Court again, as we were tossing about in the channel. Gentle reader, have you ever been on the ocean, the sea, the open sea, as Barry Cromwell says? As soon as we entered our little vessel, and I'd looked to master's luggage and mine was wrapped up in a very small handkerchief. As soon, I say, as we entered our little vessel, as soon as I saw the waves, black and frothy, like fresh drawn porter, dashing against the ribs of our gallant bark, the keel like a wedge, split in the bills in two, the sails flapping in the hair, the standard of England floating at the masthead, the steward getting ready the basins and things, the captain proudly treading the deck and giving orders to the sailors, the white rocks of Albany and the bathing machines disappearing in the distance, then I felt, for the first time, the might, the majesty of existence. Yellowplush, my boy, said I, in a dialogue with myself, your life is now about to commence. Your career, as a man, dates from your entrance on board this packet. Be wise, be manly, be cautious, forget the follies of your youth. You are no longer a boy now, but a footman. Throw down your tops, your marbles, your boyish games, throw off your childish habits with your inky clerk's jacket, throw up your... Here, I recollect, I was obliged to stop. A feeling, in the first place singular, in the next place painful, and at last completely overpowering, had come upon me while I was making the above speech, and now I found myself in a situation which delicacy forbids me to describe. Suffice to say, that now I discovered what basins was made for, that for many, many hours, I lay in a agony of exhaustion, dead to all intents and purposes, the rain pattering in my face, the sailors trampling over my body, the pains of purgatory going on inside. When we'd been about 4 hours in this situation, it seemed to me 4 years. The steward comes to that part of the deck where we servants were all huddled up together, and calls out, "Charles." "Well," says I, gurgling out a faint yes, "what's the matter?" "You're wanted." "Where?" "Your masters were ill," says he, with a grin. "Master be hanged," says I, turning round, more miserable than ever. I wouldn't he have moved that day for 20,000 masters, no, not for the Emperor of Russia or the Pop of Rome. Well, to cut this sad subject short, many and many a voyage have I since had upon what Shakespeare calls the wasty dip, but never such a wretched one as that from Dover to Boulogne, in the year Anno Domino 1818. Steamers were scarce in those days, and our journey was made in a smack. At last, when I was in a stage of despair and exhaustion, as really to fancy myself at death's door, we got to the end of our journey. Late in the evening we hailed the Gaelic shores, and anchored in the arbour of Boulogne-sur-Mer. It was the entrance of Paradis to me and master, and as we entered the calm water, and saw the comfortable lights gleaming in the houses, and felt the roll of the vessel decreasing, never was two mortals gladder, I warrant, than we were. At length our captain drew up at the quay, and our journey was down. But such a bustle and clatter, such jabbering, such shrieking and swearing, such volleys of oaths and execrations as saluted us on landing, I never knew. We were boarded, in the first place, by custom-house officers in cocked hats, who seized our luggage, and called for our passports. Then a crowd of inn-waiters came, tumbling and screaming on deck. "This way, Saria," cries one, "Hotel Moorish," says another, "Hotel de Bang," screeches another chap. The Tower of Babel was nothing to it. The first thing that struck me on landing was a big fellow with earrings, who very nigh knocked me down, in wrenching master's carpet bag out of my hand, as I was carrying it to the hotel. But we got to it safe at last, and, for the first time in my life, I slip in a foreign country. I shan't describe this town of Boulogne, which, as it has been visited by not less, on an average, than 2 millions of English since I first saw it 20 years ago, is tolerably well known already. It's a dingy melancholy place, to my mind. The only thing moving in the streets is the gutter which runs down M. As for wooden shoes, I saw few of 'em, and for frogs, upon my honour I never see a single Frenchman swallow one, which I had been led to believe was their regular, though beastly, custom. One thing which amazed me was the singular name which they give to this town of Boulogne. It's divided, as everybody knows, into an upper town, situate on a mountain, and surrounded by a wall, or boulevard, and a lower town, which is on the level of the sea. Well, will it be believed that they call the upper town the hot veal, and the other the base veal, which is on the contrary, generally good in France, though the beef, it must be confessed, is execrable. It was in the base veal that Ducias took his lodging, at the Hotel de Bang, in a very crooked street called the Rue de l'Assaut, and if he'd been the Archbishop of Devonshire, or the Duke of Canterbury, he could not have given himself greater airs, I can tell you. Nothing was too fine for us now. We had a suite of rooms on the first floor, which belonged to the Prime Minister of France, at least the landlord said they were the premiers, and the Honourable Algernon Percy Ducias, who had not paid his landress, and came to Dover in a coach, seemed now to think that Gould was too vulgar for him, and a carriage and six would break down with a man of his weight. Champagne flew about like ginger pop, besides Bordeaux, claret, Burgundy, Bourgogne, and other wines, and all the delicacies of the Boulogne kitchens. We stopped a fortnight at this dull place, and did nothing from morning till night except walk on the bench, and watch the ships going in and out of harbour, with one of them long, sliding upper glasses, which they call, I don't know why, tallow scoops. Our amusements for the fortnight we stopped here were both numerous and delightful. Nothing, in fact, could be more piquant, as they say. In the morning before breakfast we both walked on the pier, master in a blue marine jacket, and me in a slap-up new livery, both provided with long sliding opera glasses, called, as I said, I don't know why, but I suppose it's a scientific term, telescopes. With these we examined, very attentively, the ocean, the seaweed, the pebbles, the dead cats, the fish women, and the waves, like little children playing at leapfrog, which came tumbling over one another onto the shore. It seemed to me as if they were scrambling to get there, as well they might, being sick of the sea, and anxious for the blessed, peaceable terra firma. After breakfast, down we went again, that is, master on his beat, and me on mine, for my place in this foreign town was a complete sinecure, and putting our telescopes again in our eyes, we examined a little more the ocean, pebbles, dead cats, and so on, and this lasted till dinner, and dinner till bedtime, and bedtime lasted till next day, when came breakfast, and dinner, and telescoping, as before. This is the way with all people of this town, of which, as I've heard say, there is 10,000 happy English, who lead this pleasant life from year's end to year's end. Besides this, there's billiards and gambling for the gentlemen, a little dancing for the gals, and scandal for the dowagers. In none of these amusements did we partake. We were a little too good to play crown pints at cards, and never get paid when we won, or to go dangling after the portionless gals, or amuse ourselves with slops and penny-whist along with the old ladies. No, no, my master was a man of fortune now, and behaved himself as sick. If ever he condescended to go into the public room of the Hotel de Bang, the French, doubtless for reasons best known to themselves, call this a salamangy, he swore more and louder than anyone there, he abused the waiters, the victuals, the wines. With his glass in his eye, he stared at everybody. He took always the place before the fire. He talked about my carriage, my courier, my servant, and he did right. I've always found through life, that if you wish to be respected by English people, you must be insolent to them, especially if you are a sprig of nobiliety. We like being insulted by noblemen, it shows they're familiar with us. Lord bless us. I've known many and many a gentleman about town who'd rather be kicked by a lord than not be noticed by him. They've even had an awe of me, because I was a lord's footman. While my master was hectoring in the parlour, at Boulogne, pretty airs I gave myself in the kitchen, I can tell you, and the consequence was, that we were better served, and more liked, than many people with twice our merit. Ducius had some particular plans, no doubt, which kept him so long at Boulogne, and it clearly was his wish to act the man of fortune there for a little time before he tried the character of Paris. He purchased a carriage, he hired a courier, he rigged me in a fine new livery blazing with lace, and he passed through the Boulogne bank £1,000 of the money he had won from Dawkins, to his credit at a Paris house, showing the Boulogne bankers at the same time, that he'd plenty more in his portfolio. This was killing two birds with one stone. The banker's clerks spread the news over the town, and in a day after master had paid the money every old dowager in Boulogne had looked out the Crabbe's family pedigree in the peerage, and was quite intimate with the Ducias name and estates. If Saturn himself were a lord, I do believe there's many virtuous English mothers would be glad to have him for a son-in-law. Now, though my master had thought fit to leave town without excommunicating with his father on the subject of his intended continental tribe, as soon as he was settled at Boulogne he wrote my Lord Crabbe's a letter, of which I happen to have a copy. It ran thus: Boulogne, the 25th of January. My dear father, I have long, in the course of my legal studies, found the necessity of a knowledge of French, in which language all the early history of our profession is written, and have determined to take a little relaxation from chamber reading, which has seriously injured my health. If my modest finances can bear a 2 months' journey, and a residence at Paris, I propose to remain there that period. Will you have the kindness to send me a letter of introduction to Lord Bobtail, our ambassador? My name, and your old friendship with him, I know would secure me a reception at his house, but a pressing letter from yourself would at once be more courteous, and more effectual. May I also ask you for my last quarter's salary? I am not an expensive man, my dear father, as you know, but we are no chameleons, and £50, with my little earnings in my profession, would vastly add to the agremens of my continental excursion. Present my love to all my brothers and sisters. Ah! How I wish the hard portion of a younger son had not been mine, and that I could live without the dire necessity for labor, happy among the rural scenes of my childhood, and in the society of my dear sisters and you. Heaven bless you, dearest father, and all those beloved ones now dwelling under the dear old roof at Sizes. Ever your affectionate son, Algernon. The Right Hon. the Earl of Crabbe's, and C. Sizes Court, Bucks. To this affectionate letter his lordship replied, by return of post, as follows: My dear Algernon, your letter came safe to hand and I enclose you the letter for Lord Bobtail as you desire. He is a kind man, and has one of the best cooks in Europe. We were all charmed with your warm remembrances of us, not having seen you for 7 years. We cannot but be pleased at the family affection which, in spite of time and absence, still clings so fondly to home. It is a sad, selfish world, and very few who have entered it can afford to keep those fresh feelings which you have, my dear son. May you long retain them, is a fond father's earnest prayer. Be sure, dear Algernon, that they will be through life your greatest comfort, as well as your best worldly ally, consoling you in misfortune, cheering you in depression, aiding and inspiring you to exertion and success. I am sorry, truly sorry, that my account at Coutts's is so low, just now, as to render a payment of your allowance for the present impossible. I see by my book that I owe you now 9 quarters, or 450l. Depend on it, my dear boy, that they shall be faithfully paid over to you on the first opportunity. By the way, I have enclosed some extracts from the newspapers, which may interest you, and have received a very strange letter from a Mr. Blewett, about a play transaction, which, I suppose, is the case alluded to in these prints. He says you won 4,700 from one Dawkins, that the lad paid it, that he, Blewett, was to go what he calls snacks in the winning, but that you refused to share the booty. How can you, my dear boy, quarrel with these vulgar people, or lay yourself in any way open to their attacks? I have played myself a good deal, and there is no man living who can accuse me of a doubtful act. You should either have shot this Blewett or paid him. Now, as the matter stands, it is too late to do the former, and, perhaps, it would be quixotic to perform the latter. My dearest boy, recollect through life that you never can afford to be dishonest with a rogue. £4,700 was a great coup, to be sure. As you are now in such high feather, can you, dearest Algernon, lend me £500? Upon my soul and honour, I will repay you. Your brothers and sisters send you their love. I need not add, that you have always the blessings of your affectionate father, Crabs. P.S. Make it 500, and I will give you my note of hand for 1,000. I needn't say that this did not quite enter into Ducias's ideas. Lend his father £500, indeed. He'd as soon have lent him a box on the year. In the first place, he hadn't seen old Crabs for 7 years, as that nobleman remarked in his epistle. In the second, he hated him, and they hated each other, and next, if master had loved his father ever so much, he loved somebody else better, his father's son, namely, and sooner than deprive that excellent young man of a penny, he'd have shorn all the fathers in the world hanging at Newgate, and all the beloved ones as he called his sisters, the Lady Ducias's, so many convicts at Botany Bay. The newspaper paragraphs showed that, however secret we wished to keep the play transaction, the public knew it now full well. Blewett, as I found after, was the author of the libels which appeared right and left, Gambling in High Life, the Honourable Mr. D.C. again. This celebrated whist player has turned his accomplishments to some profit. On Friday, the 16th of January, he won £5,000 from a very young gentleman, THMSSMTHDWKNS, Esquire, and lost 2,500 to our BLWTT, Esquire, of the Temple. Mr. D very honourably paid the sum lost by him to the Honourable whist player, but we have not heard that, before his sudden trip to Paris, Mr. D, U.C.C. paid his losings to Mr. BLWTT. Next came a notice to Correspondence Fair Play asks us, if we know of the gambling doings of the notorious Ducias. We answer, we do, and, in our very next number, propose to make some of them public. They didn't appear, however, but, on the contrary, the very same newspaper, which had been before so abusive of Ducias, was now loud in his praise. It said, a paragraph was inadvertently admitted into our paper of last week, most unjustly assailing the character of a gentleman of high birth and talents, the the son of the exemplary Earl of CRBS. We repel, with scorn and indignation, the dastardly falsehoods of the malignant slanderer who vilified Mr. de CECE, and beg to offer that gentleman the only reparation in our power for having thus tampered with his unsullied name. We disbelieve the ruffian and his story, and most sincerely regret that such a tale, or such a writer, should ever have been brought forward to the readers of this paper. This was satisfactory, and no mistake, and much pleased we were at the denial of this conscientious editor. So much pleased that master sent him a £10 note, and his compliments. He'd sent another to the same address, before this paragraph was printed. Why, I can't think, for I wouldn't he suppose anything musnary in a literary man. Well, after this business was concluded, the courier hired, the carriage smartened a little, and me set up in my new liveries. We bade adieu to Boulogne in the grandest state post bill. What a figure we cut! And, my eye, what a figure the postilion cut! A cock hat, a jacket made out of a cow's skin, it was in cold weather, a pigtail about 3 feet in length, and a pair of boots. Oh, sick a pair! A bishop might almost have preached out of one, or a moderate-sized family slip in it. Me and Mr. Schwigsnaps, the courier, sate behind in the rumble, master alone in the inside, as grand as a Turk, and wrapped up in his fine fur cloak. Off we set, bowing gracefully to the crowd, the harness bells jingling, the great white horses snorting, kicking, and squealing, and the postilion cracking his whip, as loud as if he'd been driving Her Majesty the Queen. Well, I shan't describe our voyage. We passed several cities, villages, and metropolises, sleeping the first night at Amiens, which, as everybody knows, is famous ever since the year 1802 for what's called the Peace of Amiens. We had some, very good, done with sugar and brown sauce, in the Amiens way. But after all the boasting about them, I think I like our marrow pats better. Speaking of vegetables, another singular accident happened here concerning them. Master, who was breakfasting before going away, told me to go and get him his fur travelling shoes. I went and told the waiter of the inn, who stared, grinned, as these chaps always do, said bon, which means, very well, and presently came back. I'm blessed if he didn't bring master a plate of cabbage. Would you believe it, that now, in the 19th century, when they say there's schoolmasters abroad, these stupid French jackasses are so astonishingly ignorant as to call a cabbage a shoe? Never, never let it be said, after this, that these benighted, superstitious, miserable savages, are equal, in any respects, to the great British people. The more I travel, the more I see of the world, and other nations, I am proud of my own, and despise and deplore the wretched ignorance of the rest of Europe. My remarks on Paris you shall have by an early opportunity. Me and Ducias played some curious pranks there, I can tell you. Mr. Ducias at Paris. Chapter I. The 2 bundles of hay. Lieutenant General Sir George Griffin, KCB, was about 75 years old when he left this life, and the East Indian Army, of which he was a distinguished ornament. Sir George's first appearance in India was in the character of a cabin boy to a vessel, from which he rose to be clerk to the owners at Calcutta, from which he became all of a sudden a captain in the company's service, and so rose and rose, until he rose to be a lieutenant general, when he stopped rising altogether, hopping the twig of this life, as drummers, generals, dustmen, and emperors must do. Sir George did not leave any male heir to perpetuate the name of Griffin. A widow of about 27, and a daughter averaging 23, was left behind to deplore his loss, and share his property. On old Sir George's death, his interesting widow and orphan, who had both been with him in India, returned home, tried London for a few months, did not like it, and resolved on a trip to Paris, where very small London people become very great ones, if they've money, as these Griffinses had. The intelligent reader need not be told that Miss Griffin was not the daughter of Lady Griffin, for though marriages are made tolerably early in India, people are not quite so precocious as all that. The fact is, Lady G was Sir George's second wife. I need scarcely add, that Miss Matilda Griffin was the offspring of his first marriage. Miss Leonora Kixey, a handsome, lively Islington gal, taken out to Calcutta, and, amongst his other goods, very comfortably disposed of by her uncle, Captain Kixey, was 21 when she married Sir George at 71, and the 13 Miss Kixeys, 9 of whom kept a school at Islington, the other 4 being married variously in the city, were not a little envious of my lady's luck, and not a little proud of their relationship to her. One of them, Miss Jemima Kixey, the oldest, and by no means the least ugly of the set, was staying with her ladyship, and gave me all the particulars. Of the rest of the family, being of a low sort, I in course know nothing. My acquaintance, thank my stars, don't lie among them, or the likes of them. Well, this Miss Jemima lived with her younger and more fortunate sister, in the quality of companion, or toddy. Poor thing! I'd as soon be a galley slave, as lead the life she did. Everybody in the house despised her, her ladyship insulted her, the very kitchen gals scorned and flouted her. She wrote the notes, she kept the bills, she made the tea, she whipped the chocolate, she cleaned the canary birds, and gave out the linen for the wash. She was my lady's walking pocket, or reticule, and fetched and carried her handkercher, or her smell bottle, like a well-bred spaniel. All night, at her ladyship's soirees, she thumped quadrilles. Nobody ever thought of asking her to dance. When Miss Griffin sung, she played the piano, and was scolded because the singer was out of tune. Abominating dogs! She never drove out without her ladyship's puddle in her lap, and, regularly unwell in a carriage, she never got anything but the back seat. Poor Jemima! I can see her now in my lady's second best old clothes. The ladies' maids always got the prime leavings, a lilac satin gown, crumpled, blotched, and greasy, a pair of white satin shoes, of the color of india rubber, a faded yellow velvet hat, with a wreath of artificial flowers run to seed, and a bird of paradise perched on the top of it, melancholy and molting, with only a couple of feathers left in his unfortunate tail. Besides this ornament to their saloon, Lady and Miss Griffin kept a number of other servants in the kitchen, 2 ladies' maids, 2 footmen, 6 feet high each, crimson coats, gold knots, and white casimere pantaloons, a coachman to match, a page, and a chasseur, a kind of servant only known among foreigners, and who looks more like a major general than any other marshal, wearing a cocked hat, a unicorn covered with silver lace, mustachios, epaulets, and a sword by his side. All these to wait upon 2 ladies, not counting a host of the fair sex, such as cooks, scullion, housekeepers, and so forth. My Lady Griffin's lodging was at £40 a week, in a grand suite of rooms in the Place Vendôme at Paris. And, having thus described their house, and their servants' hall, I may give a few words of description concerning the ladies themselves. In the first place, and in course, they hated each other. My lady was 27, a widow of 2 years, fat, fair, and rosy. A slow, quiet, cold-looking woman, as those fair-haired gals generally are. It seemed difficult to rouse her either into likes or dislikes, to the former, at least. She never loved anybody but one, and that was herself. She hated, in her calm, quiet way, almost everyone else who came near her, everyone, from her neighbor, the Duke, who had slighted her at dinner, down to John the footman, who had torn a hole in her train. I think this woman's heart was like one of them lithographic stones. You can't rub out anything when once it's drawn or wrote on it, nor could you out of her ladyship's stone heart, I mean, in the shape of an affront, a slight, or real, or fancied injury. She bore an excellent, irreproachable character, against which the tongue of scandal never wagged. She was allowed to be the best wife possible, and so she was, but she killed her old husband in 2 years, as dead as ever Mr. Thurtell killed Mr. William Ware. She never got into a passion, not she never said a rude word, but she'd a genius which many women have, of making a hell of a house, and torturing the poor creatures of her family, until they were well nigh drove mad. Miss Matilda Griffin was a good deal uglier, and about as amiable as her mother-in-law. She was crooked, and squinted. My lady, to do her justice, was straight, and looked the same way with her eyes. She was dark, and my lady was fair, sentimental, as her ladyship was cold. My lady was never in a passion, Miss Matilda always, and a fill were the scenes which used to pass between these 2 women, and the wicked quarrels which took place. Why did they live together? There was the mystery. Not related, and hating each other like pison, it would surely have been easier to remain separate, and so have detested each other at a distance. As for the fortune which old Sir George had left, that, it was clear, was very considerable, £300,000. At the least, as I have heard say. But nobody knew how it was disposed of. Some said that her ladyship was sole mistress of it, others that it was divided, others that she had only a life income, and that the money was all to go, as was natural, to Miss Matilda. These are subjects which are not perhaps very interesting to the British public, but were mighty important to my master, the Honourable Algernon Percy Ducias, Esquire, Barrister at Law, etc., etc. For I forgot to inform you that my master was very intimate in this house, and that we were now comfortably settled at the Hotel Mirabeau, pronounced Marabeau in French, in the Rue de l'Épée, at Paris. We had our cab, and 2 riding horses, our banker's book, and £1,000 for a balance at Lafitte's, our club at the corner of the Rue Grammont, our share in a box at the Apras, our apartments, spacious and elegant, our soirees at court, our dinners at His Excellency Lord Bobtail's and elsewhere. Thanks to poor Dawkins's £5,000, we were as complete gentlemen as any in Paris. Now my master, like a wise man as he was, seeing himself at the head of a smart sum of money, and in a country where his debts could not bother him, determined to give up for the present everything like gambling, at least, high play. As for losing or winning a rouleau of Napoleon's at whist or écarté, it did not matter, it looks like money to do such things, and gives a kind of respectability. But as for play, he wouldn't, oh no, not for worlds, do such a thing. He had played, like other young men of fashion, and won and lost, old fox. He didn't say he had paid, but he had given up the amusement, and was now determined, he said, to live on his income. The fact is, my master was doing his very best to act the respectable man, and a very good game it is, too, but it requires a precious great rogue to play it. He made his appearance regular at church, me carrying a handsome large black Marquis prayer book and Bible, with the Psalms and lessons marked out with red ribbons, and you'd have thought, as I gravely laid the volumes down before him, and as he buried his head in his nicely brushed hat, before service began, that such a pious, proper mall, young nobleman was not to be found in the whole of the peerage. It was a comfort to look at him. Every old tabby and dowager at my Lord Bobtail's turned up the whites of their eyes when they spoke of him, and vowed they had never seen such a dear, delightful, excellent young man. What a good son he must be, they said, and oh, what a good son-in-law. He had the pick of all the English gals at Paris before we had been there 3 months. But, unfortunately, most of them were poor, and love and a cottage was not quite in master's way of thinking. Well, about this time my Lady Griffin and Miss G made their appearance at Paris, and master, who was up to snuff, very soon changed his note. He sate near them at chapel, and sung hymns with my lady, he danced with them at the embassy balls, he rode with them in the Bois de Boulogne and the Champs-Élysées, which is the French High Park, he wrote poetry in Miss Griffin's album, and sang duets along with her and Lady Griffin, he brought sweetmeats for the puddle dog, he gave money to the footmen, kisses and gloves to the sniggering ladies' maids. He was civil even to poor Miss Kixie. There wasn't a single soul at the Griffins' that didn't adore this good young man. The ladies, if they hated before, you may be sure detested each other now worse than ever. There had been always a jalousie between them, Miss Hallowes of her mother-in-law's beauty, Madame of Mrs. Esprit, Miss taunting my lady about the school at Islington, and my lady sneering at Miss for her squint and her crooked back. And now came a stronger cause. They both fell in love with Mr. Ducias, my lady, that is to say, as much as she could, with her cold selfish temper. She liked Ducias, who amused her and made her laugh. She liked his manners, his riding, and his good looks, and being a parvenu herself had a double respect for real aristocratic flesh and blood. Mrs. Love, on the contrary, was all flams and fury. She'd always been at this work from the time she had been at school, where she very nigh run away with a French master, next with a footman, which I may say, in confidence, is by no means unnatural or unusual, as I could show if I liked, and so had been going on since 15. She regularly flung herself at Ducias's head, such sighing, crying, and ogling, I never see. Often was I ready to bust out laughing, as I brought master scores of rose-coloured billets, folded up like cock hats, and smelling like barbers' shops, which this very tender young lady used to address to him. Now, though master was a scoundrel and no mistake, he was a gentleman, and a man of good breeding, and Miss came a little too strong, pardon the vulgarity of the expression, with her harder and attachment, for one of his taste. Besides, she had a crooked spine, and a squint, so that, supposing their fortunes tolerably equal, Ducias really preferred the mother-in-law. Now, then, it was his business to find out which had the most money. With an English family this would have been easy, a look at a will at Dr. Commons's would settle the matter at once. But this Indian nabob's will was at Calcutta, or some outlandish place, and there was no getting sight of a copy of it. I will do Mr. Algernon Ducias the justice to say, that he was so little mercenary in his love for Lady Griffin, that he would have married her gladly, even if she had £10,000 less than Miss Matilda. In the meantime, his plan was to keep them both in play, until he could strike the best fish of the two, not a difficult matter for a man of his genus. Besides, Miss was hooked for certain. Chapter 2. Honour thy father. I said that my master was adored by every person in my Lady Griffin's establishment. I should have said by every person except one, a young French gentleman, that is, who, before our appearance, had been mighty particular with my lady, occupying by her side exactly the same position which the Honourable Mr. Ducias now held. It was beautiful and edifying to see how coolly that young nobleman kicked the poor Chevalier de l'Orge out of his shoes, and how gracefully he himself stepped into them. Monsieur de l'Orge was a smart young French gentleman, of about my master's age and good looks, but not possessed of half my master's impudence. Not that that quality is uncommon in France, but few, very few, had it to such a degree as my excellent employer, Mr. Ducias. Besides, de l'Orge was regularly and really in love with Lady Griffin, and master only pretending. He had, of course, an advantage, which the poor Frenchman never could get. He was all smiles and gaiety, while de l'Orge was awkward and melancholy. My master had said 20 pretty things to Lady Griffin, before the Chevalier had finished smoothing his hat, staring at her, and sighing fit to bust his waistcoat. "Oh love, love. This isn't the way to win a woman, or my name's not Fitzroy Yellowplush. Myself, when I begun my career among the fair sex, I was always sighing and moping, like this poor Frenchman. What was the consequence? The 4 first women I adored laughed at me, and left me for something more lively. With the rest I have adopted a different game, and with tolerable success, I can tell you. But this is egoism, which I abhor. Well, the long and the short of it is, that Monsieur Ferdinand Hippolyte Xavier Stanislas, Chevalier de l'Orge, was regular cut out by Monsieur Algernon Percy Ducias, Esquire. Poor Ferdinand did not leave the house, he hadn't the heart to do that, nor had my lady the desire to dismiss him. He was useful in 1,000 different ways, getting opera boxes, and invitations to French soirees, buying gloves, and eau de cologne, writing French notes, and such like. Always let me recommend an English family, going to Paris, to have at least one young man of the sort about them. Never mind how old your ladyship is, he will make love to you. Never mind what errands you send him upon, he'll trot off and do them. Besides, he's always quite and well dressed, and never drinks more than a pint of wine at dinner, which, as I say, is a pint to consider. Such a convenience of a man was Monsieur de l'Orge, the greatest use and comfort to my Lady Postbill, if it was but to laugh at his bad pronunciation of English. It was something amusing. The fun was to pit him against poor Miss Kixie, she speaking French, and he our native British tongue. My master, to do him justice, was perfectly civil to this poor young Frenchman, and having kicked him out of the place which he occupied, certainly treated his fallen enemy with every respect and consideration. Poor modest, downhearted little Ferdinand adored my lady as a goddess. And so he was very polite likewise to my master, never venturing once to be hallows of him, or to question my Lady Griffin's right to change her lover, if she chose to do so. Thus, then, matters stood. Master had 2 strings to his bow, and might take either the widow or the orphan, as he preferred, comme bon lui semblait, as the French say. His only point was to discover how the money was disposed of, which evidently belonged to one or other, or both. At any rate he was sure of one, as sure as any mortal man can be in this sublime sphere, where nothing is certain except uncertainty. A very unexpected incident here took place, which in a good deal changed my master's calculations. One night, after conducting the 2 ladies to the opera, after supping of white soup, Sammy de Perdreau, and champagne glacé, which meansest, at their house in the Place Vendôme, me and master drove home in the cab, as happy as possible. "Charles Yud, d scoundrel," says he to me, for he was in an excellent humor, "when I'm married, I'll double your wages." This he might do, to be sure, without injuring himself, seeing that he had as yet never paid me any. But, what then? Lord bless us! Things would be at a pretty pass if we servants only lived on our wages. Our perquisites is the thing, and no mistake. I expressed my gratitude as best I could, swore that it wasn't for wages I served him, that I would as lief wait upon him for nothink, and that never, never, so long as I lived, would I, of my own accord, part from such an excellent master. By the time these two speeches had been made, my speech and his, we arrived at the Hotel Mirabeau, which, us everybody knows, ain't very distant from the Place Vendôme. Up we marched to our apartments, me carrying the light and the cloaks, master humming a hair out of the opera, as merry as a lark. I opened the door of our salon. There was lights already in the room, an empty champagne bottle rolling on the floor, another on the table, near which the sofa was drawn, and on it lay a stout old gentleman, smoking cigars as if he'd been in an tap room. Ducias, who abominates cigars, as I've already shown, burst into a furious rage against the gentleman, whom he could hardly see for the smoke, and, with a number of oaths quite unnecessary to repeat, asked him what business he'd there. The smoking chap rose, and, laying down his cigar, began a roar of laughing, and said, "What? Algy, my boy, don't you know me?" The reader may perhaps recollect a very affecting letter which was published in the last chapter of these memoirs, in which the writer requested a loan of £500 from Mr. Algernon Ducias, and which bore the respected signature of the Earl of Crabs, Mr. Ducias's own father. It was that distinguished aristocrat who was now smoking and laughing in our room. My Lord Crabs was, as I presumed, about 60 years old. A stout, burly, red-faced, bald-headed nobleman, whose nose seemed blushing at what his mouth was continually swallowing, whose hand, perhaps, trembled a little, and whose thigh and leg was not quite so full or as steady as they had been in former days. But he was a respectable, fine-looking old nobleman, and though it must be confessed, a half-drunk when we first made our appearance in the salon, yet by no means more so than a real nobleman ought to be. "What, Algy, my boy," shouts out his lordship, advancing and seizing master by the hand, "don't you know your own father?" Master seemed anything but over-happy. "My lord," says he, looking very pale, and speaking rather slow, "I didn't, I confess, the unexpected pleasure of seeing you in Paris. The fact is, sir," said he, recovering himself a little, "the fact is, there was such a confounded smoke of tobacco in the room, that I really could not see who the stranger was who had paid me such an unexpected visit. A bad habit, Algernon, a bad habit," said my lord, lighting another cigar, "a disgusting and filthy practice, which you, my dear child, will do well to avoid. It is at best, dear Algernon, but a nasty, idle pastime, unfitting a man as well for mental exertion as for respectable society, sacrificing, at once, the vigor of the intellect and the graces of the person. By the by, what infernal bad tobacco they have, too, in this hotel. Could not you send your servant to get me a few cigars at the Café de Paris? Give him a 5-franc piece, and let him go at once. that's a good fellow." Here his lordship hiccuped, and drank off a fresh tumbler of champagne. Very sulkily, master drew out the coin, and sent me on the errand. Knowing the Café de Paris to be shut at that hour, I didn't say a word, but quietly established myself in the anteroom, where, as it happened by a singular coincidence, I could hear every word of the conversation between this excellent pair of relatives. "Help yourself, and get another bottle," says my lord, after a solemn pause. My poor master, the king of all other companies in which he moved, seemed here but to play second fiddle, and went to the cupboard, from which his father had already extracted 2 bottles of his prime celery. He put it down before his father, coughed, spit, opened the windows, stirred the fire, yawned, clapped his hand to his forehead, and certainly seemed as uneasy as a gentleman could be. But it was of no use, the old one would not bug. "Help yourself," says he again, "and pass me the bottle." "You are very good, father," says master, "but really, I neither drink nor smoke." "Right, my boy, quite right. Talk about a good conscience in this life, a good stomach is everything. No bad nights, no headaches, eh? Quite cool and collected for your law studies in the morning, eh?" And the old nobleman here grinned, in a manner which would have done credit to Mr. Grimaldi. Master sate pale and wincing, as I've seen a poor soldier under the cat. He didn't answer a word. His excellent pa went on, warming as he continued to speak, and drinking a fresh glass at every full stop. "How you must improve, with such talents and such principles. Why, Algernon, all London talks of your industry and perseverance. You're not merely a philosopher, man, hang it. You've got the philosopher's stone. Fine rooms, fine horses, champagne, and all for 200 a year." "I presume, sir," says my master, "that you mean the 200 a year which you pay me." "The very sum, my boy, the very sum," cries my lord, laughing as if he would die. "Why, that's the wonder. I never pay the 200 a year, and you keep all this state up upon nothing. Give me your secret, O you young Trismegistus. Tell your old father how such wonders can be worked, and I will, yes, then, upon my word, I will, pay you your 200 a year." "Enfin, my lord," says Mr. Ducias, starting up, and losing all patience, "will you have the goodness to tell me what this visit means? You leave me to starve, for all you care, and you grow mighty facetious because I earn my bread. You find me in prosperity, and, precisely, my boy, precisely. Keep your temper, and pass that bottle. I find you in prosperity, and a young gentleman of your genius and acquirements asks me why I seek your society. Oh, Algernon! Algernon! This is not worthy of such a profound philosopher. Why do I seek you? Why, because you are in prosperity, O my son. Else, why the devil should I bother myself about you? Did I, your poor mother, or your family, ever get from you a single affectionate feeling? Did we, or any other of your friends or intimates, ever know you to be guilty of a single honest or generous action? Did we ever pretend any love for you, or you for us? Algernon Ducias, you don't want a father to tell you that you are a swindler and a spendthrift. I have paid thousands for the debts of yourself and your brothers, and, if you pay nobody else, I am determined you shall repay me. You would not do it by fair means, when I wrote to you and asked you for a loan of money. I knew you would not. Had I written again to warn you of my coming, you would have given me the slip, and so I came, uninvited, to force you to repay me. That's why I am here, Mr. Algernon, and so help yourself and pass the bottle. After this speech, the old gentleman sunk down on the sofa, and puffed as much smoke out of his mouth as if he'd been the chimney of a steam engine. I was pleased, I confess, with the shorn, and liked to see this venerable and virtuous old man knocking his son about the head, just as Ducias had done with Mr. Richard Blewett, as I've before shown. Master's face was, first, red hot, next, chalk white, and then sky blue. He looked, for all the world, like Mr. Tippy Cook in the tragedy of Frankenstein. At last, he managed to speak. "My lord," says he, "I expected when I saw you that some such scheme was on foot. Swindler and spendthrift as I am, at least it is but a family failing, and I am indebted for my virtues to my father's precious example. Your lordship has, I perceive, added drunkenness to the list of your accomplishments, and, I suppose, under the influence of that gentlemanly excitement, has come to make these preposterous propositions to me. When you are sober, you will, perhaps, be wise enough to know, that, fool as I may be, I am not such a fool as you think me, and that if I have got money, I intend to keep it, every farthing of it, though you were to be 10 times as drunk, and 10 times as threatening as you are now." "Well, well, my boy," said Lord Crabs, who seemed to have been half asleep during his son's oratium, and received all his sneers and sarcasms with the most complete good humor. "Well, well, if you will resist, tant pis pour toi. I've no desire to ruin you, recollect, and am not in the slightest degree angry, but I must and will have £1,000. You had better give me the money at once, it will cost you more if you don't." "Sir," says Mr. Ducias, "I will be equally candid. I would not give you a farthing to save you from." Here I thought proper to open the door, and, touching my hat, said, "I have been to the Café de Paris, my lord, but the house is shut." "Bon, there's a good lad, you may keep the 5 francs. And now, get me a candle and show me downstairs." But my master seized the wax taper. "Pardon me, my lord," says he. "What, a servant do it, when your son is in the room?" "Ah, par exemple, my dear father," said he, laughing, "you think there is no politeness left among us." And he led the way out. "Good night, my dear boy," said Lord Crabs. "God bless you, sir," says he. "Are you wrapped warm? Mind the step." And so this affectionate pair parted. Chapter 3. Maneuvering. Master rose the next morning with a dismal countenance. He seemed to think that his PA's visit boded him no good. I heard him muttering at his breakfast, and fumbling among his £100 notes. Once he had laid a parcel of them aside, I knew what he meant, to send them to his father. But no, says he at last, clutching them all up together again, and throwing them into his escritoire, what harm can he do me? If he is a knave, I know another who's full as sharp. Let's see if we cannot beat him at his own weapons. With that Mr. Ducias dressed himself in his best clothes, and marched off to the Place Vendôme, to pay his court to the fair widow and the interesting orphan. It was about 10 o'clock, and he proposed to the ladies, on seeing them, a number of plans for the day's recreation. Riding in the Body Boulogne, going to the Tuileries to see King Louis XVIII, who was then the reigning sovereign of the French crown, go to chapel, and, finally, a dinner at 5 o'clock at the Café de Paris, whence they were all to adjourn, to see a new piece at the theatre of the Pot Saint Martin, called Susanna and the Elders. The gals agreed to everything, except the two last prepositions. We have an engagement, my dear Mr. Algernon, said my lady. Look, a very kind letter from Lady Bobtail. And she handed over a perfumed note from that exalted lady. It ran thus: FBG. St. Honor, Thursday, the 15th of February, 1817. My dear Lady Griffin, it is an age since we met. Harassing public duties occupy so much myself and Lord Bobtail, that we have scarce time to see our private friends, among whom, I hope, my dear Lady Griffin will allow me to rank her. Will you excuse so unceremonious an invitation, and dine with us at the embassy today? We shall be en petite comite, and shall have the pleasure of hearing, I hope, some of your charming daughters singing in the evening. I ought, perhaps, to have addressed a separate note to dear Miss Griffin, but I hope she will pardon a poor diplomate, who has so many letters to write, you know. Farewell till 7, when I positively must see you both. Ever, dearest Lady Griffin, your affectionate Eliza Bobtail. Such a letter from the ambassadress, brought by the ambassador's chasseur, and sealed with his seal of arms, would affect anybody in the middling ranks of life. It drove Lady Griffin mad with delight, and, long before my master's arrival, she'd sent Mortimer and Fisclarence, her two footmen, along with a polite reply in the affirmative. Master read the note with no such feelings of joy. He felt that there was something going on behind the scenes, and, though he could not tell how, was sure that some danger was near him. That old fox of a father of his had begun his emanations pretty early. Ducias handed back the letter, sneered, and poohed, and hinted that such an invitation was an insult at best, what he called a peace ally, and, the ladies might depend upon it, was only sent because Lady Bobtail wanted to fill up 2 spare places at her table. But Lady Griffin and Miss would not have his insinuations. They knew too few lords ever to refuse an invitation from any one of them. Go they would, and poor Ducias must dine alone. After they had been on their ride, and had had their other amusements, master came back with them, chatted, and laughed. He was mighty sarcastic with my lady, tender and sentimental with miss, and left them both in high spirits to perform their toilette, before dinner. As I came to the door, for I was as familiar as a servant of the house, as I came into the drawing-room to announce his cab, I saw master very quietly taking his pocket-book, or pot-fool, as the French call it, and thrusting it under one of the cushions of the sofa. "What game is this?" thinks I. Why, this was the game. In about 2 hours, when he knew the ladies were gone, he pretends to be vastly anxious about the loss of his portfolio, and back he goes to Lady Griffin's to seek for it there. "Pray," says he, on going in, "ask Miss Kixie if I may see her for a single moment." And down comes Miss Kixie, quite smiling, and happy to see him. "Law, Mr. Ducias," says she, trying to blush as hard as ever she could, "you quite surprise me. I don't know whether I ought, really, being alone, to admit a gentleman." "Nay, don't say so, dear Miss Kixie, for do you know, I came here for a double purpose, to ask about a pocket-book which I have lost, and may, perhaps, have left here, and then, to ask you if you will have the great goodness to pity a solitary bachelor, and give him a cup of your nice tea." Nice tea! I thought I should have split, for I'm blessed if master had eaten a morsel of dinner. Never mind, down to tea they sat. "Do you take cream and sugar, dear sir?" says poor Kixie, with a voice as tender as a tootle duff. "Both, dearest Miss Kixie," answers master, who stowed in a power of sachong and muffins which would have done honor to a washerwoman. I shan't describe the conversation that took place betwixt master and this young lady. The reader, perhaps, knows why Ducias took the trouble to talk to her for an hour, and to swallow all her tea. He wanted to find out from her all she knew about the family money matters, and settle at once which of the two Griffinses he should marry. The poor thing, of course, was no match for such a man as my master. In a quarter of an hour, he had, if I may use the expression, turned her inside out. He knew everything that she knew, and that, poor creature, was very little. There was 9,000 a year, she had heard say, in money, in houses, in banks in India, and what not. Both the ladies signed papers for selling or buying, and the money seemed equally divided betwixt them. 9,000 a year. Ducias went away, his chi tingling, his heart beating. He, without a penny, could next morning, if he liked, be master of 5,000 per annum. Yes. But how? Which had the money, the mother or the daughter? All the tea drinking had not taught him this piece of knowledge, and Ducias thought it a pity that he could not marry both. The ladies came back at night, mightily pleased with their reception at the ambassador's, and, stepping out of their carriage, bid coachman drive on with a gentleman who had handed them out, a stout old gentleman, who shook hands most tenderly at parting, and promised to call often upon my Lady Griffin. He was so polite, that he wanted to mount the stairs with her ladyship, but no, she would not suffer it. Edward, says she to the coachman, quite loud, and pleased that all the people in the hotel should hear her, you will take the carriage, and drive his lordship home. Now, can you guess who his lordship was? The Right Honourable the Earl of Crabs, to be sure, the very old gentleman whom I had seen on such charming terms with his son the day before. Master knew this the next day, and began to think he had been a fool to deny his pa the £1,000. Now, though the circumstances of the dinner at the ambassador's only came to my ears some time after, I may as well relate 'em here, word for word, as they was told me by the very gentleman who waited behind Lord Crabs's chair. There was only a petty committee at dinner, as Lady Bobtail said, and my Lord Crabs was placed betwixt the two Griffinses, being mighty elegant and polite to both. Allow me, says he to Lady G, between the soup and the fish, my dear madam, to thank you, fervently thank you for your goodness to my poor boy. Your ladyship is too young to experience, but, I am sure, far too tender not to understand the gratitude which must fill a fond parent's heart for kindness shown to his child. Believe me, says my lord, looking her full and tenderly in the face, that the favours you have done to another have been done equally to myself, and awaken in my bosom the same grateful and affectionate feelings with which you have already inspired my son Algernon. Lady Griffin blushed, and drooped her head till her ringlets fell into her fish plate, and she swallowed Lord Crabs's flummery just as she would so many mushrooms. My lord, whose powers of slack-jaw was notorious, next addressed another speech to Miss Griffin. He said he'd heard how Ducius was situated. Miss blushed. What a happy dog he was. Miss blushed crimson, and then he sighed deeply, and began eating his turbot and lobster sos. Master was a good UN at flummery, but, law bless you, he was no more equal to the old man than a molehill is to a mountain. Before the night was over, he had made as much progress as another man would in a year. One almost forgot his red nose and his big stomach, and his wicked leering eyes, in his gentle insinuating voice, his fond of anecdotes, and, above all, the beatific, moral, religious, and honourable tone of his general conservation. Perhaps you will say that these ladies were, for such rich people, mightily captivated, but recollect, my dear sir, that they were fresh from India, that they'd not shorn many lords, that they adored the peerage, as every honest woman does in England who has proper feelings, and has read the fashionable novels, and that here at Paris was their first step into fashionable society. Well, after dinner, while Miss Matilda was singing Di Tanti or Dip Your Chair or some of them celebrated Italian airs, when she began this squall, hang me if she'd ever stop, my lord gets hold of Lady Griffin again, and gaily begins to talk to her in a very different strain. What a blessing it is for us all, says he, that Algernon has found a friend so respectable as your ladyship. Indeed, my lord, and why? I suppose I am not the only respectable friend that Mr. Ducius has. No, surely, not the only one he has had, his birth, and, permit me to say, his relationship to myself, have procured him many. But, here my lord heaved a very affecting and large sigh. But what, says my lady, laughing at the expression of his dismal face. You don't mean that Mr. Ducias has lost them or is unworthy of them? I trust not, my dear madam, I trust not, but he is wild, thoughtless, extravagant, and embarrassed, and you know a man under these circumstances is not very particular as to his associates. Embarrassed. Good heavens! He says he has 2,000 a year left him by a godmother, and he does not seem even to spend his income, a very handsome independence, too, for a bachelor. My lord nodded his head sadly, and said, "Will your ladyship give me your word of honor to be secret? My son has but 1,000 a year, which I allow him, and is heavily in debt. He has played, madam, I fear, and for this reason I am so glad to hear that he is in a respectable domestic circle, where he may learn, in the presence of far greater and purer attractions, to forget the dice box, and the low company which has been his bane." My Lady Griffin looked very grave indeed. Was it true? Was Ducias sincere in his professions of love, or was he only a sharper wooing her for her money? Could she doubt her informer? His own father, and, what's more, a real flesh and blood peer of Parliament. She determined she would try him. Perhaps she did not know she had liked Ducias so much, until she came to feel how much she should hate him if she found he'd been playing her false. The evening was over, and back they came, as we've seen, my lord driving home in my lady's carriage, her ladyship and miss walking upstairs to their own apartments. Here, for a wonder, was poor Miss Kixie quite happy and smiling, and evidently full of a secret, something mighty pleasant, to judge from her looks. She did not long keep it. As she was making tea for the ladies, for in that house they took a cup regular before bedtime, "Well, my lady," says she, "who do you think has been to drink tea with me?" Poor thing, a friendly face was an event in her life, a tea party quite a hero. "Why, perhaps, Lannoy my maid," says my lady, looking grave. "I wish, Miss Kixie, you would not demean yourself by mixing with my domestics. Recollect, madam, that you are sister to Lady Griffin." "No, my lady, it was not Lannoy, it was a gentleman, and a handsome gentleman, too." "Oh, it was Monsieur de Elorge, then," says Miss, "he promised to bring me some guitar strings." "No, nor yet M. de Elorge. He came, but was not so polite as to ask for me." "What do you think of your own beau, the Honourable Mr. Algernon Ducias?" And, so saying, poor Kixie clapped her hands together, and looked as joyful as if she'd come into a fortin. "Mr. Ducias here, and why, pray?" says my lady, who recollected all that his excellent pa had been saying to her. "Why, in the first place, he had left his pocket-book, and in the second, he wanted, he said, a dish of my nice tea, which he took, and stayed with me an hour, or more." "And pray, Miss Kixie," said Miss Matilda, quite contemptuously, what may have been the subject of your conversation with Mr. Algernon? Did you talk politics, or music, or fine arts, or metaphysics? Miss M, being what was called a blue, as most hump-backed women in society are, always made a point to speak on these grand subjects. No, indeed, he talked of no such awful matters. If he had, you know, Matilda, I should never have understood him. First we talked about the weather, next about muffins and crumpets. Crumpets, he said, he liked best, and then we talked, here Miss Kicks's voice fell, about poor dear Sir George in heaven, what a good husband he was, and what a good fortune he left, Miss Kicksy, says my lady, with a hard, sneering voice, and a diabolical grin. Yes, dear Leonora, he spoke so respectfully of your blessed husband, and seemed so anxious about you and Matilda, it was quite charming to hear him, dear man. And pray, Miss Kicksy, what did you tell him? Oh, I told him that you and Leonora had 9,000 a year, and, what then? Why, nothing, that is all I know. I am sure I wish I had 90, says poor Kicksy, her eyes turning to heaven. 90 fiddlesticks. Did not Mr. Ducias ask how the money was left, and to which of us? Yes, but I could not tell him. I knew it, says my lady, slapping down her teacup, I knew it. Well, says Miss Matilda, and why not, Lady Griffin? There is no reason you should break your teacup, because Algernon asks a harmless question. He is not mercenary, he is all candor, innocence, generosity. He is himself blessed with a sufficient portion of the world's goods to be content, and often has he told me he hoped the woman of his choice might come to him without a penny, that he might show the purity of his affection. I've no doubt, says my lady. Perhaps the lady of his choice is Miss Matilda Griffin, and she flung out of the room, slamming the door, and leaving Miss Matilda to burst into tears, as was her regular custom, and pour her loves and woes into the bosom of Miss Kicksy. Chapter 4. Hitting the nail on the head. The next morning, down came me and master to Lady Griffin's. I amusing myself with the gals in the anteroom, he paying his devours to the ladies in the salon. Miss was thrumming on her guitar, my lady was before a great box of papers, busy with accounts, bankers' books, lawyers' letters, and what not. Law bless us! It's a kind of business I should like well enough, especially when my annual account was 7,000 or 8,000 on the right side, like my lady's. My lady in this house kept all these matters to herself. Miss was a vast deal too sentimental to mind business. Miss Matilda's eyes sparkled as master came in. She pointed gracefully to a place on the sofa beside her, which Ducias took. My lady only looked up for a moment, smiled very kindly, and down went her head among the papers again, as busy as A.B. Lady Griffin has had letters from London, says Miss, from nasty lawyers and people. Come here and sit by me, you naughty man you. And down sat master. Willingly, says he, my dear Miss Griffin, why, I declare, it is quits a tete-a-tete. Well, says Miss, after the preliminary preliminaries, in course, we met a friend of yours at the embassy, Mr. Ducias. My father, doubtless, he is a great friend of the ambassador, and surprised me myself by a visit the night before last. What a dear delightful old man, how he loves you, Mr. Ducias. Oh, amazingly, says master, throwing his eyes to heaven. He spoke of nothing but you, and such praises of you. Master breathed more freely. He is very good, my dear father, but blind, as all fathers are. He is so partial and attached to me. He spoke of you being his favorite child, and regretted that you were not his eldest son. I can but leave him the small portion of a younger brother, he said, but never mind, he has talents, a noble name, and an independence of his own. An independence, yes, oh yes, I am quite independent of my father. £2,000 a year left you by your godmother, the very same you told us you know. Neither more nor less, says master, bobbing his head, a sufficiency, my dear Miss Griffin, to a man of my moderate habits and ample provision. By the by, cries out Lady Griffin, interrupting the conversation, you who are talking about money matters there, I wish you would come to the aid of poor me. Come, naughty boy, and help me out with this long sum. Didn't he go, that's all. My eye, how his eyes shone, as he skipped across the room, and seated himself by my lady. Look, said she, my agents write me over that they have received a remittance of 7,200 rupees, at 2s9d a rupee. Do tell me what the sum is, in pounds and shillings, which master did with great gravity. £990. Good, I dare say you are right. I'm sure I can't go through the fatigue to see. And now comes another question. Whose money is this, mine or Matilda's? You see, it is the interest of a sum in India, which we have not had occasion to touch, and, according to the terms of poor Sir George's will, I really don't know how to dispose of the money except to spend it. Matilda, what shall we do with it? I wish you would arrange the business yourself. Well, then, Algernon, you tell me, and she laid her hand on his and looked him most pathetically in the face. Why, says he, I don't know how Sir George left his money, you must let me see his will, first. Oh, willingly. Master's chair seemed suddenly to have got springs in the cushions, he was obliged to hold himself down. Look here, I have only a copy, taken by my hand from Sir George's own manuscript. Soldiers, you know, do not employ lawyers much, and this was written on the night before going into action. And she read, I, George Griffin and C, you know how these things begin, being now of sane mind, leave to my friends, Thomas Abraham Hicks, a colonel in the HEI Company's service, and to John Monroe Mackinecroft, of the House of Huffle, Mackinecroft, and Dobbs, at Calcutta, the whole of my property, to be realized as speedily as they may, consistently with the interests of the property, in trust for my wife, Leonora Amelia Griffin, born L.E. Kixey, and my only legitimate child, Matilda Griffin. The interest resulting from such property to be paid to them, share and share alike, the principal to remain untouched, in the names of the said Tia Hicks and J. M. Mackinecroft, until the death of my wife, Leonora Amelia Griffin, when it shall be paid to my daughter, Matilda Griffin, her heirs, executors, or assigns. There, said my lady, we won't read any more, all the rest is stuff. But now you know the whole business, tell us what is to be done with the money. Why, the money, unquestionably, should be divided between you. Tant mieux, say I really thought it had been all Matilda's. There was a pause for a minute or two after the will had been read. Master left the desk at which he had been seated with her ladyship, paced up and down the room for a while, and then came round to the place where Miss Matilda was seated. At last he said, in a low, trembling voice, I am almost sorry, my dear Lady Griffin, that you have read that will to me, for an attachment such as mine must seem, I fear, mercenary, when the object of it is so greatly favoured by worldly fortune. Miss Griffin, Matilda. I know I may say the word, your dear eyes grant me the permission. I need not tell you, or you, dear mother-in-law, how long, how fondly, I have adored you. My tender, my beautiful Matilda, I will not affect to say I have not read your heart ere this, and that I have not known the preference with which you have honoured me. Speak it, dear girl. From your own sweet lips, in the presence of an affectionate parent, utter the sentence which is to seal my happiness for life. Matilda, dearest Matilda. Say, oh say, that you love me. Miss M shivered, turned pale, rolled her eyes about, and fell on Master's neck, whispering audibly, I do. My lady looked at the pair for a moment with her teeth grinding, her eyes glaring, her bosom throbbing, and her face chalk white, for all the world like Madame Pasty, in the opera of My Dear, when she's going to murder her children, you recollect, and out she flounced from the room, without a word, knocking down poor me, who happened to be very near the door, and leaving my master along with his crook-back mistress. I've repotted the speech he made to her pretty well. The fact is, I got it in a rough copy, only on the copy it's wrote, Lady Griffin, Leonora, instead of Miss Griffin, Matilda as in the above, and so on. Master had hit the right nail on the head this time, he thought, but his adventus ain't over yet. Chapter V. The Griffin's Clause. Well, Master had hit the right nail on the head this time, thanks to luck, the crooked one, to be sure, but then it had the Gould knob, which was the part Ducius most valued, as well he should, being a connoisseur as to the relative value of precious metals, and much preferring virgin Gould like this to poor old battered iron like my Lady Griffin. And so, in spite of his father, at which old nobleman Mr. Ducius now snapped his fingers, in spite of his debts, which, to do him justice, had never stood much in his way, and in spite of his poverty, idleness, extravagance, swindling, and debaucheries of all kinds, which ain't generally very favourable to a young man who has to make his way in the world, in spite of all, there he was, I say, at the top of the trayer, the future master of a perfect fortune, the defienced husband of a fool of a wife. What can mortal man want more? Visions of ambition now occupied his soul. Shooting boxes, opera boxes, money boxes always full, hunters at Melton, a seat in the House of Commons, heaven knows what. And not a poor footman, who only describes what he's seen, and can't, in cause, penetrate into the ideas and the bosoms of men. You may be sure that the three-cornered notes came pretty thick now from the Griffinses. Miss was always a-writing them before, and now, night, noon, and morning, breakfast, dinner, and supper, in they came, till my pantry, for master never read 'em, and I carried 'em out, was perfectly intolerable from the odour of musk, ambergris, bergamot, and other scents with which they were impregnated. Here's the contents of 3 on 'em, which I've kept in my decks these 20 years as curiosities. 4. I can smell 'em at this very minute, as I am copying them down. Billy do. No, I Monday morning, 2 o'clock. 'Tis the witching hour of night. Luna illumines my chamber, and falls upon my sleepless pillow. By her light I am inditing these words to thee, my Algernon. My brave and beautiful, my soul's lord. When shall the time come when the tedious night shall not separate us, nor the blessed day? 12. 1. 2. I have heard the bells chime, and the quarters, and never cease to think of my husband. My adored Percy, pardon the girlish confession, I have kissed the letter at this place. Will thy lips press it too, and remain for a moment on the spot which has been equally saluted by your Matilda? This was the first letter, and was brought to our house by one of the poor footmen, Fitz Clarence, at 6 o'clock in the morning. I thought it was for life and death, and woke master at that extraordinary hour, and gave it to him. I shall never forget him. When he read it, he cramped it up, and he cussed and swore, applying to the lady who wrote, the gentleman that brought it, and me who introduced it to his notice, such a collection of epitaphs as I seldom heard, except at Billingsgate. The fact is this, for a first letter, Mrs. Note was rather too strong and sentimental. But that was her way. She was always reading melancholy story books, the Dews of Wars or the Sorrows of Mackworter and such like. After about 6 of them, master never used to read them, but handed them over to me, to see if there was anything in them which must be answered, in order to keep up appearances. The next letter is number 2. Beloved, to what strange madnesses will passion lead one? Lady Griffin, since your avowal yesterday, has not spoken a word to your poor Matilda, has declared that she will admit no one, hi-ho, not even you, my Algernon, and has locked herself in her own dressing-room. I do believe that she is jealous, and fancies that you were in love with her. Ha, ha. I could have told her another tale, enest ce pas. Adieu, adieu, adieu. 1,000,000 million kisses. MG Monday afternoon, 2 o'clock. There was another letter came before bedtime, for though me and master called at the Griffinses, we weren't allowed to enter at no price. Mortimer and Fisclarence grinned at me, as much as to say we were going to be relations, but I don't suppose Master was very sorry when he was obliged to come back without seeing the fair object of his affections. Well, on Tuesday there was the same game, ditto on Wednesday, only, when we called there, who should we see but our father, Lord Crabs, who was waving his hand to Miss Kixie, and saying he should be back to dinner at 7, just as me and Master came up the stairs. There was no admittance for us though. Bah, never mind, says my lord, taking his son affectionately by the hand. What, 2 strings to your bow, eh, Algernon? The dowager a little jealous, miss a little lovesick. But my lady's fit of anger will vanish, and I promise you, my boy, that you shall see your fair one tomorrow. And so saying, my lord walked Master downstairs, looking at him as tender and affectionate, and speaking to him as sweet as Poe's Bill. Master did not know what to think of it. He never knew what game his old father was at, only he somehow felt that he had got his head in a net, in spite of his success on Sunday. I knew it quite well, as soon as I saw the old gentleman examine him by a kind of smile which came over his old face, and was something betwixt the angelic and the diabolical. But Master's doubts were cleared up next day and everything was bright again. At breakfast, in comes a note with enclosure, both of which I here copy, number 9. Thursday morning. Victoria. Mamma has yielded at last, not her consent to our union, but her consent to receive you as before, and has promised to forget the past. Silly woman, how could she ever think of you as anything but the lover of your Matilda? I am in a whirl of delicious joy and passionate excitement. I have been awake all this long night, thinking of thee, my Algernon, and longing for the blissful hour of meeting. Come. M.G. This is the enclosure from my lady. I will not tell you that your behavior on Sunday did not deeply shock me. I had been foolish enough to think of other plans, and to fancy your heart, if you had any, was fixed elsewhere than on one at whose foibles you have often laughed with me, and whose person at least cannot have charmed you. My stepdaughter will not, I presume, marry without at least going through the ceremony of asking my consent. I cannot, as yet, give it. Have I not reason to doubt whether she will be happy in trusting herself to you? But she is of age, and has the right to receive in her own house all those who may be agreeable to her, certainly you, who are likely to be one day so nearly connected with her. If I have honest reason to believe that your love for Miss Griffin is sincere, if I find in a few months that you yourself are still desirous to marry her, I can, of course, place no further obstacles in your way. You are welcome, then, to return to our hotel. I cannot promise to receive you as I did of old, you would despise me if I did. I can promise, however, to think no more of all that has passed between us, and yield up my own happiness for that of the daughter of my dear husband. Leg. Well, now, auntie, this a manly, straightforward letter enough, and natural from a woman whom we had, to confess the truth, treated most scurvily. Master thought so, and went and made a tender, respectful speech to Lady Griffin. A little flummery costs nothing. Grave and sorrowful he kissed her hand, and, speaking in a very low agitated voice, called heaven to witness how he deplored that his conduct should ever have given rise to such an unfortunate idea, but if he might offer her esteem, respect, the warmest and tenderest admiration, he trusted she would accept the same, and a deal more flummery of the kind, with dark, solemn glancy of the eyes, and plenty of white pocket handkercher. He thought he'd make all safe. Poor fool! He was in a net, sick a net as I never yet see set to catch a rogue in. Chapter 6. The Duel. The Chevalier de Elorge, the young Frenchman whom I wrote of in my last, who had been rather shy of his visits while Master was coming it so very strong, now came back to his old place by the side of Lady Griffin. There was no love now, though, betwixt him and Master, although the Chevalier had got his lady back again, Ducias being completely devoted to his crooked Venus. The Chevalier was a little, pale, modest, insignificant creature, and I shouldn't he have thought, from his appearance, would have the heart to do harm to a flea, much less to stand before such a tremendous tiger and fire-eater as my master. But I see pretty well, after a week, from his manner of going on, of speaking at Master, and looking at him, and holding his lips tight when Ducias came into the room, and glaring at him with his eyes, that he hated the Honourable Algernon Percy. Shall I tell you why? Because my Lady Griffin hated him worse than Pison, or the devil, or even worse than her daughter-in-law. Perhaps you fancy that the letter you have just read was honest. Perhaps you imagine that the shorn of the reading of the will came on by mere chance, and in the regular course of circumstances. It was all a game, I tell you, a regular trap, and that extraordinary clever young man, my master, as neatly put his foot into it, as ever a poacher did in pheasant preserve. The Chevalier had his cue from Lady Griffin. When Ducias went off the field, back came de Elorge to her feet, not a whit less tender than before. Poor fellow, poor fellow! He really loved this woman. He might as well have fallen in love with a boa constructor. He was so blinded and beat by the power which she had got over him, that if she told him black was white he'd believe it, or if she ordered him to commit murder, he'd do it. She wanted something very like it, I can tell you. I've already said how, in the first part of their acquaintance, Master used to laugh at de Elorge's bad English, and funny ways. The little creature had 1,000 of these, and being small, and a Frenchman, Master, in course, looked on him with that good-humoured kind of contempt which a good Brit not always to show. He rather treated him like an intelligent monkey than a man, and ordered him about as if he'd been my lady's footman. All this Monsieur took in very good part, until after the quarrel betwixt Master and Lady Griffin, when that lady took care to turn the tables. Whenever Master and Miss were not present, as I've heard the servants say, she used to laugh at Chevalier for his obedience and civility to Master. For her part, She wondered how a man of his birth could act a servant, how any man could submit to such contemptuous behavior from another, and then she told him how Ducias was always sneering at him behind his back, how, in fact, he ought to hate him cordially, and how it was certainly time to show his spirit. Well, the poor little man believed all this from his heart, and was angry or pleased, gentle or quarrelsome, exactly as my lady liked. There got to be frequent rows betwixt him and master, sharp words flung at each other across the dinner table, disputes about handing ladies their smelling bottles, or seeing them to their carriage, or going in and out of a room first, or any such nonsense. For heaven's sake, I heard my lady, in the middle of one of these tiffs, say, pale, and the tears trembling in her eyes, Do be calm, Mr. Ducias. Monsieur de Lorge, I beseech you to forgive him. You are, both of you, so esteemed, loved by members of this family, that for its peace as well as your own, you should forbear to quarrel. It was on the way to the Sally Mangy that this wrangling had begun, and it ended just as they were seating themselves. I shall never forget poor little de Lorge's eyes, when my lady said both of you. He stared at my lady for a moment, turned pale, red, looked wild, and then, going round to master, shook his hand as if he would have wrung it off. Mr. Ducias only bowed and grinned, and turned away quite stately. Miss heaved a loud oath from her bosom, and looked up in his face with an expression just as if she could have eat him up with love, and the little Chevalier sate down to his soup plate, and was so happy, that I'm blessed if he wasn't crying. He thought the widow had made her declaration, and would have him, and so thought Ducias, who looked at her for some time mighty bitter and contemptuous, and then fell a-talking with Miss. Now, though master didn't choose to marry Lady Griffin, as he might have done, he yet thought fit to be very angry at the notion of her marrying anybody else, and so, consequently, was in a fury at this confession which she had made regarding her partiality for the French chevalier. And this I've perceived in the course of my experience through life, that when you vex him, a rogue's no longer a rogue, you find him out at onst when he's in a passion, for he shows, as it were, his cloven foot the very instant you tread on it. At least, this is what young rogues do. It requires very cool blood and long practice to get over this point, and not to show your passion when you feel it and snarl when you are angry. Old Crabs wouldn't do it, being like another nobleman, of whom I heard the Duke of Wellington say, while waiting behind his Grace's chair, that if you were kicking him from behind, no one standing before him would know it, from the beautiful smiling expression of his face. Young master hadn't got so far in the thief's grammar, and, when he was angry, showed it. And it's also to be remarked, a very profound observation for a footman, but we have eyes though we do wear plush breeches. It's to be remarked, I say, that one of these chaps is much sooner made angry than another, because honest men yield to other people, rogues never do. Honest men love other people, rogues only themselves, and the slightest thing which comes in the way of the beloved objects sets them furious. Master hadn't led a life of gambling, swindling, and every kind of debauch to be good-tempered at the end of it, I promise you. He was in a passion, and when he was in a passion, a more insolent, insufferable, overbearing brute didn't live. This was the very point to which my lady wished to bring him, for I must tell you, that though she had been trying all her might to set master and the Chevalier by the ears, she had succeeded only so far as to make them hate each profoundly, but somehow or other, the two cocks wouldn't fight. I don't think Ducias ever suspected any game on the part of her ladyship, for she carried it on so admirably, that the quarrels which daily took place betwixt him and the Frenchman never seemed to come from her. On the contrary, she acted as the regular peacemaker between them, as I've just shown in the tiff which took place at the door of the Sally Mangy. Besides, the two young men, though ready enough to snarl, were naturally unwilling to come to blows. I'll tell you why. Being friends, and idle, they spent their mornings as young fashionables generally do, at billiards, fencing, riding, pistol shooting, or some such improving study. In billiards, master beat the Frenchman hollow, and had won a pretty sight of money from him, but that's neither here nor there, or, as the French say, entre nous. At pistol shooting, master could knock down 8 images out of 10, and de l'autre 7, and in fencing, the Frenchman could pink the Honourable Algernon down every one of his waistcoat buttons. They'd each of them been out more than once, for every Frenchman will fight, and master had been obliged to do so in the course of his business, and knowing each other's courage, as well as the fact that either could put 100 balls running into a hat at 30 yards, they weren't very willing to try such experiments upon their own hats with their own heads in them. So you see they kept quiet, and only growled at each other. But today Ducias was in one of his thundering black humours, and when in this way he wouldn't stop for man or devil. I said that he walked away from the Chevalier, who had given him his hand in his sudden burst of joyful good humour, and who, I do believe, would have whooped a she-bear, so very happy was he. Master walked away from him pale and haughty, and, taking his seat at table, no more minded the blandishments of Miss Griffin, but only replied to them with a pshaw, or a damn at one of us servants, or abuse of the soup, or the wine, cussing and swearing like a trooper, and not like a well-bred son of a noble British peer. Will your ladyship, says he, slivering off the wing of a pulley à la Bachamal, allow me to help you? I thank you, no, but I will trouble Monsieur de Lorge. And towards that gentleman she turned, with a most tender and fascinating smile. Your ladyship has taken a very sudden admiration for Mr. de Lorge's carving. You used to like mine once. You are very skillful, but today, if you will allow me, I will partake of something a little simpler. The Frenchman helped, and, being so happy, in course, spilled the gravy. A great blob of brown SOS spurted onto master's cheek, and meandered down his shirt collar and verging white waistcoat. Confound you, says he, M. de Lorge, you have done this on purpose. And down went his knife and fork, over went his tumbler of wine, a deal of it into poor Miss Griffin's lap, who looked frightened and ready to cry. My lady burst into a fit of laughing, peal upon peal, as if it was the best joke in the world. De Lorge giggled and grinned too. Pardon, says he, mille pardon, mon cher monsieur. Asterisk, and he looked as if he would have done it again for a penny. Asterisk, in the long dialogues, we have generally ventured to change the peculiar spelling of our friend Mr. Yellowplush. The little Frenchman was quite in ecstasis. He found himself all of a sudden at the very top of the trayer, and the laugh for once turned against his rival. He actually had the audacity to propose to my lady in English to take a glass of wine. Will you, says he, in his jargon, take a glass of ma dear vis me laddie. And he looked round, as if he'd exactly hit the English manner and pronunciation. With the greatest pleasure, says Lady G, most graciously nodding at him, and gazing at him as she drank up the wine. She'd refused master before, and this didn't increase his good humor. Well, they went on, master snarling, snapping, and swearing, making himself, I must confess, as much of a blackguard as any I ever see, and my lady employing her time betwixt him and the chevalier, doing everything to irritate master, and flatter the friend. Desert came, and by this time, Miss was stock still with fright, the chevalier half tipsy with pleasure and gratified vanity, my lady perfectly radiant with smiles, and master blue with rage. Mr. Ducias, says my lady, in a most winning voice, after a little chaffing, in which she only worked him up more and more, may I trouble you for a few of those grapes? They look delicious. For answer, master seized hold of the grape dish, and sent it sliding down the table to de Lorge, upsetting, in his way, fruit plates, glasses, decanters, and heaven knows what. Monsieur de Lorge, says he, shouting out at the top of his voice, have the goodness to help Lady Griffin. She wanted my grapes long ago, and has found out they are sour. There was a dead pause of a moment or so. Ah, says my lady, vous aussi j'aime insulter, devant mes gens, dans ma propre maison, c'est pas trop fort, monsieur. And up she got, and flung out of the room. Miss followed her, screeching out, Mamma, for God's sake, Lady Griffin, and here the door slammed on the pair. Her ladyship did very well to speak French. De Lorge would not have understood her else, as it was he heard quite enough, and as the door clicked to, in the presence of me, and Messieurs Mortimer and Fitzclarence, the family footman, he walks round to my master, and hits him a slap on the face, and says, Prenez ca, Monsieur it latch, which means, take that, you liar and coward. Rather strong expressions for one gentleman to use to another. Master staggered back and looked bewildered, and then he gave a kind of a scream, and then he made a run at the Frenchman, and then me and Mortimer flung ourselves upon him, whilst Fitzclarence embraced the chevalier. A demain, says he, clinching his little fist, and walking away, not very sorry to get off. When he was fairly downstairs, we let go of master, who swallowed a goblet of water, and then pausing a little and pull out his purse, he presented to Messieurs Mortimer and Fitzclarence a louis each. "I will give you 5 more tomorrow," says he, "if you will promise to keep this secret." And then he walked into the ladies. "If you knew," says he, going up to Lady Griffin, and speaking very slow, "in cause we were all at the keyhole, the pain I have endured in the last minute, in consequence of the rudeness and insolence of which I have been guilty to your ladyship, you would think my own remorse was punishment sufficient, and would grant me pardon." My lady bowed, and said she didn't wish for explanations. Mr. Ducias was her daughter's guest, and not hers, but she certainly would never demean herself by sitting again at table with him. And so saying out she bolted again. "Oh, Algernon! Algernon," says Miss, in tears, "what is this dreadful mystery, these fearful shocking quarrels? Tell me, has anything happened? Where is the Chevalier?" Master smiled and said, "Be under no alarm, my sweetest Matilda." De Lorge did not understand a word of the dispute, he was too much in love for that. "He is but gone away for half an hour, I believe, and will return to coffee." I knew what Master's game was, for if Miss had got a hinkling of the quarrel betwixt him and the Frenchman, we should have had her screaming at the Hotel Mirabeau and the juice and all to pay. He only stopped for a few minutes and comforted her, and then drove off to his friend, Captain Bulsey, of the Rifles, with whom, I suppose, he talked over this unpleasant business. We found, at our hotel, a note from de Lorge, saying where his second was to be seen. 2 mornings after there was a paragraph in Galignani's Messenger, which I here beg leave to transcribe. "Fearful duel. Yesterday morning, at 6 o'clock, a meeting took place, in the Bois de Boulogne, between the Honourable P.D. CECE, a younger son of the Earl of CRBS, and the Chevalier de Lo. The Chevalier was attended by Major de M. of the Royal Guard, and the Honourable Mr. D. by Captain BLLSY, of the British Rifle Corps. As far as we have been able to learn the particulars of this deplorable affair, the dispute originated in the house of a lovely lady, one of the most brilliant ornaments of our embassy, and the duel took place on the morning ensuing. The Chevalier, the challenged party, and the most accomplished amateur swordsman in Paris, waived his right of choosing the weapons, and the combat took place with pistols. The combatants were placed at 40 paces, with directions to advance to a barrier which separated them only 8 paces. Each was furnished with 2 pistols. Monsieur de Lo. fired almost immediately, and the ball took effect in the left wrist of his antagonist, who dropped the pistol which he held in that hand. He fired, however, directly with his right, and the Chevalier fell to the ground, we fear mortally wounded. A ball has entered above his hip joint, and there is very little hope that he can recover. We have heard that the cause of this desperate duel was a blow which the Chevalier ventured to give to the Honourable Mr. D. If so, there is some reason for the unusual and determined manner in which the duel was fought. Mr. D. returned to his hotel, whither his excellent father, the Right Honourable Earl of CRBS, immediately hastened on hearing of the sad news, and is now bestowing on his son the most affectionate parental attention. The news only reached his lordship yesterday at noon, while at breakfast with His Excellency Lord Bobtail, our ambassador. The noble Earl fainted on receiving the intelligence, but in spite of the shock to his own nerves and health, persisted in passing last night by the couch of his son. And so he did. "This is a sad business," Charles says my lord to me, after seeing his son, and settling himself down in our salon. "Have you any cigars in the house? And hark ye, send me up a bottle of wine and some luncheon. I can certainly not leave the neighborhood of my dear boy." Chapter 7. The Consequences. The Chevalier did not die, for the ball came out of its own accord, in the midst of a violent fever and inflammation which was brought on by the wound. He was kept in bed for 6 weeks though, and did not recover for a long time after. As for master, his lot, I'm sorry to say, was worse than that of his advisory. Inflammation came on too, and, to make an ugly story short, they were obliged to take off his hand at the wrist. He bore it, in course, like a Trojan, and in a month he too was well, and his wound healed. But I never see a man look so like a devil as he used sometimes, when he looked down at the stump. To be sure, in Miss Griffin's eyes, this only endeared him the more. She sent 20 notes a day to ask for him, calling him her beloved, her unfortunate, her hero, her victim, and I don't know what. I've kept some of the notes, as I tell you, and curiously sentimental they are, beating the sorrows of Makepeace all to nothing. Old Crabs used to come often, and consumed a power of wine and cigars at our house. I believe he was at Paris because there was an execution in his own house in England, and his son was a sure find, as they say, during his illness, and couldn't deny himself to the old gentleman. His evenings my lord spent regular at Lady Griffin's, where, as master was ill, I didn't go any more now, and where the Chevalier wasn't there to disturb him. "You see how that woman hates you, Ducias," says my lord, one day, in a fit of candor, after they had been talking about Lady Griffin. "She has not done with you yet, I tell you fairly." "Curse her," says master, in a fury, lifting up his maimed arm, "curse her, but I will be even with her one day. I am sure of Matilda, I took care to put that beyond the reach of a failure. The girl must marry me, for her own sake. For her own sake. Oh ho! Good, good." My lord lifted his eyes, and said gravely, "I understand, my dear boy, it is an excellent plan." "Well," says master, grinning fiercely and knowingly at his excellent old father, "as the girl is safe, what harm can I fear from the fiend of a stepmother?" My lord only gave a long whistle, and, soon after, taking up his hat, walked off. I saw him saunter down the Place Vendôme, and go in quite calmly to the old door of Lady Griffin's hotel. Bless his old face! Such a perfectly good-natured, kind-hearted, merry, selfish old scoundrel, I never shall see again. His lordship was quite right in saying to master that Lady Griffin hadn't done with him. No more she had. but she never would have thought of the next game she was going to play, if somebody hadn't put her up to it. Who did? If you read the above passage, and saw how a venerable old gentleman took his hat, and sauntered down the Place Vendôme, looking hard and kind at all the nursery maids, buns they call them in France, in the way, I leave you to guess who was the author of the next scheme. A woman, certainly, never would have put on it. In the fuss paper which I wrote concerning Mr. Ducias's Adventus, and his kind behaviour to Messrs. Dawkins and Blewett, I had the honour of laying before the public a schedule of my master's debts, in which was the following item: bills of exchange and I.O.US, 4,963 L0S0D. The I.O.U.SE were trifling, say £1,000. The bills amounted to 4,000 more. Now, the law is in France, that if a gentleman gives these in England, and a French gentleman gets them in any way, he can pursue the Englishman who has drawn them, even though he should be in France. Master did not know this fact, labouring under a very common mistake, that, when once out of England, he might whistle at all the debts he left behind him. My Lady Griffin sent over to her solicitors in London, who made arrangements with the persons who possessed the fine collection of autographs on stamped paper which Master had left behind him, and they were glad enough to take any opportunity of getting back their money. One fine morning, as I was looking about in the courtyard of our hotel, talking to the servant gals, as was my regular custom, in order to improve myself in the French language, one of them comes up to me and says, "Tennis, Monsieur Charles, down below in the office there is a bailiff, with a couple of gendarmes, who is asking for your master, 80 des debts par hasard." I was struck all of a heap, the truth flashed on my mind's eye. "'Twon't," says I, for that was the gal's name, "'twon't," says I, giving her a kiss, "keep them for 2 minutes, as you value my affection," and then I gave her another kiss, and ran upstairs to our chambers. Master had now pretty well recovered of his wound, and was allowed to drive about. It was lucky for him that he had the strength to move. "Sir, sir," says I, "the bailiffs are after you, and you must run for your life." "Bailiff," says he, "nonsense. I don't, thank heaven, owe a shilling to any man." "Stuff, sir," says I, forgetting my respect, "don't you owe money in England? I tell you the bailiffs are here, and will be on you in a moment." As I spoke, cling cling, ling ling, goes the bell of the antechamber, and there they were sure enough. What was to be done? Quick as lightning, I throws off my livery coat, claps my gold lace hat on Master's head, and makes him put on my livery. Then I wraps myself up in his dressing gown, and lolling down on the sofa, bids him open the door. There they were, the bailiff, 2 gendarmes with him, 'Twon't, and an old waiter. When 'Twon't sees Master, she smiles, and says, "Dis donc, Charles, oh you is donc ton maître. Chez lui, n'est-ce pas?" "C'est le jeune monsieur," says she, curtsying to the bailiff. The old waiter was just going to blurt out, "My n'est-ce pas," when 'Twon't stops him, and says, Laissez donc passer ces messieurs, vieux beat, and in they walk, the two gendarmes taking their post in the hall. Master throws open the salon door very gravely, and touching my hat says, "Have you any orders about the cab, sir?" "Why, no, Charles," says I shan't drive out today." The old bailiff grinned, for he understood English, having had plenty of English customers, and says in French, as master goes out, "I think, sir, you had better let your servant get a coach, for I am under the painful necessity of arresting you, or nom de la loi, for the sum of 98,700 francs, owed by you to the Sieur Jacques François Lebrun, of Paris," and he pulls out a number of bills, with master's acceptances on them sure enough. "Take a chair, sir," says I, and down he sits, and I began to chaff him, as well as I could, about the weather, my illness, my sad accident, having lost one of my hands, which was stuck into my bosom, and so on. At last, after a minute or two, I could contain no longer, and bust out in a hoarse laugh. The old fellow turned quite pale, and began to suspect something. "Hola," says he, "gendarmes, a moi, a moi. Je suis flau, vol," which means, in English, that he was regla-souled. The gendarmes jumped into the room, and so did Toinette and the waiter. Gracefully rising from my armchair, I took my hand from my dressing gown, and, flinging it open, stuck up on the chair one of the neatest legs ever seen. I then pointed majestically, to what do you think? To my plush tights. Those celebrated inexpressibles which have rendered me famous in Europe. Taking the hint, the gendarmes and the servants roared out laughing, and so did Charles Yellowplush, Esquire, I can tell you. Old Grippard the bailiff looked as if he would faint in his chair. I heard a cab galloping like mad out of the hotel gate, and knew then that my master was safe. Chapter 8. The end of Mr. Ducias's history. Limbo. My tale is drawing rapidly to a close. My service with Mr. Ducias didn't continue very long after the last chapter, in which I described my admirable stratagem, and my singular self-devotion. There's very few servants, I can tell you, who'd have thought of such a contrivance, and very few more would have executed it when thought of. But, after all, beyond the trifling advantage to myself in selling master's robe de chambre, which you, gentle reader, may remember I wore, and in discovering a fippen note in one of the pockets, beyond this, I say, there was to poor master very little advantage in what had been done. It's true he had escaped. Very good. But France is not like Great Britain. A man in a livery coat, with one arm, is pretty easily known, and caught, too, as I can tell you. Such was the case with master. He couldn't leave Paris, moreover, if he would. What was to become, in that case, of his bride, his hunchbacked heiries? He knew that young lady's temperament, as the parishers say, too well to let her long out of his sight. She had 9,000 a year. She'd been in love a dozen times before, and might be again. The Honourable Algernon Ducias was a little too wide awake to trust much to the constancy of so very inflammable a young creature. Heaven bless us, it was a miracle she wasn't earlier married. I do believe, from certain shawns that passed betwixt us, that she'd have married me, if she hadn't been seduced by the super-rank and ingenuity of the gentleman whose service I was. Well, to use a common expression, the beaks were after him. How was he to manage? He couldn't get away from his debts, and he wouldn't quit the fair object of his affections. He was obliged, then, as the French say, to lie perdu, going out at night, like a howl out of a hive bush, and returning in the daytime to his roast. For it's a maxim in France, and I would it were followed in England, that after dark no man is liable for his debts, and in any of the royal gardens, the Tuileries, the Palais Royal, or the Luxembourg, for example, a man may wander from sunrise to evening, and hear nothing of the adjustants. They ain't admitted into these places of public enjoyment and rendezvous any more than dogs, the sentries at the garden gates having orders to shoot all such. Master, then, was in this uncomfortable situation, neither liking to go nor to stay. Peeping out at nights to have an interview with his miss, obliged to shuffle off her repeated questions as to the reason of all this discharge, and to talk of his 2,000 a year just as if he had it and didn't owe a shilling in the world. Of course, now, he began to grow mighty eager for the marriage. He wrote as many notes as she had done before, swore against delay and ceremony, talked of the pleasures of hymning, the hardship that the ardour of two arts should be allowed to expire, the folly of waiting for the consent of Lady Griffin. She was but a stepmother, and an unkind one. Miss was, he said, a major, might marry whom she liked, and certainly had paid Lady G quite as much attention as she ought, by paying her the compliment to ask her at all. And so they went on. The curious thing was, that when Master was pressed about his cause for not coming out till night time, he was mysterious, and Miss Griffin, when asked why she wouldn't marry, expressed, or rather, didn't express, a similar secrecy. Wasn't it hard? The cup seemed to be at the lip of both of them, and yet somehow, they could not manage to take a drink. But one morning, in reply to a most desperate epistle wrote by my master overnight, Ducias, delighted, gets an answer from his soul's beloved, which ran thus: Miss Griffin to the Hon. P. Ducias. Dearest, you say you would share a cottage with me. There is no need, luckily, for that. You plead the sad sinking of your spirits at our delayed union. Beloved, do you think my heart rejoices at our separation? You bid me disregard the refusal of Lady Griffin, and tell me that I owe her no further duty. Adored Algernon, I can refuse you no more. I was willing not to lose a single chance of reconciliation with this unnatural stepmother. Respect for the memory of my sainted father bid me do all in my power to gain her consent to my union with you, nay, shall I own it? Prudence dictated the measure, for to whom should she leave the share of money accorded to her by my father's will but to my father's child? but there are bounds beyond which no forbearance can go, and, thank heaven, we have no need of looking to Lady Griffin for sordid wealth, we have a competency without her. Is it not so, dearest Algernon? Be it as you wish, then, dearest, bravest, and best. Your poor Matilda has yielded to you her heart long ago, she has no longer need to keep back her name. Name the hour, and I will delay no more, but seek for refuge in your arms from the contumely and insult which meet me ever here. Matilda. P.S. Oh, Algernon! If you did but know what a noble part your dear father has acted throughout, in doing his best endeavours to further our plans, and to soften Lady Griffin. It is not his fault that she is inexorable as she is. I send you a note sent by her to Lord Crabs, we will laugh at it soon, Ernest C. Pars. To my lord, in reply to your demand for Miss Griffin's hand, in favour of your son, Mr. Algernon Ducias, I can only repeat what I before have been under the necessity of stating to you, that I do not believe a union with a person of Mr. Ducias's character would conduce to my stepdaughter's happiness, and therefore refuse my consent. I will beg you to communicate the contents of this note to Mr. Ducias, and implore you no more to touch upon a subject which you must be aware is deeply painful to me. I remain your lordship's most humble servant, L. E. Griffin. The Right Hon. the Earl of Crabs. Hang her ladyship, says my master, what care I for it? As for the old lord who'd been so officious in his kindness and advice, master reconciled that pretty well, with thinking that his lordship knew he was going to marry 10,000 a year, and expected to get some share of it, for he wrote back the following letter to his father, as well as a flaming one to Miss. Thank you, my dear father, for your kindness in that awkward business. You know how painfully I am situated just now, and can pretty well guess both the causes of my disquiet. A marriage with my beloved Matilda will make me the happiest of men. The dear girl consents, and laughs at the foolish pretensions of her mother-in-law. To tell you the truth, I wonder she yielded to them so long. Carry your kindness a step further, and find for us a parson, a license, and make us 2 into 1. We are both major, you know, so that the ceremony of a guardian's consent is unnecessary. Your affectionate Algernon Ducias. How I regret that difference between us some time back. Matters are changed now, and shall be more still after the marriage. I knew what my master meant, that he would give the old lord the money after he was married, and as it was probable that Miss would see the letter he wrote, he made it such as not to let her see too clearly into his present uncomfortable situation. I took this letter along with the tender one for Miss, reading both of them, in course, by the way. Miss, on getting hers, gave an inexpressible look with the white of her eyes, kissed the letter, and pressed it to her bosom. Lord Crabs read his quite calm, and then they fell a-talking together, and told me to wait a while, and I should get an answer. After a deal of consultation, my lord brought out a card, and there was simply written on it, "Tomorrow, at the ambassador's, at 12." "Carry that back to your master, Charles," says he, "and bid him not to fail." You may be sure I stepped back to him pretty quick, and gave him the card and the message. Master looked satisfied with both, but certainly not over happy. No man is the day before his marriage, much more his marriage with a humpback, Harris though she be. Well, as he was going to depart this bachelor life, he did what every man in such circumstances ought to do. He made his will, that is, he made a disposition of his property, and wrote letters to his creditors telling them of his lucky chance, and that after his marriage he would certainly pay them every stiver. Before, they must know his poverty well enough to be sure that payment was out of the question. To do him justice, he seemed to be inclined to do the thing that was right, now that it didn't put him to any inconvenience to do so. "Charles," says he, handing me over a 10-pound note, "here's your wages, and thank you for getting me out of the scrape with the bailiffs. When you are married, you shall be my valet out of Liverpool, and I'll treble your salary." His valet? P'raps his butler? Yes, thought I, here's a chance, a valet to 10,000 a year. Nothing to do but to shave him, and read his notes, and let my whiskers grow, to dress in spick and span black, and a clean shirt per day, muffins every night in the housekeeper's room, the pick of the gals in the servants' hall, a chap to clean my boots for me, and my master's opera bone regular once a week. I knew what a valet was as well as any gentleman's service, and this I can tell you, he's generally a happier, idler, handsomer, more gentlemanly man than his master. He has more money to spend, for gentlemen will leave their silver in their waistcoat pockets, more success among the gals, as good dinners, and as good wine, that is, if he's friends with the butler, and friends in course they will be if they know which way their interest lies. But these are only castles in the air, what the French call chateau d'Espagne. It wasn't wrote in the book of fate that I was to be Mr. Ducias's valet. Days will pass at last, even days before a wedding, the longest and unpleasantest day in the whole of a man's life, I can tell you, except, maybe, the day before his hanging, and at length Aurora dawned on the suspicious morning which was to unite in the bonds of hymning the Honourable Algernon Percy Ducias, Esquire, and Miss Matilda Griffin. My master's wardrobe wasn't so rich as it had been, for he'd left the whole of his knickknacks and trumpery of dressing cases and Rob de Wyshams, his beautiful museum of varnished boots, his curious collection of stulls and storb coats, when he had been obliged to quit so suddenly our poor dear lodgings at the Hotel Mirabeau, and being incog at a friend's house, had contented himself with ordering a couple of shoots of clothes from a common tailor, with a sufficient quantity of linen. Well, he put on the best of his coats, a blue, and I thought it my duty to ask him whether he'd want his frock again. He was good-natured and said, "Take it and be hanged to you." 11:30 came, and I was sent to look out at the door, if there were any suspicious characters. A precious good nose I have to find a bailiff out, I can tell you, and an eye which will almost see one round a corner. And presently a very modest green glass coach drove up, and in master stepped. I didn't in course appear on the box, because, being known, my appearance might have compromised master. But I took a short cut, and walked as quick as possible down to the Rue de Faubourg Saint-Honor, where His Excellency the English ambassador lives, and where marriages are always performed betwixt English folk at Paris. There is, almost next door to the ambassador's hotel, another hotel, of that low kind which the French call cabarets, or wine houses, and just as master's green glass coach pulled up, another coach drove off, out of which came two ladies, whom I knew pretty well, suffers, that one had a humpback, and the ingenious reader will know why she came there, the other was poor Miss Kixie, who came to see her turned off. Well, master's glass coach drove up. Just as I got within a few yards of the door, our carriage, I say, drove up, and stopped. Down gets coachman to open the door, and comes I to give Mr. Ducias an arm, when out of the cabaret shoot four fellows, and draw up betwixt the coach and ambassador. Two other chaps go to the other door of the carriage, and, opening it, one says, Rendez-vous, M. Ducias. Je vous arrête or nom de la loi. Which means, get out of that, Mr. D. You are nabbed and no mistake. Master turned ghastly pale, and sprung to the other side of the coach, as if a serpent had stung him. He flung open the door, and was for making off that way, but he saw the four chaps standing betwixt Liberty and him. He slams down the front window, and screams out, Fouettes, cocker. Which means, go it, coachman, in a desperate loud voice, but coachman wouldn't go it, and besides was off his box. The long and short of the matter was, that just as I came up to the door two of the bums jumped into the carriage. I saw all, I knew my duty, and so very mournfully I got up behind. Tn says one of the chaps in the street, c'est si drôle qui now se flower l'autre. I knew but was too melancholy to smile. Ouins now stonk, says coachman to the gendarme who had got inside. A deep voice from the interior shouted out, in reply to the coachman, a Saint Pelagie. And now, perhaps, I ought to describe to you the humours of the prison of Saint Pelagie, which is the French for Fleet, or Queen's Bench, but on this subject I'm rather shy of writing, partly because the Admiral Bos has, in the history of Mr. Pickwick, made such a description of a prison, that mine wouldn't read very amazingly afterwards, and, also, because, to tell you the truth, I didn't stay long in it, being not in a humor to waste my existence by passing away the years of my youth in such a dull place. My first errand now was, as you may fancy, to carry a note from master to his destined bride. The poor thing was sadly taken aback, as I can tell you, when she found, after remaining 2 hours at the embassy, that her husband didn't make his appearance. And so, after staying on, and yet seeing no husband, she was forced at last to trudge disconsolate home, where I was already waiting for her with a letter from my master. There was no use now denying the fact of his arrest, and so he confessed it at once. But he made a cock and bull story of treachery of a friend, infamous forgery, and heaven knows what. However, it didn't matter much, if he had told her that he had been betrayed by the man in the moon, she would have believed him. Lady Griffin never used to appear now at any of my visits. She kept one drawing room, and Miss dined and lived alone in another. They quarrelled so much that perhaps it was best they should live apart. Only my Lord Crabs used to see both, comforting each with that winning and innocent way he had. He came in as Miss, in tears, was listening to my account of Master's seizure, and hoping that the prison wasn't a horrid place, with a nasty horrid dungeon, and a dreadful jailer, and nasty horrid bread and water. Lord bless us! She had borrowed her ideas from the novels she had been reading. "Oh my lord," says she, "have you heard this fatal story?" "Dearest Matilda, what?" "For heaven's sake, you alarm me." "What? Yes, no, is it? No, it can't be." "Speak," says my lord, seizing me by the collar of my coat. "What has happened to my boy?" "Please you, my lord," says I, "he's at this moment in prison, Novus, having been incarcerated about 2 hours ago." "In prison? Algernon in prison? 'Tis impossible." "Imprisoned, for what sum?" "Mention it, and I will pay to the utmost farthing in my power." "I'm sure your lordship is very kind," says I, recollecting the shorn betwixt him and master, whom he wanted to diddle out of £1,000, "and you'll be happy to hear he's only in for a trifle. £5,000 is, I think, pretty near the mark." £5,000, confusion, says my lord, clasping his hands, and looking up to heaven, "and I have not 500. Dearest Matilda, how shall we help him?" "Alas, my lord, I have but 3 guineas, and you know how Lady Griffin has the—" "Yes, my sweet child, I know what you would say, but be of good cheer, Algernon, you know, has ample funds of his own." Thinking my lord meant Dawkins's 5,000, of which, to be sure, a good lump was left, I held my tongue, but I couldn't help wondering at Lord Crabs's extreme compassion for his son, and Miss, with her 10,000L a year, having only 3 guineas in her pocket. I took home, bless us, what a home, a long and very inflammable letter from Miss, in which she described her own sorrow at the disappointment, swore she loved him only the more for his misfortunes, made light of them, as a person for a paltry sum of £5,000 ought never to be cast down, specially as he had a certain independence in view, and vowed that nothing should ever induce her to part from him, etc., etc. I told master of the conversation which had passed betwixt me and my lord, and of his handsome offers, and his horror at hearing of his son's being taken, and likewise mentioned how strange it was that Miss should only have 3 guineas, and with such a fortune, bless us, I should have thought that she would always have carried £100,000 in her pocket. At this master only said pshaw. But the rest of the story about his father seemed to disquiet him a good deal, and he made me repeat it over again. He walked up and down the room agitated, and it seemed as if a new light was breaking in upon him. "Charles," says he, "did you observe, did Miss, Did my father seem particularly intimate with Miss Griffin? How do you mean, sir? Says I. Did Lord Crabs appear very fond of Miss Griffin? He was certainly very kind to her. Come, sir, speak at once. Did Miss Griffin seem very fond of his lordship? Why, to tell the truth, sir, I must say she seemed very fond of him. What did he call her? He called her his dearest gal. Did he take her hand? Yes, and he what? He kissed her, and told her not to be so worried downhearted about the misfortune which had happened to you. I have it now, says he, clinching his fist, and growing ghastly pale, I have it now, the infernal old hoary scoundrel, the wicked, unnatural wretch. He would take her from me. And he poured out a volley of oaths which are impossible to be repeated here. I thought as much long ago, and when my lord came with his visits so pretty-os affectionate at my Lady Griffin's, I expected some such game was in the wind. Indeed, I'd heard a something of it from the Griffins' servants, that my lord was mighty tender with the ladies. One thing, however, was evident to a man of his intellectual capacities: he must either marry the gal at onst, or he stood very small chance of having her. He must get out of limbo immediately, or his respected father might be stepping into his vacant shoes. Oh! He saw it all now, the first attempt at arrest, the marriage fixed at 12 o'clock, and the bailiffs fixed to come and interrupt the marriage, the duel, perhaps, betwixt him and de Elorge, but no, it was the woman who did that. A man don't deal such foul blows, especially a father to his son. A woman may, poor thing, she's no other means of revenge, and is used to fight with underhand weapons all her life through. Well, whatever the pint might be, this douce ass saw pretty clear that he'd been beat by his father at his own game, a trap set for him onst, which had been defeated by my presence of mind, another trap set afterwards, in which my lord had been successful. Now, my lord, rogue as he was much too good-natured to do an unkind action, merely for the sake of doing it. He'd got to that pitch that he didn't mind injuries, they were all fair play to him, he gave 'em, and received them, without a thought of malice. If he wanted to injure his son, it was to benefit himself. And how was this to be done? By getting the heiress to himself, to be sure. The Honourable Mr. D didn't say so, but I knew his feelings well enough. He regretted that he had not given the old gentleman the money he asked for. Poor fellow! He thought he had hit it, but he was wide of the mark after all. Well, but what was to be done? It was clear that he must marry the gal at any rate, cookie coot, as the French say, that is, marry her, and hang the expense. To do so he must first get out of prison. To get out of prison he must pay his debts, and to pay his debts, he must give every shilling he was worth. Never mind, £4,000 is a small stake to a regular gambler, especially when he must play it, or rot for life in prison, and when, if he plays it well, it will give him 10,000 a year. So, seeing there was no help for it, he made up his mind, and accordingly wrote the following letter to Miss Griffin. My adored Matilda, your letter has indeed been a comfort to a poor fellow, who had hoped that this night would have been the most blessed in his life, and now finds himself condemned to spend it within a prison wall. You know the accursed conspiracy which has brought these liabilities upon me, and the foolish friendship which has cost me so much. But what matters? We have, as you say, enough, even though I must pay this shameful demand upon me, and £5,000 are as nothing, compared to the happiness which I lose in being separated a night from thee. Courage, however. If I make a sacrifice it is for you, and I were heartless indeed if I allowed my own losses to balance for a moment against your happiness. Is it not so, beloved one? Is not your happiness bound up with mine, in a union with me? I am proud to think so, proud, too, to offer such a humble proof as this of the depth and purity of my affection. Tell me that you will still be mine, tell me that you will be mine tomorrow, and tomorrow these vile chains shall be removed, and I will be free once more, or if bound, only bound to you. My adorable Matilda, my betrothed bride. Write to me ere the evening closes, for I shall never be able to shut my eyes in slumber upon my prison couch, until they have been first blessed by the sight of a few words from thee. Write to me, love. Write to me. I languish for the reply which is to make or mar me forever. Your affectionate P.D. Having polished off this epistle, Master entrusted it to me to carry, and bade me at the same time to try and give it into Miss Griffin's hand alone. I ran with it to Lady Griffin's. I found Miss, as I desired, in a solitary condition, and I presented her with Master's perfumed billy. She read it, and the number of sighs to which she gave vent, and the tears which she shed, beg a description. She wept and sighed until I thought she would burst. She even clasped my hand in hers, and said, "Oh Charles, is he very, very miserable?" "He is," says I, "very miserable indeed, nobody, upon my honor, could be miserabler." On hearing this pathetic remark, her mind was made up at once, and sitting down to her escritoire, she immediately obliged Master with an answer. Here it is in black and white: my prisoned bird shall pine no more, but fly home to its nest in these arms. Adored Algernon, I will meet thee tomorrow, at the same place, at the same hour. Then, it will be impossible for aught but death to divide us. M.G. This kind of flummery style comes, you see, of reading novels, and cultivating literary pursuits in a small way. How much better is it to be perfectly ignorant of the art of writing, and to trust to the writing of the heart. This is my style. Artifice I despise, and trust completely to nature, but revenant and no mouton, as our continental friends remark, to that nice white sheep, Algernon Percy Ducias, Esquire, that venerable old ram, my Lord Crabbe's his father, and that tender and delicate young lamb, Miss Matilda Griffin. She had just folded up into its proper triangular shape the note transcribed above, and I was just on the point of saying, according to my master's orders, miss, if you please. The Honourable Mr. Ducias would be very much obliged to you to keep the seminary which is to take place tomorrow a profound S.E., when my master's father entered, and I fell back to the door. Miss, without a word, rushed into his arms, burst into tears again, as was her regular way. It must be confessed she was of a very mixed constitution, and showing to him his son's note, cried, "Look, my dear lord, how nobly your Algernon, our Algernon, writes to me. Who can doubt, after this, of the purity of his matchless affection?" My lord took the letter, read it, seemed a good deal amazed, and returning it to its owner, said, very much to my surprise, "My dear Miss Griffin, he certainly does seem in earnest, and if you choose to make this match without the consent of your mother-in-law, you know the consequence, and are of course your own mistress." Consequences, for shame, my lord. A little money, more or less, what matters it to two hearts like ours? Hearts are very pretty things, my sweet young lady, but 3% are better. Nay, have we not an ample income of our own, without the aid of Lady Griffin? My lord shrugged his shoulders. "Be it so, my love," says he. "I'm sure I can have no other reason to prevent a union which is founded upon such disinterested affection." And here the conversation dropped. Miss retired, clasping her hands, and making play with the whites of her eyes. My lord began trotting up and down the room, with his fat hands stuck in his breeches pockets, his countenance lighted up with extreme joy, and singing, to my inordinate astonishment, "See the conquering hero comes. Tiddy doll, tiddy doll, doll, doll." He began singing this song, and tearing up and down the room like mad. I stood amazed, a new light broke in upon me. He wasn't going, then, to make love to Miss Griffin. Master might marry her. Had she not got the I say, I was just standing stock still, my eyes fixed, my hands perpendicular, my mouth wide open, and these extraordinary thoughts passing in my mind, when my lord, having got to the last doll of his song, just as I came to the syllable 4 of my ventriloquism, or inward speech, we had each just reached the point described, when the meditations of both were suddenly stopped, by my lord, in the midst of his singing and trotting match, coming bolt up against poor me, sending me up against one end of the room, himself flying back to the other, and it was only after considerable agitation that we were at length restored to anything like a equilibrium. "What, you here, you infernal rascal," says my lord. "Your lordship's very kind to notice me," says I am here. And I gave him a look. He saw I knew the whole game. And after whistling a bit, as was his habit when puzzled, I believe he'd have only whistled if he had been told he was to be hanged in 5 minutes, after whistling a bit, he stops suddenly, and coming up to me, says, "Harkee, Charles, this marriage must take place tomorrow." "Must it, sir?" says I. "Now, for my part, I don't think, stop, my good fellow, if it does not take place, what do you gain?" This staggered me. If it didn't take place, I only lost a situation, for master had but just enough money to pay his debts, and it wouldn't suit my book to serve him in prison or starving. Well, says my lord, you see the force of my argument. Now, look here, and he lugs out a crisp, fluttering, snowy £100 note. If my son and Miss Griffin are married tomorrow, you shall have this, and I will, moreover, take you into my service, and give you double your present wages. Flesh and blood couldn't bear it. My lord, says I, laying my hand upon my bosom, only give me security, and I'm yours forever. The old nobleman grinned and patted me on the shoulder. Right, my lad, says he, right, you're a nice promising youth. Here is the best security. And he pulls out his pocket-book, returns the £100 bill, and takes out one for 50. Here is half today, tomorrow you shall have the remainder. My fingers trembled a little as I took the pretty fluttering bit of paper, about 5 times as big as any sum of money I had ever had in my life. I cast my eye upon the amount. It was a 50 sure enough, a bank post bill, made payable to Leonora Amelia Griffin, and endorsed by her. The cat was out of the bag. Now, gentle reader, I suppose you begin to see the game. Recollect, from this day you are in my service. My lord, you overpour me with your favours. Go to the devil, sir, says he, do your duty, and hold your tongue. And thus I went from the service of the Honourable Algernon Ducias to that of His Excellency the Right Honourable Earl of Crabs. On going back to prison, I found Ducias locked up in that odious place to which his extravagances had deservedly led him, and felt for him, I must say, a great deal of contempt. A rascal such as he, a swindler, who had robbed poor Dawkins of the means of existence, who had cheated his fellow rogue, Mr. Richard Blewett, and who was making a mercenary marriage with a disgusting creature like Miss Griffin, didn't merit any compassion on my part, and I determined quite to keep secret the circumstances of my private interview with His Excellency my present master. I gave him Miss Griffin's triangular, which he read with a satisfied air. Then, turning to me, says he, you gave this to Miss Griffin alone? Yes, sir. You gave her my message? Yes, sir. And you are quite sure Lord Crabs was not there when you gave either the message or the note? Not there, upon my honour, says I. Hang your honour, sir. Brush my hat and coat, and go call a coach, do you hear? I did as I was ordered, and on coming back found master in what's called, I think, the greffe of the prison. The officer in waiting had out a great register, and was talking to master in the French tongue. In course, a number of poor prisoners were looking eagerly on. Let us see, my lord, says he, the debt is 98,700 francs, there are capture expenses, interest so much, and the whole sum amounts to 100,000 francs. One's 13. Ducias, in a very majestic way, takes out of his pocket-book 4,000 pound notes. This is not French money, but I presume that you know it, greffier, says he. The greffier turned round to old Solomon, a money changer, who had 1 or 2 clients in the prison, and happened luckily to be there. Les billets sunt bons, says he. Je les prendrai pour $100,000 it j'esp, my law, de vous revoy. Good, says the greffier, I know them to be good, and I will give my law the difference, and make out his release. Which was done. The poor debtors gave a feeble cheer, as the great double iron gates swung open and clanged to again, and Ducias stepped out and me after him, to breathe the fresh air. He had been in the place but 6 hours, and was now free again, free, and to be married to 10,000 a year next day. But, for all that, he looked very faint and pale. He had put down his great stake, and when he came out of St. Pelagie, he had but £50 left in the world. Never mind, when once the money's down, make your mind easy, and so Ducias did. He drove back to the Hotel Mirabeau, where he ordered apartments infinitely more splendid than before, and I pretty soon told Toinette, and the rest of the servants, how nobly he behaved, and how he value out £4,000 no more than ditch water. And such was the consequences of my praises, and the popularity I got for us both, that the delighted landlady immediately charged him double what she would have done, if it hadn't been for my stories. He ordered splendid apartments, then, for the next week, a carriage and 4 for Fontainebleau tomorrow at 12 precisely, and having settled all these things, went quietly to the Rocher de Cancale where he dined, as well he might, for it was now 8 o'clock. I didn't spare the champagne neither that night, I can tell you, for when I carried the note he gave me for Miss Griffin in the evening, informing her of his freedom, that young lady remarked my hesitated manner of walking and speaking, and said, "Honest Charles, he is flushed with the events of the day. Here, Charles, is a Napoleon, take it and drink to your mistress." I pocketed it, but, I must say, I didn't like the money, it went against my stomach to take it. Chapter 9. The marriage. Well, the next day came. At 12 the carriage and 4 was waiting at the ambassador's door, and Miss Griffin and the faithful Kixie were punctual to the appointment. I don't wish to describe the marriage seminary, how the embassy chaplain ginned the hands of this loving young couple, how one of the embassy footmen was called in to witness the marriage, how Miss wept fainted as usual, and how Ducias carried her, fainting, to the Brisky, and drove off to Fontainebleau, where they were to pass the first week of the honeymoon. They took no servants, because they wished, they said, to be private. And so, when I had shut up the steps, and bid the postilion drive on, I bid adieu to the Honourable Algernon, and went off straight to his excellent father. "Is it all over, Charles?" said he. I saw them turned off at exactly 12:15. "My lord," says I, "did you give Miss Griffin the paper, as I told you, before her marriage?" "I did, my lord, in the presence of Mr. Brown, Lord Bobtail's man, who can swear to her having had it." I must tell you that my lord had made me read a paper which Lady Griffin had written, and which I was commissioned to give in the manner mentioned above. It ran to this effect: according to the authority given me by the will of my late dear husband, I forbid the marriage of Miss Griffin with the Honourable Algernon Percy Ducias. If Miss Griffin persists in the union, I warn her that she must abide by the consequences of her act. Leonora Amelia Griffin. Rue de Rivoli, May 8, 1818. When I gave this to Miss as she entered the courtyard, a minute before my master's arrival, she only read it contemptuously, and said, "I laugh at the threats of Lady Griffin," and she tore the paper in two, and walked on, leaning on the arm of the faithful and obliging Miss Kixey. I picked up the paper for fear of accidents, and brought it to my lord. Not that there was any necessity, for he'd kept a copy, and made me and another witness, my Lady Griffin's solicitor, read them both, before he sent either away. "Good," says he, and he produced from his portfolio the fellow of that beauteous £50 note, which he'd given me yesterday. "I keep my promise, you see, Charles," says he. "You are now in Lady Griffin's service, in the place of Mr. Fitzclarence, who retires. Go to Froge's, and get a livery." "But, my lord," says I was not to go into Lady Griffin's service, according to the bargain, but into— "It's all the same thing," says he, and he walked off. I went to Mr. Froge's, and ordered a new livery, and found, likewise, that our coachman and Monsieur Mortimer had been there too. My lady's livery was changed, and was now of the same colour as my old coat at Mr. Ducias's, and I'm blessed if there wasn't a tremendous great earl's coronet on the butins, instead of the Griffin rampant, which was worn before. I asked no questions, however, but had myself measured, and slept that night at the Place Vendôme. I didn't go out with the carriage for a day or two, though, my lady only taking one footman, she said, until her new carriage was turned out. I think you can guess what's in the wind now. I bought myself a dressing case, a box of eau de cologne, a few dozen lawn shirts and neckcloths, and other things which were necessary for a gentleman my rank. Silk stockings was provided by the rules of the house. And I completed the business by writing the following genteel letter to my late master, Charles Yellowplush, Esquire, to the Honourable P. Ducias. Sir, circumstances have occurred since I last had the honour of waiting on you, which render it impossible that I should remain any longer in your service. I'll thank you to leave out my things, when they come home on Saturday from the wash. Your obedient servant, Charles Yellowplush. Place Vendôme. The orthography of the above note, I confess, is atrocious, but que voulez-vous? I was only 18, and hadn't then the experience in writing which I've enjoyed since. Having thus done my duty in every way, I shall proceed, in the next chapter, to say what happened in my new place. Chapter X: The Honeymoon. The week at Fontainebleau passed quickly away, and at the end of it, our son and daughter-in-law, a pair of nice young turtle doves, returned to their nest, at the Hotel Mirabeau. I suspect that the cock-turtle dove was precious sick of his barging. When they arrived, the first thing they found on their table was a large parcel wrapped up in silver paper, and a newspaper, and a couple of cards, tied up with a piece of white ribbon. In the parcel was a handsome piece of plum cake, with a deal of sugar. On the cards was wrote, in Gothic characters, Earl of Crabs. And, in very small Italian, Countess of Crabs. And in the paper was the following paragraph: Marriage in high life. Yesterday, at the British Embassy, the Right Honourable John Augustus Altamont Plantagenet, Earl of Crabs, to Leonora Amelia, widow of the late Lieutenant General Sir George Griffin, K.C.B. An elegant diction was given to the happy couple by His Excellency Lord Bobtail, who gave away the bride. The elite of the foreign diplomacy, the Prince Talleyrand and Marshal the Duke of Dalmatia on behalf of H.M. the King of France, honoured the banquet and the marriage ceremony. Lord and Lady Crabs intend passing a few weeks at St. Cloud. The above documents, along with my own trifling billy, of which I have also given a copy, great Mr. and Mrs. Ducias on their arrival from Fontainebleau. Not being present, I can't say what Ducias said, but I can fancy how he looked, and how poor Mrs. Ducias looked. They weren't much inclined to rest after the fatigue of the journey, for, in a half an hour after their arrival at Paris, the horses were put to the carriage again, and down they came thundering to our country house at St. Cloud, pronounced by those absurd Frenchmen Sinclair, to interrupt our chaste loves and delicious marriage enjoyments. My lord was sitting in a crimson satin dressing gown, lolling on a sofa at an open window, smoking cigars, as Usher, her ladyship, who, to do her justice, didn't mind the smell, occupied another end of the room, and was working, invested, a pair of slippers, or an umbrella or a case, or a coal skittle, or some such nonsense. You would have thought to have shown that they had been married a century, at least. Well, I bust in upon this conjugal tete-a-tete, and said, very much alarmed, my lord, here's your son and daughter-in-law. Well, says my lord, quite calm, and what then? Mr. Ducias, says my lady, starting up, and looking frightened. Yes, my love, my son, but you need not be alarmed. Pray, Charles, say that Lady Crabs and I will be very happy to see Mr. and Mrs. Ducias, and that they must excuse us receiving them en famille. Sit still, my blessing, take things coolly. Have you got the box with the papers? My lady pointed to a great green box, the same from which she had taken the papers, when Ducias first saw them, and handed over to my lord a fine gold key. I went out, met Ducias and his wife on the steps, gave my message, and bowed them politely in. My lord didn't rise, but smoked away as usual, perhaps a little quicker, but I can't say. My lady sat upright, looking handsome and strong. Ducias walked in, his left arm tied to his breast, his wife and hat on the other. He looked very pale and frightened, his wife, poor thing, had her head buried in her handkerchief, and sobbed fit to break her heart. Miss Kixie, who was in the room, but I didn't mention her, she was less than nothing in our house, went up to Mrs. Ducias at once, and held out her arms. She had a heart, that old Kixie, and I respect her for it. The poor hunchback flung herself into Mrs. arms, with a kind of whooping screech, and kept there for some time, sobbing in quite a historical manner. I saw there was going to be a Shawn, and so, in course, left the door ajar. "Welcome to St. Cloud, Algy my boy," says my lord, in a loud, hearty voice. "You thought you would give us the slip, eh, you rogue? But we knew it, my dear fellow, we knew the whole affair, did we not, my soul, and you see, kept our secret better than you did yours." "I must confess, sir," says Ducias, bowing, "that I had no idea of the happiness which awaited me in the shape of a mother-in-law." "No, you dog, no, no," says my lord, giggling, "old birds, you know, not to be caught with chaff, like young ones. But here we are, all spliced and happy, at last. Sit down, Algernon, let us smoke a cigar, and talk over the perils and adventures of the last month. My love," says my lord, turning to his lady, "you have no malice against poor Algernon, I trust. Pray shake his hand." A grin. But my lady rose and said, "I have told Mr. Ducias that I never wished to see him, or speak to him, more. I see no reason, now, to change my opinion." And herewith she sailed out of the room, by the door through which Kixie had carried poor Mrs. Ducias. "Well, well," says my lord, as Lady Crabs swept by, "I was in hopes she had forgiven you, but I know the whole story, and I must confess you used her cruelly ill. 2 strings to your bow, that was your game, was it, you rogue? Do you mean, my lord, that you know all that passed between me and Lady Lady Crabs, before our quarrel?" "Perfectly. You made love to her, and she was almost in love with you. You jilted her for money, she got a man to shoot your hand off in revenge. No more dice boxes, now, Ducias, no more sorte la coupe. I can't think how the deuce you will manage to live without them." "Your lordship is very kind, but I have given up play altogether," says Ducias, looking mighty black and uneasy. "Oh, indeed. Benedick has turned a moral man, has he? This is better and better. Are you thinking of going into the church, Ducias?" "My lord, may I ask you to be a little more serious?" "Serious, a quoi bon? I am serious, serious in my surprise that, when you might have had either of these women, you should have preferred that hideous wife of yours. May I ask you, in turn, how you came to be so little squeamish about a wife, as to choose a woman who had just been making love to your own son," says Ducias, growing fierce. "How can you ask such a question? I owe £40,000, there is an execution at Sizes Hall, every acre I have is in the hands of my creditors, and that's why I married her. Do you think there was any love? Lady Crabs is a devilish fine woman, but she's not a fool. She married me for my coronet, and I married her for her money. Well, my lord, you need not ask me, I think, why I married the daughter-in-law." "Yes, but I do, my dear boy. How the deuce are you to live? Dawkins's £5,000 won't last forever, and afterwards. You don't mean, my lord, you don't, I mean, you can't, says he, starting up, and losing all patience. You don't dare to say that Miss Griffin had not a fortune of 10,000 a year. My lord was rolling up, and wetting betwixt his lips, another cigar. He looked up, after he had lighted it, and said quietly, certainly, Miss Griffin had a fortune of 10,000 a year. Well, sir, and has she not got it now? Has she spent it in a week? She has not got a sixpence now. She married without her mother's consent. Ducias sunk down in a chair, and I never see such a dreadful picture of despair as there was in the face of that wretched man. He writhed, and gnashed his teeth, he tore open his coat, and wriggled madly the stump of his left hand, until, fairly beat, he threw it over his livid pale face, and sinking backwards, fairly wept aloud. Bah! It's a dreadful thing to hear a man crying. His passion torn up from the very roots of his heart, as it must be before it can get such a vent. My lord, meanwhile, rolled his cigar, lighted it, and went on. My dear boy, the girl has not a shilling. I wished to have left you alone in peace. With your £4,000, you might have lived decently upon it in Germany, where money is at 5%, where your duns would not find you, and a couple of hundred a year would have kept you and your wife in comfort. But, you see, Lady Crabs would not listen to it. You had injured her, and, after she had tried to kill you and failed, she determined to ruin you, and succeeded. I must own to you that I directed the arresting business, and put her up to buying your protested bills. She got them for a trifle, and as you have paid them, has made a good £2,000 by her bargain. It was a painful thing to be sure, for a father to get his son arrested, but que voulez-vous? I did not appear in the transaction. She would have you ruined, and it was absolutely necessary that you should marry before I could, so I pleaded your cause with Miss Griffin, and made you the happy man you are. You rogue, you rogue! You thought to match your old father, did you? But, never mind, lunch will be ready soon. In the meantime, have a cigar, and drink a glass of Sauternes. Ducias, who had been listening to this speech, sprung up wildly. I'll not believe it, he said. It's a lie, an infernal lie, forged by you, you hoary villain, and by the murderess and strumpet you have married. I'll not believe it. Show me the will. Matilda! Matilda! Shouted he, screaming hoarsely, and flinging open the door by which she had gone out. Keep your temper, my boy. You are vexed, and I feel for you, but don't use such bad language, it is quite needless, believe me. Matilda, shouted out Ducias again, and the poor crooked thing came trembling in, followed by Miss Kixie. Is this true, woman? Says he, clutching hold of her hand. What, dear Algernon? Says she. What? Screams out Ducias. What? Why, that you are a beggar, for marrying without your mother's consent, that you basely lied to me, in order to bring about this match, that you are a swindler, in conspiracy with that old fiend yonder and the she-devil his wife. It is true, sobbed the poor woman, that I have nothing, but, nothing but what? Why don't you speak, you drivelling fool? I have nothing, but you, dearest, have 2,000 a year. Is that not enough for us? You love me for myself, don't you, Algernon? You have told me so 1,000 times, say so again, dear husband, and do not be so unkind. And here she sank on her knees, and clung to him, and tried to catch his hand, and kiss it. How much did you say, says my lord? 2,000 a year, sir, he has told us so 1,000 times. 2,000. Two thou, ho, 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 ho. Ho. Ho, roars my lord. That is, I vow, the best thing I ever heard in my life. My dear creature, he has not a shilling, not a single maravdi, by all the gods and goddesses. And this exult nobleman began laughing louder than ever. A very kind and feeling gentleman he was, as all must confess. There was a pause, and Mrs. Ducias didn't begin cussing and swearing at her husband as he had done at her. She only said, "Oh Algernon, is this true?" and got up, and went to a chair and wept in quiet. My lord opened the great box. If you or your lawyers would like to examine Sir George's will, it is quite at your service. You will see here the proviso which I mentioned, that gives the entire fortune to Lady Griffin, Lady Crabs that is, and here, my dear boy, you see the danger of hasty conclusions. Her ladyship only showed you the first page of the will, of course, she wanted to try you. You thought you made a great stroke in at once proposing to Miss Griffin. Do not mind it, my love, he really loves you now very sincerely, when, in fact, you would have done much better to have read the rest of the will. You were completely bitten, my boy, humbugged, bamboozled, and by your old father, you dog. I told you I would, you know, when you refused to lend me a portion of your Dawkins money. I told you I would, and I did. I had you the very next day. Let this be a lesson to you, Percy my boy, don't try your luck again against such old hands. Look deuced well before you leap, audi alteram partem, my lad, which means, read both sides of the will. I think lunch is ready, but I see you don't smoke. Shall we go in? Stop, my lord, says Mr. Ducias, very humble, I shall not share your hospitality, but you know my condition. I am penniless, you know the manner in which my wife has been brought up. The Honourable Mrs. Ducias, sir, shall always find a home here, as if nothing had occurred to interrupt the friendship between her dear mother and herself. And for me, sir, says Ducias, speaking faint, and very slow, I hope, I trust, I think, my lord, you will not forget me. Forget you, sir, certainly not. And that you will make some provision. Algernon Ducias, says my lord, getting up from the sofa, and looking at him with sick a jolly malignity, as I never see, I declare, before heaven, that I will not give you a penny. Hereupon my lord held out his hand to Mrs. Ducias, and said, my dear, will you join your mother and me? We shall always, as I said, have a home for you." "My lord," said the poor thing, dropping a curtsy, "my home is with him." About 3 months after, when the season was beginning at Paris, and the autumn leaves was on the ground, my lord, my lady, me and Mortimer, were taking a stroll in the Body Boulogne, the carriage driving on slowly ahead, and us as happy as possible, admiring the pleasant woods and the golden sunset. My lord was expatiating to my lady upon the exquisite beauty of the shorn, and pouring forth a host of beautiful and virtuous sentiments suitable to the hour. It was delightful to hear him. "Ah," said he, "black must be the heart, my love, which does not feel the influence of a scene like this, gathering as it were, from those sunlit skies, a portion of their celestial gold, and gaining somewhat of heaven with each pure draught of this delicious air." Lady Crabs did not speak, but pressed his arm and looked upwards. Mortimer and I, too, felt some of the influence of the shorn, and leant on our gould sticks in silence. The carriage drew up close to us, and my lord and my lady sauntered slowly towards it. Just at the place was a bench, and on the bench sate a poorly dressed woman, and by her, leaning against a tree, was a man whom I thought I'd shorn before. He was dressed in a shabby blue coat, with white seams and copper buttons, a torn hat was on his head, and great quantities of matted hair and whiskers disfigured his countenance. He was not shaved, and as pale as stone. My lord and lady didn't take the slightest notice of him, but passed on to the carriage. Me and Mortimer likewise took our places. As we passed, the man had got a grip of the woman's shoulder, who was holding down her head sobbing bitterly. No sooner were my lord and lady seated, than they both, with extreme delicacy and good nature, burst into a roar of laughter, peal upon peal, whooping and screeching enough to frighten the evening silence. Ducias turned round. I see his face now, the face of a devil of hell. First, he looked towards the carriage, and pointed to it with his maimed arm, then he raised the other, and struck the woman by his side. She fell, screaming. Poor thing! Poor thing! Mr. Yellowplush's adieu. The end of Mr. Ducias's history is going to be the end of my correspondence. I wish the public was as sorry to part with me as I am with the public, because I fancy really that we've become friends, and feel for my part a becoming grief at saying adieu. It's impossible for me to continue, however, a writing, as I have done, violating the rules of orthography, and trampling upon the first principles of English grammar. When I began, I knew no better. When I'd carried on these papers a little further, and grew accustomed to writing, I began to smell out something queer in my style. Within the last 6 weeks I have been learning to spell, and when all the world was rejoicing at the festivities of our youthful queen, when all eyes were fixed upon her long suite of ambassadors and princes, following the splendid carriage of Marshal the Duke of Dalmatia, and blinking at the pearls and diamonds of Prince Oysteryacy, Yellowplush was in his lonely pantry, his eyes were fixed upon the spelling book, his heart was bent upon mastering the difficulties of the literary profession. I have been, in fact, converted. This was written in 1838. You shall hear how. Ours, you know, is a Whig house, and ever since his third son has got a place in the Treasury, his second a captaincy in the Guards, his first, the Secretary of Embassy at Pekin, with a prospect of being appointed ambassador at Luchu, ever since master's sons have received these attentions, and master himself has had the promise of a peerage, he has been the most regular, consistent, honorable liberal, in or out of the House of Commons. Well, being a Whig, it's the fashion, as you know, to receive literary people, and accordingly, at dinner, t'other day, whose name do you think I had to holler out on the first landing place about a week ago? After several dukes and marquises had been announced, a very genteel fly drives up to our door, and out steps two gentlemen. One was pale, and wore spectacles, a wig, and a white neckcloth. The other was slim with a hook nose, a pale face, a small waist, a pair of falling shoulders, a tight coat, and a cataract of black satin tumbling out of his bosom, and falling into a gilt velvet waistcoat. The little gentleman settled his wig, and pulled out his ribbons. The younger one fluffed the dust of his shoes, looked at his whiskers in a little pocket glass, settled his cravat, and they both mounted upstairs. "What name, sir?" says I, to the old gentleman. "Name, eh, now, you thief o' the world," says he, "do you pretend not to know me? Say it's the Cabinet Cyclopa, no, I mean the literary cran, pshaw, bluth the nouns, say it's Dox Hor Dioclesian Lana, I think he'll know me now, eh, Nid?" But the gentleman called Nid was at the bottom of the stair, and pretended to be very busy with his shoestring. So the little gentleman went upstairs alone. "Dr. Dionysius Lana," says I. "Dr. Athanasius Lardner," says Greville Fitzroy, our second footman, on the first landing place. "Dr. Ignatius Loyola," says the groom of the chambers, who pretends to be a scholar, and in the little gentleman went. When safely housed, the other chap came, and when I asked him his name, said, in a thick, gobbling kind of voice, "Sir George Lytton Bullwig." "Sir what?" says I, quite aghast at the name. "Sir Edward, no, I mean Mista Wedward Lyttn Bullwig." My knees trembled under me, my eyes filled with tears, my voice shook, as I passed up the venerable name to the other footman, and saw this first of English writers go up to the drawing-room. It's needless to mention the names of the rest of the company, or to describe the circumstances of the dinner. Suffice to say that the two literary gentlemen behaved very well, and seemed to have good appetites, especially the little Irishman in the wig, who ate, drunk, and talked as much as a dozen. He told how he'd been presented at court by his friend, Mr. Bullwig, and how the Queen had received them both, with a dignity undescribable, and how her blessed Majesty asked what was the bona fide sale of the Cabinet Cyclopedia, and how Dr. Lana told her that, on his honor, it was under 10,000. You may guess that the doctor, when he made this speech, was pretty far gone. The fact is, that whether it was the coronation, or the goodness of the wine, capital it is in our house, I can tell you, or the natural propensities of the guests assembled, which made them so especially jolly, I don't know, but they had kept up the meeting pretty late, and our poor butler was quite tired with the perpetual baskets of claret which he'd been called upon to bring up. So that about 11 o'clock, if I were to say they were merry, I should use a mild term; if I were to say they were intoxicated, I should use an expression more near to the truth, but less respectful in one of my situation. The company received this announcement with mute astonishment. Pray, Dr. Lander, says a spiteful gentleman, willing to keep up the literary conversation, what is the Cabinet Cyclopedia? It's the literary one theatre of the world, says he, and sure your lordship must have seen it, the lather numbers especially, cheap as dirt, bound in glazed calico, 6 shillings a volume. The illustrious names of Walter Scott, Thomas More, Dox here Southey, Sir James Mackintosh, Dox here Donovan, and myself, are to be found in the list of contributors. It's the phoenix of cyclopedies, a literary Bacon. A what? Says the gentleman next to him. A Bacon, shining in the darkness of our age, filled with the pure and lambent flame of science, burning with the gorgeous scintillations of divine literature, a monumentum, in fact, our perennius, bound in pink calico, 6 shillings a volume. This rigmarole, said Mr. Bullwig, who seemed rather disgusted that his friend should take up so much of the conversation, this rigmarole is all very well, but it's curious that you don't remember, in coactuising the light warm wits of the various magazines, chronicles, reviews, and encyclopedias, the existence of a critical review and literary chronicle, which, though the war of its appearance is dated only at a very few months previous to the present period, is, nevertheless, so remarkable for its intrinsic merits as to be read, not in the metropolis alone, but in the country, not in France merely, but in the west of Europe, wherever our pure English is spoken. It stretches its peaceful scepter, poised in America, from New York to Niagara, reprinted in Canada, from Montreal to Toronto, and, as I am gratified to hear from my friend the Governor of Cape Coast Castle, regularly received in Africa, and translated into the Mandingo language by the missionaries and the bushwhackers. I need not say, gentlemen, sir, that is, Mr. Speaker, I mean, Sir John, that I allude to the literary chronicle, of which I have the honor to be principal contributor. Very true, my dear Mr. Bullwig, says my master, you and I, being Whigs, must of course stand by our own friends, and I will agree, without a moment's hesitation, that the literary what do ye call is the prince of periodicals. The prince of periodicals, says Bullwig, my dear Sir John, it's the emperor of the press. Soit, let it be the emperor of the press, as you poetically call it, but, between ourselves, confess it, do not the Tory writers beat your wigs hollow? You talk about magazines. Look at what, shouts out Larder. There's none, Sir Jan, compared to ours. Pardon me, I think that, it is Bentley's Miscellany you mean, says Ignatius, as sharp as a needle. Why, no, but, oh thin, It's Coburn, sure, and that divil Theodore, a pretty paper, sir, but light, thrashy, milk and wathery, not strong, like the Literary Cran, good luck to it. Why, Dr. Lander, I was going to tell at once the name of the periodical, it's Fraser's Magazine. Fraser, says the doctor. Oh thunder and turf. Fraser, says Bullwig. Oh, haw, yes, no, why, that is Wheely, no, Wheely, upon my reputation, I never before heard the name of the periodical. By the by, Sir John, what remarkable good claret this is it la woes or laugh? Laugh, indeed. He couldn't git beyond laugh, and I'm blessed if I could keep it neither, for hearing him pretend ignorance, and being behind the screened, settlin' something for the gen'lm, I bust into such a roar of laughing as never was exceeded. Hullo, says Bullwig, turning red. Have I said anything improbable, or ridiculous, for, really, I never before recollect to have heard in society such a tremendous peal of cachinnation, that which the tragic bard who fought at Mawathan has called an a new Wythman gelasma. Why, be the holy piper, says Larder, I think you art throwing a little on your imagination. Not read Fraser. Don't believe him, my Lord Duke, he reads every word of it, the rogue. The boys about that magazine based him as if he was a sack of oatmeal. My reason for crying out, Sir Jan, was because you mentioned Fraser at all. Bullwig has every syllable of it by heart, from the Paleolithics down to the Yellowplush correspondence. Ha, says Bullwig, affecting to laugh, you may be sure my ears pricked up when I heard the name of the Yellowplush correspondence. Ha, why, to tell truth, I have read the correspondence to which you allude, it's a great favourite at court. I was talking with Springweiss and John Vassell about it the other day. Well, and what do you think of it, says Sir John, looking mighty waggish, for he knew it was me who wrote it. Why, really and truly, there's considerable cleverness about the quetcher, but it's low, disgustingly low, it violates probability, and the orthography is so carefully inaccurate, that it requires a positive study to comprehend it. Yes, faith, says Lana, the orthography is detestable, it's as bad for a man to write bad spelling as it is for to speak with a brogue. Education first, and genius afterwards. Your health, my lord, and good luck to you. Your remark, says Bullwig, is very appropriate. You will recollect, Sir John, in Herodotus, as for you, Doctor, you know more about Irish than about Greek, you will recollect, without doubt, a story narrated by that credulous though fascinating chronicler, of a certain kind of sheep which is known only in a certain district of Arabia, and of which the tail is so enormous, that it either draggles on the ground, or is bound up by the shepherds of the country into a small wheelbarrow, or cart, which makes the chronicler sneeringly remark that thus the sheep of Arabia have their own chariots. I have often thought, sir, this claret is really nectorious. I have often, I say, thought that the race of man may be compared to these Arabian sheep. Genius is our tail, education our wheelbarrow. Without art and education to prop it, this genius dwopes on the ground, and is polluted by the mud, or injured by the walks upon the way. With the wheelbarrow it is strengthened, increased, and supported, applied to the owner, a blessing to mankind. A very appropriate simile, says Sir John, and I am afraid that the genius of our friend Yellowplush has need of some such support. Apropos, said Bullwig, who is Yellowplush? I was given to understand that the name was only a fictitious one, and that the papers were written by the author of the Diary of a Physician. If so, the man has wonderfully improved in style, and there is some hope of him. Bah, says the Duke of Doublejowl, everybody knows it's Bernard, the celebrated author of Sam Slick. Pardon, my dear Duke, says Lord Bagwig, it's the authoress of High Life Almanacs and other fashionable novels. Fiddlestick's end, says Dr. Lana. Don't be blushing and pretending to ask questions. Don't we know you, Bullwig? It's you yourself, you thief of the world. We smoked you from the very beginning. Bullwig was about indignantly to reply, when Sir John interrupted them, and said, I must correct you all, gentlemen. Mr. Yellowplush is no other than Mr. Yellowplush. He gave you, my dear Bullwig, your last glass of champagne at dinner, and is now an inmate of my house, and an ornament of my kitchen. Gad, says Doublejowl, let's have him up. Here, here, says Bagwig. Ah, now, says Lana, your Grace is not going to call up and talk to a footman, sure? Is it genteel? To say the least of it, says Bullwig. The practice is irregular, and indicowroos, and I really don't see how the interview can be in any way profitable. But the vices of the company went against the two literary men, and everybody except them was for having up poor me. The bell was rung, butler came. Send up Charles, says master, and Charles, who was standing behind the screen, was personally obliged to come in. Charles, says master, I have been telling these gentlemen who is the author of the Yellowplush correspondence in Fraser's magazine. It's the best magazine in Europe, says the Duke. And no mistake, says my lord. What, says Lana, and where's the literary cran? I said myself nothing, but made a bow, and blushed like pickle cabbage. Mr. Yellowplush, says his Grace, will you, in the first place, drink a glass of wine? I bowed again. And what wine do you prefer, sir, humble port or imperial burgundy? Why, your Grace, says I know my place, and ain't above kitchen wines. I will take a glass of port, and drink it to the health of this honourable company. When I'd swigged off the bumper, which his Grace himself did me the honour to pour out for me, there was a silence for a minute, when my master said, Charles Yellowplush, I have perused your memoirs in Fraser's magazine with so much curiosity, and have so high an opinion of your talents as a writer, that I really cannot keep you as a footman any longer, or allow you to discharge duties for which you are now quite unfit. With all my admiration for your talents, Mr. Yellowplush, I still am confident that many of your friends in the servants' hall will clean my boots a great deal better than a gentleman of your genius can ever be expected to do. It is for this purpose I employ footmen, and not that they may be writing articles in magazines. But, you need not look so red, my good fellow, and had better take another glass of port. I don't wish to throw you upon the wide world without the means of a livelihood, and have made interest for a little place which you will have under government, and which will give you an income of £80 per annum, which you can double, I presume, by your literary labours. Sir, says I, clasping my hands, and busting into tears, do not, for heaven's sake, do not think of any such thing, or drive me from your service, because I have been fool enough to write in magazines. Glance but one moment at your honour's plate, every spoon is as bright as a mirror. Condescend to examine your shoes, your honour may see reflected in them the phases of every one in the company. I blacked them shoes, I cleaned that their plate. If occasionally I forgot the footman in the literary man, and committed to paper my reminiscences of fashionable life, it was from a sincere desire to do good, and promote knowledge, and I appeal to your honour, I lay my hand on my bosom, and in the face of this noble company beg you to say, when you rung your bell, who came to you first? When you stopped out at Brooks till morning, who sat up for you? When you was ill, who forgot the natural dignities of his station, and answered the two-pair bell? Oh, sir, says I know what's what, don't send me away. I know them literary chaps, and, believe me, I'd rather be a footman. The work's not so hard, the pay is better, the victuals incomparably supra. I have but to clean my things, and run my errands, and you put clothes on my back, and meat in my mouth. Sir. Mr. Bullwig. Aren't I right? Shall I quit my station and sink, that is to say, rise, to yours? Bullwig was violently affected, a tear stood in his glistening eye. Yellowplush, says he, seizing my hand, you are right. Quit not your present occupation, black boots, clean knives, wear plush, all your life, but don't turn literary man. Look at me. I am the first novelist in Europe. I have ranged with eagle wing over the wide regions of literature, and perched on every eminence in its turn. I have gazed with eagle eyes on the sun of philosophy, and fathomed the mysterious depths of the human mind. All languages are familiar to me, all thoughts are known to me, all men understood by me. I have gathered wisdom from the honeyed lips of Plato, as we wandered in the gardens of Academes, wisdom, too, from the mouth of Job Johnson, as we smoked our baccy in 7 Dials. Such must be the studies, and such is the mission, in this world, of the poet-philosopher. But the knowledge is only emptiness, the initiation is but misery. The initiated, a man shunned and bandied by his fellows. Oh, said Bullwig, clasping his hands, and throwing his fine eyes up to the chandelier, the curse of Prometheus descends upon his ways. Wrath and punishment pursue them from generation to generation. Woe to genius, the heaven scaler, the fire stealer. Woe and thrice bitter desolation. Earth is the rock on which Zeus, merciless, stretches his writhing victim, men, the vultures that feed and fatten on him. Ari. It is agony eternal, groaning and solitary despair. And you, Yellowplush, would penetrate these mysteries, you would raise the awful veil, and stand in the tremendous presence. Beware, as you value your peace, beware. Withdraw, wash neophyte. For heaven's sake, oh for heaven's sake. Here he looked round with agony. Give me a glass of brandy and water, for this claret is beginning to disagree with me. Bullwig, having concluded this speech, very much to his own satisfaction, looked round to the company for applause, and then swigged off the glass of brandy and water, giving a solemn sigh as he took the last gulp, and then Dr. Ignatius, who longed for a chance, and, in order to show his independence, began flatly contradicting his friend, addressed me, and the rest of the gentlemen present, in the following manner: "Hark ye," says he, "my gossoon, doan't he be led astray by the nonsense of that devil of a Bullwig. He's hillis of ye, my boy, that's the raal, undoubted truth, and it's only to keep you out of literary life that he's palavering you in this way. I'll tell you what, Plush, ye blackguard, my honourable friend the member there has told me 100 times by the smallest computation, of his intense admiration of your talents, and the wonderful stir they were making in the world. He can't bear a rival. He's mad with envy, hatred, uncharitableness. Look at him, Plush, and look at me. My father was not a duke exactly, nor even a marquis, and see, nevertheless, to what a pitch I am come. I spare no ninepence, I'm the editor of a couple of periodicals, I thrive about in me carriage, I dine with the lords of the land, and why, in the name of the piper that plead before Moses, Hwy? Because I'm a literary man. Because I know how to play me cards. Because I'm Dox Helana, in fact, and member of every society in and out of Europe. I might have remained all my life in Thrinaticulge, and never made such an income as that offered you by Sir Jan, but I came to London, my boy, and now see. Look again at me friend Bullwig. He is a gentleman, to be sure, and bad luck to him, say I, and what has been the result of his literary labour? I'll tell you what, and I'll tell this genteel society, by the shade of Saint Patrick, they are going to make him a baronet. A baronet, doctor, says I, you don't mean to say they're going to make him a baronet? As sure as I've made myself a dock's horse, says Lana. What, a baronet, like Sir John? The divil a bit else. And pray what for? What for, says Bullwig. Ask the history of literature you were what for. Ask Colburn, ask Bentley, ask Saunders and Otley, ask the great British nation, what for? The blood in my veins comes purified through 10,000 years of chivalry's ancestry, but that is neither here nor there. My political principles, the equal rights which I have advocated, the great cause of freedom that I have celebrated, are known to all. But this, I confess, has nothing to do with the question. No, the question is this: on the throne of literature I stand unrivalled, preeminent, and the British government, on genius in me, compliments the British nation by lifting into the bosom of the hereditary nobility, the most gifted member of the democracy, The Honourable Gentleman here sunk down amidst repeated cheers. Sir John, says I, and my Lord Duke, the words of my reverend friend Ignatius, and the remarks of the Honourable Gentleman who has just sate down, have made me change the determination which I had the honour of expressing just now. I accept the £80 a year, knowing that I shall have plenty of time for pursuing my literary career, and hoping some day to set on that same bench of baronets, which is decorated by the presence of my honourable friend. Why shouldn't I? It's true I ain't done anything as yet to deserve such an honour, and it's very probable that I never shall. But what then, cordon, as our friends say? I'd much rather have a coat of arms than a coat of livery. I'd much rather have my blood-red hand spurling in the middle of a shield, than underneath a tea-tray. A baronet I will be, and, in consequence, must cease to be a footman. As to my political principles, these, I confess, ain't settled. They are, I know, necessary, but they ain't necessary until ASKT 4. Besides, I regular read the satirist newspaper, and so ignorance on this pint would be inexcusable. But if one man can get to be a doctor, and another a baronet, and another a captain in the navy, and another a countess, and another the wife of a governor of the Cape of Good Hope, I begin to perceive that the literary trade ain't such a very bad un, especially if you're up to snuff, and know what's o'clock. I'll learn to make myself useful, in the first place, then I'll learn to spell, and, I trust, by reading the novels of the Honourable Member, and the scientific treatises of the Reverend Doctor, I may find the secret of success, and get a little for my own share. I've several friends in the press, having paid for many of those chaps' drink, and given them other treats, and so I think I've got all the ailments of success. Therefore, I am determined, as I said, to accept your kind offer, and beg to withdraw the votes which I made use of when I refused your hospitable offer. I must, however, I wish you'd withdraw yourself, said Sir John, bursting into a most extraordinary rage, and not interrupt the company with your infernal talk. Go down, and get us coffee, and, hark ye, hold your impertinent tongue, or I'll break every bone in your body. You shall have the place as I said, and while you're in my service, you shall be my servant, but you don't stay in my service after tomorrow. Go downstairs, sir, and don't stand staring here. In this abrupt way, my evening ended. It's with a melancholy regret that I think what came of it. I don't wear plush any more. I am an altered, a wiser, and, I trust, a better man. I'm about a novel, having made great progress in spelling, in the style of my friend Bullwig, and preparing for publication, in the Doctor's Cyclopedia, the lives of eminent British and foreign washerwomen. Skimmings from the diary of George IV. Charles Yellowplush, Esquires, to Oliver York, Esquires. Dear Y, taking advantage of the Christmas holidays, Sir John and me, who is a Member of Parliament, had gone down to our place in Yorkshire for 6 weeks, to shoot crows and woodcocks, and enjoy old English hospitality. This ugly Kennedy business unluckily put an end to our sports in the country, and brought us up to Buckley Square as fast as 4 posters could gallop. When there, I found your parcel, containing the 2 volumes of a new book, which, as I have been away from the literary world, and employed solely in athletic exercises, have been laying neglected in my pantry, among my knife clothes, and decanters, and blacking bottles, and bedroom candles, and things. These memoirs were originally published in Fraser's magazine, and it may be stated for the benefit of the unlearned in such matters, that Oliver York is the assumed name of the editor of that periodical. This will, I'm sure, account for my delay in noticing the work. I see several of the papers and magazines have been beforehand with me, and have given their opinions concerning it, specially the Quarterly Review, which has most mercilessly cut to pieces the author of this diary of the times of George IV. Diary illustrative of the times of George IV, interspersed with original letters from the late Queen Caroline, and from various other distinguished persons. Toto Utard, Tout Sesk. Maintenon. In 2 vols. London, 1838. Henry Colburn. That it's a woman who wrote it is evident from the style of the writing, as well as from certain proofs in the book itself. Most certainly a female wrote this diary, but who this diary maid may be, I, in course, can't conjecture, and indeed, common gallantry forbids me to ask. I can only judge of the book itself, which, it appears to me, is clearly trenching upon my ground and favourite subjects, viz. Fashionable life, as exhibited in the houses of the nobility, gentry, and royal family. But I bear no malice. Information is information, and it doesn't matter where the infamy comes from, and whether the diary be from that distinguished pen to which it is ordinarily attributed, whether, I say, it comes from a lady of honour to the late Queen, or a scullion to that defunct Majesty, no matter, all we ask is knowledge, never mind how we have it. Knowledge, as our cook says, is like treacle posset, it's always good, though you was to drink it out of an old shoe. Well, then, although this diary is likely seriously to injure my personal interests, by forestalling a deal of what I had to say in my private memoirs, though many, many guineas, is taken from my pocket, by cutting short the tale of my narrative, though much that I had to say in superior language, graced with all the elegance of my oratory, the benefic of my classical reading, the charms of my agreeable wit, is thus abruptly brought before the world by an inferior genus, neither knowing nor writing English, yet I say, that nevertheless I must say, what I am perfectly prepared to say, to gainsay which no man can say a word, yet I say, that I consider this publication welcome. Far from viewing it with envy, I greet it with applause, because it increases that most excellent species of knowledge, I mean fashionable knowledge compared to which all other knowledge is nonsense, a bag of gold to a pair of snuffers. Could Lord Brougham, on the Kennedy question, say more? Or say what he had to say better? We are martyrs, both of us, to principle, and everybody who knows either knows that we would sacrifice anything rather than that. Fashion is the goddess I adore. This delightful work is an offering on her shrine, and as sick all her worshippers are bound to hail it. Here is not a question of trumpry lords and honorables, generals and baronites, but the crown itself, and the king and queen's actions, which may be considered as the crown jewels. Here's princes, and grand dukes and heirs apparent, and heaven knows what, all with blood royal in their veins, and their names mentioned in the very first page of the peerage. In this book you become so intimate with the Prince of Wales, that you may follow him, if you please, to his marriage bed, or, if you prefer the Princess Charlotte, you may have with her an hour's tete-a-tete. Our estimable correspondent means, we presume, tete-a-tete. Oy. Now, though most of the remarkable extracts from this book have been given already, the cream of the dairy, as I wittily say, I shall trouble you, nevertheless, with a few, partly because they can't be repeated too often, and because the tone of observation with which they have been generally received by the press, is not exactly such as I think they merit. How, indeed, can these common magazine and newspaper people know anything of fashionable life, let alone real? Conceiving, then, that the publication of the diary has done real good on this score, and may probably do a deal more, I shall look through it, for the purpose of selecting the most elegant passages, and which I think may be peculiarly adapted to the reader's benefit. For you see, my dear Mr. York, that in the first place, that this is no common catchpenny book, like that of most authors and authoresses, who write for the base lucre of gain. Heaven bless you! The dairymaid is above anything mercenary. She is a woman of rank, and no mistake, and is as much above doing a common or vulgar action as I am superior to taking beer after dinner with my cheese. She proves that most satisfactorily, as we see in the following passage. Her Royal Highness came to me, and having spoken a few phrases on different subjects, produced all the papers she wishes to have published, her whole correspondence with the Prince relative to Lady J.'s dismissal, his subsequent neglect of the Princess, and, finally, the acquittal of her supposed guilt, signed by the Duke of Portland, and c. at the time of the secret inquiry, when, if proof could have been brought against her, it certainly would have been done, and which acquittal, to the disgrace of all parties concerned, as well as to the justice of the nation in general, was not made public at the time. A common criminal is publicly condemned or acquitted. Her Royal Highness commanded me to have these letters published forthwith, saying, you may sell them for a great sum. At first, for she had spoken to me before concerning this business, I thought of availing myself of the opportunity, but upon second thoughts, I turned from this idea with detestation, for, if I do wrong by obeying her wishes and endeavoring to serve her, I will do so at least from good and disinterested motives, not from any sordid views. The Princess commands me, and I will obey her, whatever may be the issue, but not for fair or fee. I own I tremble, not so much for myself, as for the idea that she is not taking the best and most dignified way of having these papers published. Why make a secret of it at all? If wrong, it should not be done, if right it should be done openly, and in the face of her enemies. In Her Royal Highness's case, as in that of wronged princes in general, why do they shrink from straightforward dealings, and rather have recourse to crooked policy? I wish, in this particular instance, I could make Her Royal Highness feel thus, but she is naturally indignant at being falsely accused, and will not condescend to an avowed explanation. Can anything be more just and honourable than this? The Dairy Lady is quite fair and above board. A clear stage, says she, and no favour. I won't do behind my back what I am ashamed of before my face, not I. No more she does, for you see that, though she was offered this manuscript by the princess for nothing, though she knew that she could actually get for it a large sum of money, she was above it, like an honest, noble, grateful, fashionable woman, as she was. She abhors secrecy, and never will have recourse to disguise or crooked policy. This ought to be an unsure to them radical sneerers, who pretend that they are the equals of fashionable people, whereas it's a well-known fact, that the vulgar rogues have no notion of honour. And after this positive declaration, which reflects honour on her ladyship, long life to her. I've often waited behind her chair. After this positive declaration, that, even for the purpose of defending her missus, she was so high-minded as to refuse anything like a peculiarly consideration, it is actually asserted in the public prints by a bookseller, that he has given her £1,000 for the dairy. £1,000. Nonsense, it's a figment. A base libel. This woman take £1,000, in a matter where her dear mistress, friend, and benefactress was concerned. Never. 1,000 bagonnets would be more preferable to a woman of her exquisite feelings and fashion. But to proceed. It's been objected to me, when I wrote some of my experiences in fashionable life, that my language was occasionally vulgar, and not such as is generally used in those exquisite families which I frequent. Now, I'll lay a wager that there is in this book, wrote as all the world knows, by a real lady, and speaking of kings and queens as if they were as common as sandboys, there is in this book more vulgarity than ever I displayed, more nastiness than ever I would dare to think on, and more bad grammar than ever I wrote since I was a boy at school. As for orthography, every gentleman has his own, never mind spelling, I say, so long as the sense is right. Let me here quote a letter from a correspondent of this charming lady of honour, and a very nice correspondent he is, too, without any mistake. Lady O. Poor Lady O. Knows the rules of prudence, I fear me, as imperfectly as she doth those of the Greek and Latin grammars, or she hath let her brother, who is a sad swine, become master of her secrets, and then contrived to quarrel with him. You would see the outline of the melange in the newspapers, but not the report that Mr. S. is about to publish a pamphlet, as an addition to the Harleian Tracts, setting forth the amatory adventures of his sister. We shall break our necks in haste to buy it, of course crying shameful all the while, and it is said that Lady O. is to be cut, which I cannot entirely believe. Let her tell 2 or 3 old women about town that they are young and handsome, and give some well-timed parties, and she may still keep the society which she hath been used to. The times are not so hard as they once were, when a woman could not construe Magna Charta with anything like impunity. People were full as gallant many years ago. But the days are gone by wherein my Lord Protector of the Commonwealth of England was wont to go a love-making to Mrs. Fleetwood, with the Bible under his arm. And so Miss Jackie Gordon is really clothed with a husband at last, and Miss Laura Manners left without a mate. She and Lord Stair should marry and have children in mere revenge. As to Miss Gordon, she's a Venus well suited for such a Vulcan, whom nothing but money and a title could have rendered tolerable, even to a kitchen wench. It is said that the matrimonial correspondence between this couple is to be published, full of sad scandalous relations, of which you may be sure scarcely a word is true. In former times, the Duchess of Streator made use of these elegant epistles in order to intimidate Lady Johnston, but that ruse would not avail, so in spite, they are to be printed. What a cargo of amiable creatures! Yet will some people scarcely believe in the existence of pandemonium. Tuesday morning. You are perfectly right respecting the hot rooms here, which we all cry out against, and all find very comfortable, much more so than the cold sands and bleak neighborhood of the sea, which looks vastly well in one of Van der Veld's pictures hung upon crimson damask, but hideous and shocking in reality. H. and his L., talking of parties, were last night at Cholmondeley House, but seem not to ripen in their love. He is certainly good-humoured, and I believe, good-hearted, so deserves a good wife, but his Cara seems a genuine London miss made up of many affectations. Will she form a comfortable helpmate? For me, I like not her origin, and deem many strange things to run in blood, besides madness and the Hanoverian evil. Thursday. I verily do believe that I shall never get to the end of this small sheet of paper, so many unheard of interruptions have I had, and now I have been to Vauxhall, and caught the toothache. I was of Lady E.B., M&H.'s party, very dull, the lady giving us all a supper after our promenade. Much ado was there, God wot she would love, but he would not. He ate a great deal of ice, although he did not seem to require it, and she faisait les yeux doux enough not only to have melted all the ice which he swallowed, but his own hard heart into the bargain. The thing will not do. In the meantime, Miss Long hath become quite cruel to Wellesley Pole, and divides her favour equally between Lords Killeen and Kilworth, two as simple Irishmen as ever gave birth to a bull. I wish to hymen that she were fairly married, for all this pother gives one a disgusting picture of human nature. A disgusting picture of human nature, indeed, and isn't he who moralizes about it, and she to whom he writes, a couple of pretty heads in the same piece. Which, Mr. York, is the worst, the scandal or the scandal-mongers? See what it is to be a moral man of fashion. First, he scrapes together all the bad stories about all the people of his acquaintance, he goes to a ball, and laughs or sneers at everybody there, he is asked to a dinner, and brings away, along with meat and wine to his heart's content, a sour stomach filled with nasty stories of all the people present there. He has such a squeamish appetite, that all the world seems to disagree with him. And what has he got to say to his delicate female friend? Why, that, first, Mr. S is going to publish indecent stories about Lady O, his sister, which everybody's going to buy. Next, that Miss Gordon is going to be clothed with an husband, and that all their matrimonial correspondence is to be published too. 3. That Lord H is going to be married, but there's something wrong in his wife's blood. 4. Miss Long has cut Mr. Wellesley, and is gone after 2 Irish lords. Wouldn't you fancy, now, that the author of such a letter, instead of writing about people of tip-top quality, was describing Vinegar Yard? Would you believe that the lady he was writing to was a chaste, modest lady of honor, and mother of a family? O trumpery! O Morris! As Homer says, this is a hideous picture of manners, such as I wept to think of, as every mortal man must weep. The above is one pretty picture of merely fashionable life. What follows is about families even higher situated than the most fashionable. Here we have the Princess Regine, her daughter the Princess Charlotte, her grandmamma the Old Queen, and Her Majesty's daughters the 2 princesses. If this is not high life, I don't know where it is to be found, and it's pleasing to see what affection and harmony reigns in such an exalted sphere. Sunday 24th. Yesterday, the princess went to meet the Princess Charlotte at Kensington. Lady told me that, when the latter arrived, she rushed up to her mother, and said, "For God's sake, be civil to her," meaning the Duchess of Leeds, who followed her. Lady said she felt sorry for the latter, but when the Princess of Wales talked to her, she soon became so free and easy, that one could not have any feeling about her feelings. Princess Charlotte, I was told, was looking handsome, very pale, but her head more becomingly dressed, that is to say, less dressed than usual. Her figure is of that full round shape which is now in its prime, but she disfigures herself by wearing her bodice so short, that she literally has no waist. Her feet are very pretty, and so are her hands and arms, and her ears, and the shape of her head. Her countenance is expressive, when she allows her passions to play upon it, and I never saw any face, with so little shade, express so many powerful and varied emotions. Lady told me that the Princess Charlotte talked to her about her situation, and said, in a very quiet, but determined way, she would not bear it, and that as soon as Parliament met, she intended to come to Warwick House, and remain there, that she was also determined not to consider the Duchess of Leeds as her governess but only as her First Lady. She made many observations on other persons and subjects, and appears to be very quick, very penetrating, but imperious and wilful. There is a tone of romance, too, in her character, which will only serve to mislead her. She told her mother that there had been a great battle at Windsor between the Queen and the Prince, the former refusing to give up Miss Knight from her own person to attend on Princess Charlotte as sub-governess. But the Prince Regent had gone to Windsor himself, and insisted on her doing so, and the old Begin was forced to submit, but has been ill ever since, and Sir Henry Halford declared it was a complete breaking up of her constitution, to the great delight of the two princesses, who were talking about this affair. Miss Knight was the very person they wished to have. They think they can do as they like with her. It has been ordered that the Princess Charlotte should not see her mother alone for a single moment, but the latter went into her room, stuffed a pair of large shoes full of papers, and having given them to her daughter, she went home. Lady told me everything was written down and sent to Mr. Broome next day. See what discord will creep even into the best regulated families. Here are 6 of 'em, viz., the Queen and her 2 daughters, her son, and his wife and daughter, and the manner in which they hate one another is a complete puzzle. His mother. The prince hates his wife. His daughter. Princess Charlotte hates her father. Princess of Wales hates her husband. The old Queen, by their squabbles, is on the point of death, and her 2 dutiful daughters are delighted at the news. What a happy, fashionable, Christian family! Oh, Mr. York, if this is the way in the drawing rooms, I'm quite content to live below, in peace and charity with all men, writing, as I am now, in my pantry, or else having a quiet game at cards in the servants' hall. With us there's no bitter, wicked, quarreling of this sort. We don't hate our children, or bully our mothers, or wish 'em dead when they are sick, as this dairywoman says kings and queens do. When we're writing to our friends or sweethearts, we don't fill our letters with nasty stories, taking away the character of our fellow servants, as this maid of honor's amusing moral friend does. But, in course, it's not for us to judge of our betters. These great people are a superior race, and we can't comprehend their ways. Do you recollect, it's 20 years ago now, how a beautiful princess died in giving birth to a poor baby, and how the whole nation of England wept, as though it was one man, over that sweet woman and child, in which were centered the hopes of every one of us, and of which each was as proud as of his own wife or infant? Do you recollect how poor fellows spent their last shilling to buy a black crape for their hats, and clergymen cried in the pulpit, and the whole country through was no better than a great dismal funeral? Do you recollect, Mr. York, who was the person that we all took on so about? We called her the Princess Charlotte of Wales, and we value out a single drop of her blood more than the whole heartless body of her father. Well, we looked up to her as a kind of saint or angel, and blessed God, such foolish loyal English people as we were in those days, who had sent this sweet lady to rule over us. But heaven bless you, it was only superstition. She was no better than she should be, as it turns out, or at least the dairymaid says so. No better. If my daughter's or yours was a half so bad, we'd as lief be dead ourselves, and they hanged. But listen to this pretty charitable story, and a truce to reflections. Sunday, January 9, 1814. Yesterday, according to appointment, I went to Princess Charlotte. Found at Warwick House the harp player, dizzy, was asked to remain and listen to his performance, but was talked to during the whole time, which completely prevented all possibility of listening to the music. The Duchess of Leeds and her daughter were in the room, but left it soon. Next arrived Miss Knight, who remained all the time I was there. Princess Charlotte was very gracious, showed me all her bonny dies, as B. would have called them, pictures, and cases, and jewels, and C. She talked in a very desultory way, and it would be difficult to say of what. She observed her mother was in very low spirits. I asked her how she supposed she could be otherwise. This questioning answer saves a great deal of trouble, and serves two purposes. I.e. avoids committing oneself, or giving offense by silence. There was hung in the apartment one portrait, amongst others, that very much resembled the Duke of D. I asked Miss Knight whom it represented. She said that was not known, it had been supposed a likeness of the Pretender, when young. This answer suited my thoughts so comically I could have laughed, if one ever did at courts anything but the contrary of what one was inclined to do. Princess Charlotte has a very great variety of expression in her countenance, a play of features, and a force of muscle, rarely seen in connection with such soft and shadeless coloring. Her hands and arms are beautiful, but I think her figure is already gone, and will soon be precisely like her mother's. In short, it is the very picture of her, and not in miniature. I could not help analyzing my own sensations during the time I was with her, and thought more of them than I did of her. Why was I at all flattered, at all more amused, at all more supple to this young princess, than to her who is only the same sort of person set in the shade of circumstances and of years? It is that youth, and the approach of power, and the latent views of self-interest, sway the heart and dazzle the understanding. If this is so with a heart not, I trust, corrupt, and a head not particularly formed for interested calculations, what effect must not the same causes produce on the generality of mankind? In the course of the conversation, the Princess Charlotte contrived to edge in a good deal of dy, and would, if I had entered into the thing, have gone on with it, while looking at a little picture of herself, which had about 30 or 40 different dresses to put over it, done on isinglass, and which allowed the general coloring of the picture to be seen through its transparency. It was, I thought, a pretty enough conceit, though rather like dressing up a doll. Ah, said Miss Knight, I am not content though, madam, for I yet should have liked one more dress, that of the favourite sultana. No, no, said the princess, I never was a favourite, and never can be one, looking at a picture which she said was her father's, but which I do not believe was done for the regent any more than for me, but represented a young man in a hussar's dress, probably a former favourite. The Princess Charlotte seemed much hurt at the little notice that was taken of her birthday. After keeping me for 2 hours and a half she dismissed me, and I am sure I could not say what she said, except that it was an olio of decousus and heterogeneous things, partaking of the characteristics of her mother, grafted on a younger scion. I dined tête-à-tête with my dear old aunt, hers is always a sweet and soothing society to me. There's a pleasing, ladylike, moral extract for you. An innocent young thing of 15 has pictures of 2 lovers in her room, and expects a good number more. This delicate young creature edges in a good deal of tumdody. I can't find it in Johnson's dictionary, and would have gone on with the thing, elegance of language, if the dairy lady would have let her. Now, to tell you the truth, Mr. York, I don't believe a single syllable of this story. This lady of Hannah says, in the first place, that the princess would have talked a good deal of tumdody, which means, I suppose, indecency, if she, the lady of Hannah, would have let her. This is a good one. Why, she lets everybody else talk tumdody to their heart's content, she lets her friends write tumdady, and, after keeping it for a quarter of a century, she prints it. Why then, be so squeamish about hearing a little? And, then, there's the story of the 2 portricks. This woman has the honor to be received in the friendliest manner by a British princess, and what does the grateful loyal creature do? 2 pictures of the princess's relations are hanging in her room, and the dairywoman swears away the poor young princess's character, by swearing they are pictures of her lovers. For shame, oh, for shame! You slandering, backbiting dairywoman, you! If you told all them things to your dear old aunt on going to dine with her, you must have had very sweet and soothing society indeed. I had marked out many more extracts, which I intended to write about, but I think I have said enough about this dairy. In fact, the butler, and the gals in the servants' hall are not well pleased that I should go on reading this naughty book, so we'll have no more of it, only one passage about politics, which is certainly quite new. No one was so likely to be able to defeat Bonaparte as the Crown Prince, from the intimate knowledge he possessed of his character. Bernadotte was also instigated against Bonaparte by one who not only owed him a personal hatred, but who possessed a mind equal to his, and who gave the Crown Prince both information and advice how to act. This was no less a person than Madame de Staël. It was not, as some have asserted, that she was in love with Bernadotte, for, at the time of their intimacy, Madame de Staël was in love with Rocca. But she used her influence, which was not small, with the Crown Prince, to make him fight against Bonaparte, and to her wisdom may be attributed much of the success which accompanied his attack upon him. Bernadotte has raised the flame of liberty, which seems fortunately to blaze all around. May it liberate Europe, and from the ashes of the laurel may olive branches spring up, and overshadow the earth. There's a discovery that the overthrow of Bonaparte is owing to Madame de Staël. What nonsense for Colonel Southey or Dr. Napier to write histories of the war with that Capsicum upstart and murderer, when here we have the whole affair explained by the Lady of Honor. Sunday, the 10th of April, 1814. The incidents which take place every hour are miraculous. Bonaparte is deposed, but alive, subdued, but allowed to choose his place of residence. The island of Elba is the spot he has selected for his ignominious retreat. France is holding forth repentant alms to her banished sovereign. The Poissards who dragged Louis XVI to the scaffold are presenting flowers to the Emperor of Russia, the restorer of their legitimate king. What a stupendous field for philosophy to expatiate in! What an endless material for thought! What humiliation to the pride of mere human greatness! How are the mighty fallen! Of all that was great in Napoleon, what remains? Despoiled of his usurped power, he sinks to insignificance. There was no moral greatness in the man. The meteor dazzled, scorched, is put out, utterly, and forever. But the power which rests in those who have delivered the nations from bondage, is a power that is delegated to them from heaven, and the manner in which they have used it is a guarantee for its continuance. The Duke of Wellington has gained laurels unstained by any useless flow of blood. He has done more than conquer others, he has conquered himself, and in the midst of the blaze and flush of victory, surrounded by the homage of nations, he has not been betrayed into the commission of any act of cruelty or wanton offense. He was as cool and self-possessed under the blaze and dazzle of fame as a common man would be under the shade of his garden tree, or by the hearth of his home. But the tyrant who kept Europe in awe is now a pitiable object for scorn to point the finger of derision at, and humanity shudders as it remembers the scourge with which this man's ambition was permitted to devastate every home tie, and every heartfelt joy. And now, after this sublime passage, as full of awful reflections and pious sentiments as those of Mrs. Cole in the play, I shall only quote one little extract more. All goes gloomily with the poor princess. Lady Charlotte Campbell told me she regrets not seeing all these curious personages, but she says, the more the princess is forsaken, the more happy she is at having offered to attend her at this time. This is very amiable in her, and cannot fail to be gratifying to the princess. So it is, were he amiable, were he kind and considerate in her, indeed. Poor princess! How lucky you was to find a friend who loved you for your own sake, and when all the rest of the wood turned its back kept steady to you. As for believing that Lady Charlotte had any hand in this book *, heaven forbid. She is all gratitude, pure gratitude, depend upon it. She would not go for to blacken her old friend and patron's character, after having been so outrageously faithful to her. She wouldn't do it, at no price, depend upon it. How sorry she must be that others aren't quite so squeamish, and show up in this indecent way the follies of her kind, generous, foolish benefactress. The authorized announcement, in the John Bull newspaper, sets this question at rest. It is declared that her ladyship is not the writer of the diary. OY epistles to the literati. CHSYLLWP Elsher, Esquires, to Sir Edward Lytton Bulwer, B.T. John Thomas Smith, Esquires, to C. S.Y. H. Esquires notice. The circumstances of the following article are as follows. Me and my friend, the celebrated Mr. Smith, recognized each other in the Haymarket Theatre, during the performance of the new play. I was set in the gallery, and sung out to him. he was in the pit, to join us after the play, over a glass of beer and a cold oyster, in my pantry, the family being out. Smith came as appointed. We discoursed on the subject of the comedy, and, after several glasses, we each of us agreed to write a letter to the other, giving our notions of the piece. Paper was brought that moment, and Smith writing his article across the knife-board, I dashed off mine on the dresser. Our agreement was, that I, being remarkable for my style of writing, should criticise the language, whilst he should take up with the plot of the play, and the candid reader will pardon me for having altered the original address of my letter, and directed it to Sir Edward himself, and for having incorporated Smith's remarks in the midst of my own. Mayfair, the 30th of November, 1839. Midnight. Honourable Barnet, retired from the literary world a year or more. I didn't think anything would induce me to come forwards again, for I was content with my share of reputation, and proposed to add nothing to those immortal works which have rendered this magazine so celebrated. Shall I tell you the reason of my reappearance? A desire for the benefit of my fellow creatures. Fidelistic. A mighty truth with which my bosom lay bought, and which I must bring forth or die. Nonsense, stuff, money's the secret, my dear Barnet, money, elargong, geld, specunia. Here's quarter day coming, and I'm blessed if I can pay my landlord, unless I can add artificially to my income. This is, however, betwixt you and me. There's no need to blackguard the streets with it, or to tell the British public that Fitzroy Yellowplush is short of money, or that the celebrated author of the papers is in pecuniary difficulties, or is fatigued by his superhuman literary labours, or by his family circumstances, or by any other personal matter. My maxim, dear B, is on these points to be as quiet as postbile. What the deuce does the public care for you or me? Why must we always, in prefaces and what not, be talking about ourselves and our extraordinary merits, woes, and injuries? It is on this subject that I purpose, my dear Barnet, to speak to you in a friendly way, and perhaps you'll find my advice tolerably wholesome. Well, then, if you care about the opinions, for good or evil, of us poor servants, I tell you, in the most candid way, I like you, Barnet. I've had my fling at you in my day, for, entry new, that last story I wrote about you and Lander was as big a bouncer as ever was. I've had my fling at you, but I like you. One may object to an immense deal of your writings, which, betwixt you and me, contain more sham sentiment, sham morality, sham poetry, than you'd like to own, but, in spite of this, there's the stuff in you, you've a kind and loyal heart in you, Barnet, a trifle debauched, perhaps, a keen eye, especially for what's comic. As for your tragedy, it's mighty flatulent, and a ready pleasant pen. The man who says you are an as is an as himself. Don't believe him, Barnet. Not that I suppose you will, for, if I've formed a correct opinion of you from your works, you think your small beer as good as most men's. Every man does, and why not? We brew, and we love our own tap, amen. But the pint betwixt us, is this stupid, absurd way of crying out, because the public don't like it too. Why should they, my dear Barnet? You may vow that they are fools, or that the critics are your enemies, or that the wood should judge your poems by your critical rules, and not their own. You may beat your breast, and vow you are a martyr, and you won't mend the matter. Take heart, man. You're not so miserable after all, your spirits need not be so very cast down, you are not so very badly paid. I'd lay a wager that you make, with one thing or another, plays, novels, pamphlets, and little odd jobs here and there, you're 3,000 a year. There's many a man, dear Bullwig, that works for less, and lives content. Why shouldn't you? 3,000 a year is no such bad thing, let alone the baronetcy. It must be a great comfort to have that bloody hand in your sketching. But don't you see, that in a wood naturally envious, wicked, and fond of a joke, this very baronetcy, these very complaints, this ceaseless groaning, and moaning, and whining of yours, is exactly the thing which makes people laugh and sneer more. If you were ever at a great school, you must recollect who was the boy most bullied, and buffeted, and pursued, he who minded it most. He who could take a basting got but few, he who roared and wept because the naughty boys called him nicknames, was nicknamed Vas and Vas. I recollect there was at our school, in Smithfield, a chap of this milksop, spoony sort, who appeared among the romping, ragged fellows in a fine flanning dressing gown, that his mamma had given him. That poor boy was beaten in a way that his dear ma and aunts didn't know him. His fine flanning dressing gown was torn all to ribbons, and he got no peace in the school ever after, but was obliged to be taken to some other seminary, where, I make no doubt, he was paid off exactly in the same way. Do you take the wholegory, my dear Barnet? Mutato nomine, you know what I mean. You are the boy, and your baronetcy is the dressing gown. You dress yourself out finer than other chaps and they all begin to salt and hustle you. It's human nature, Barnet. You show weakness, think of your dear ma, mayhap, and begin to cry. It's all over with you. The whole school is at you, upper boys and under, big and little. The dirtiest little fag in the place will pipe out blackguard names at you, and takes his puny tug at your tail. The only way to avoid such conspiracies is to put a pair of stout shoulders forwards, and bust through the crowd of ragamuffins. A good bold fellow doubles his fist, and cries, "What dares meddle wi' me?" When Scott got his baronetcy, for instance, did any one of us cry out? No, by the laws, he was our master, and woe betide the chap that said nay to him. But there's Barnets and Barnets. Do you recollect that fine chapter in Squinton Duruard about the two fellows and cups, at the siege of the bishop's castle? One of them was a brave warner, and kept his cup. They strangled the other chap, strangled him, and laughed at him too. With respect, then, to the baronetcy pint, this is my advice, brazen it out. Us literary men I take to be like a pack of schoolboys, childish, greedy, envious, holding by our friends, and always ready to fight. What must be a man's conduct among such? He must either take no notice, and pass on majestic, or else turn round and pummel soundly, 1, 2, right and left, ding-dong over the face and eyes, above all, never acknowledge that he is hurt. Years ago, for instance, we've no ill blood, but only mention this by way of example, you began a sparring with this magazine. Lord bless you, such a ridiculous game I never see, a man so belaboured, beflustered, bewalloped, was never known, it was the laugh of the whole town. Your intellectual nature, respected Barnet, is not physically adapted, so to speak, for encounters of this sort. You must not indulge in combats with us coarse bullies of the press, you have not the stamina for a regular set to. What, then, is your plan? In the midst of the mob to pass as quiet as you can, you won't be undisturbed. Who is? Some stray kicks and buffets will fall to you, mortal man is subject to such, but if you begin to wince and cry out, and set up for a martyr, woe betide you. These remarks, puzzle as I confess them to be, are yet, I assure you, written in perfect good nature, and have been inspired by your play of the sea captain and preface to it, which latter is on matters entirely puzzle, and will, therefore, I trust, excuse this kind of ad hominem, as they say, discussion. I propose, Honourable Barnet, to consider calmly this play and preface, and to speak of both with that honesty which, in the pantry or study, I've been always famous for. Let us, in the first place, listen to the opening of the preface of the 4th edition. No one can be more sensible than I am of the many faults and deficiencies to be found in this play, but, perhaps, when it is considered how very rarely it has happened in the history of our dramatic literature that good acting plays have been produced, except by those who have either been actors themselves, or formed their habits of literature, almost of life, behind the scenes, I might have looked for a criticism more generous, and less exacting and rigorous, than that by which the attempts of an author accustomed to another class of composition have been received by a large proportion of the periodical press. It is scarcely possible, indeed, that this play should not contain faults of two kinds. First, the faults of one who has necessarily much to learn in the mechanism of his art, and, secondly, of one who, having written largely in the narrative style of fiction, may not unfrequently mistake the effects of a novel for the effects of a drama. I may add to these, perhaps, the deficiencies that arise from uncertain health and broken spirits, which render the author more susceptible than he might have been some years since to that spirit of depreciation and hostility which it has been his misfortune to excite amongst the general contributors to the periodical press, for the consciousness that every endeavour will be made to cavil, to distort, to misrepresent, and, in fine, if possible, to run down, will occasionally haunt even the hours of composition, to check the inspiration, and damp the ardour. Having confessed thus much frankly and fairly, and with a hope that I may ultimately do better, should I continue to write for the stage, which nothing but an assurance that, with all my defects, I may yet bring some little aid to the drama, at a time when any aid, however humble, ought to be welcome to the lovers of the art, could induce me to do. May I be permitted to say a few words as to some of the objections which have been made against this play? Now, my dear sir, look what a pretty number of pleas you put forwards here, why your play shouldn't be good. First, good plays are almost always written by actors. Second, you are a novice to the style of composition. Third, you may be mistaken in your effects, being a novelist by trade, and not a playwright. Fourthly, you're in such bad health and spirits. Fifthly, you're so afraid of the critics, that they damp your ardor. For shame, man. What confessions is these, what painful puling and piping? You're not a babby. I take you to be some 7 or 38 years old, in the morning of youth as the philosopher says. Don't let any such nonsense take your reason prisoner. What, you, an old hand amongst us, an old soldier of our suffering the press, you, who have had the best pay, have held the topmost rank, and deserved them too, I give you left to quote me in satiety, and say, I am a man of genius, Yllwp Elsha says so, you to lose heart, and cry Piccavee, and begin to howl, because little boys fling stones at you. Fie, man! Take courage, and, bearing the terrors of your blood-red hand, as the poet says, punish us, if we've offended you, punish us like a man, or bear your own punishment like a man. Don't try to come off with such miserable logic as that above. What do you? You give 4 satisfactory reasons that the play is bad. The second is naught, for you're no such chicking at playwriting, this being the 4th. You show that the play must be bad, and then begin to deal with the critics for finding fault. Was there ever this generalship? The play is bad, you're right, of this I never see or read. But why need you say so? If it was so very bad, why publish it? Because you wish to serve the drama. Oh fie! Don't lay that flattering function to your soul, as Milton observes. Do you believe that this sea captain can serve the drama? Did you never intend that it should serve anything, or anybody else? Of course you did. You wrote it for money, money from the manager, money from the bookseller, for the same reason that I write this. Sir, Shakespeare wrote for the very same reasons, and I never heard that he bragged about serving the drama. Away with this canting about great motifs. Let us not be too proud, my dear Barnet, and fancy ourselves martyrs of the truth, martyrs or apostles. We are but tradesmen, working for bread, and not for righteousness. Sake. Let's try and work honestly, but don't let us be prating pompously about our sacred calling. The tailor who makes your coats, and very well they are made too, with the best of velvet collars, I say Stulls, or Noogie, might cry out that their motifs were but to assert the eternal truth of tailoring, with just as much reason, and who would believe them? Well, after this acknowledgment that the play is bad, comes full pages of attack on the critics, and the fault those gentry have found with it. With these I shan't meddle for the present. You defend all the characters one by one, and conclude your remarks as follows: I must be pardoned for this disquisition on my own designs. When every means is employed to misrepresent, it becomes, perhaps, allowable to explain. And if I do not think that my faults as a dramatic author are to be found in the study and delineation of character, it is precisely because that is the point on which all my previous pursuits in literature and actual life would be most likely to preserve me from the errors I own elsewhere, whether of misjudgment or inexperience. I have now only to add my thanks to the actors for the zeal and talent with which they have embodied the characters entrusted to them. The sweetness and grace with which Miss Fawcett embellished the part of Violet, which, though only a sketch, is most necessary to the colouring and harmony of the play, were perhaps the more pleasing to the audience from the generosity, rare with actors, which induced her to take a part so far inferior to her powers. The applause which attends the performance of Mrs. Warner and Mr. Strickland attests their success in characters of unusual difficulty, while the singular beauty and nobleness, whether of conception or execution, with which the greatest of living actors has elevated the part of Norman, so totally different from his ordinary range of character, is a new proof of his versatility and accomplishment in all that belongs to his art. It would be scarcely gracious to conclude these remarks without expressing my acknowledgment of that generous and indulgent sense of justice which, forgetting all political differences in a literary arena, has enabled me to appeal to approving audiences, from hostile critics. And it is this which alone encourages me to hope that, sooner or later, I may add to the dramatic literature of my country something that may find, perhaps, almost as many friends in the next age as it has been the fate of the author to find enemies in this. See, now, what a good comfortable vanity is. People have quarrelled with the dramatic characters of your play. No, says you, if I am remarkable for anything, it's for my study and delineation of character. That is precisely the point to which my literary pursuits have led me. Have you read Gil Blanc, my dear sir? Have you perused that excellent tragedy, The Critic? There's something so like this in Sir Fretful Plaguey, and the Archbishop of Grenadiers, that I'm blessed if I can't laugh till my sides ache. Think of the critics fixing on the very point for which you are famous, the rogues. And suppose they had said the plot was absurd, or the language absurder still, don't you think you would have had a word in defense of them too, you who hope to find friends for your dramatic works in the next age? Pooh! I tell thee, Barnet, that the next age will be wiser and better than this, and do you think that it will imply itself a reading of your tragedies? This is misanthropy, Barnet, regular Byronism, and you ought to have a better opinion of human nature. Your opinion about the actors I shan't here meddle with. They all acted excellently as far as my humble judgment goes, and you're right in giving them all possible praise. But let's consider the last sentence of the preface, my dear Barnet, and see what a pretty set of opinions you laid down. 1. The critics are your enemies in this age. 2. In the next, however, you hope to find numerous friends. 3. And it's a satisfaction to think that, in spite of political differences, you have found friendly audiences here. Now, my dear Barnet, for a man who begins so humbly with what my friend Father Prout calls an argumentum ad misericordiam, who acknowledges that his play is bad, that his poor dear health is bad, and those cussed critics have played the deuce with him, I say, for a man who begins in such a humble tone, it's rather rich to see how you end. My dear Barnet, do you suppose that political differences prejudice people against you? What are your politics? Whig, I presume, so are mine, entre nous. And what if they are Whig, or the Eagle, or Conservative? Does any mortal man in England care a fig for your politics? Do you think yourself such a mighty man in Parliament, that critics are to be angry with you, and audiences to be considered magnanimous because they treat you fairly? There, now, was Sheridan, he who wrote the Rifles and School for Scandal. I saw the Rifles after your play, and, oh Barnet, if you knew what a relief it was. There, I say, was Sheridan. He was a political character, if you please. He could make a speech or two. Do you suppose that Pitt, Percival, Castlereagh, old George III himself, wouldn't go to see the Revels, and clap hands too, and laugh and roar, for all Sherry's Whiggery? Do you suppose the critics wouldn't applaud too? For shame, Barnet. What ninnies, what heartless rascals, you must believe them to be, in the first place, to fancy that you are a political genius, in the second, to let your politics interfere with their notions about literary merits. Put that nonsense out of your head, as Fox said to Bonaparte. Wasn't it that great genius, Dennis, that wrote in Swift and Poop's time, who fancied that the French king wouldn't make peace unless Dennis was delivered up to him? Upon my word, I don't think he carried his delusion much further than asserting Honourable Barnet of my acquaintance. And then for the next age. Respected sir, this is another delusion, a gross mistake on your part, or my name is not Shaw. These plays immortal pari simple, as the French say. This is too strong, the small beer of the sea captain or of any successor of the sea captain to keep sweet for centuries and centuries. Barnet, Barnet, do you know the nature of beer? 6 weeks is not past, and here your last cask is sour. The public won't even now drink it, and I lay a wager that, betwixt this day, the 30th November, and the end of the year, the bull will be off the stocks altogether, never, never to return. I've noted down a few phrases here and there, which you will do well to examine. Norman. The eternal Flora woos to her odorous haunts the western wind, while circling round and upwards from the boughs, golden with fruits that lure the joyous birds, melody, like a happy soul released, hangs in the air, and from invisible plumes shakes sweetness down. Norman. And these the lips where, till this hour, the sad and holy kiss of parting lingered, as the fragrance left by angels when they touch the earth and vanish. Norman. Hark, she has blessed her son. I bid ye witness, ye listening heavens, thou circumambient air, the ocean sighs it back, and with the murmur rustle the happy leaves. All nature breathes aloud, aloft, to the great parent's ear, the blessing of the mother on her child. Norman. I dream of love, enduring faith, a heart mingled with mine, a deathless heritage, which I can take unsullied to the stars, when the great Father calls his children home. Norman. The blue air, breathless in the starry peace, after long silence hushed as heaven, but filled with happy thoughts as heaven with angels. Norman. Till one calm night, when over earth and wave heaven looked its love from all its numberless stars. Norman. Those eyes, the guiding stars by which I steered. Norman. That great mother, the only parent I have known, whose face is bright with gazing ever on the stars, the mother sea. Norman. My bark shall be our home, the stars that light the angel palaces of air, our lamps. Norman. A name that glitters, like a star, amidst the galaxy of England's loftiest bourne. Lady Arundel. And see him princeliest of the lion tribe, whose swords and coronals gleam around the throne, the guardian stars of the imperial isle. The fust specimen has been going the round of all the papers, as real, regular poetry. Those wicked critics. They must have been laughing in their sleeves when they quoted it. Melody, suckling round and upwards from the boughs, like a happy soul released, hangs in the air, and from invisible plumes shakes sweetness down. Mighty fine, truly. But let mortal man tell the meaning of the passage. Is it musical sweetness that melody shakes down from its plumes, its wings, that is, or tail, or some peculiar scent that proceeds from happy souls released, and which they shake down from the trees when they are suckling round and upwards? Is this poetry, Barnet? Lay your hand on your bosom, and speak out boldly, is it poetry, or sheer windy humbug, that sounds a little mellow-house, and won't bear the commonest test of common sense? In passage number 2, the same business is going on, though in a more comprehensible way. The air, the leaves, the ocean, are filled with emotion at Captain Norman's happiness. Poor nature is dragged in to participate in his joys, just as she has been before. Once in a poem, this universal sympathy is very well, but once is enough, my dear Barnet, and that once should be in some great circumstance, surely, such as the meeting of Adam and Eve, in Paradise Lost, or Jupiter and Juno, in Homer, where there seems, as it were, a reason for it. But sea captains should not be eternally spouting and invoking gods, heavens, stars, angels, and other celestial influences. We can all do it, Barnet, nothing in life is easier. I can compare my livery buttons to the stars, or the clouds of my tobacco pipe to the dark volumes that issue from Mount Etna, or I can say that angels are looking down from them, and the tobacco sylph, like a happy soul released, is circling round and upwards, and shaking sweetness down. All this is as easy as drink, but it's not poetry, Barnet, nor natural. People, when their mothers recognize them, don't howl about the circumambient air, and pause to think of the happy leaves a rustling, at least, one mistrusts them if they do. Take another instance out of your own play. Captain Norman, with his eternal slack jaw, meets the gal of his art. Look up, my Violet, weeping, fie, and trembling too, yet leaning on my breast. In truth, thou art too soft for such rude shelter. Look up. I come to woo thee to the seas, my sailor's bride. Hast thou no voice but blushes? Nay, from those roses let me, like the bee, drag forth the secret sweetness. Violet. Oh, what thoughts were kept for speech when we once more should meet, now blotted from the page, and all I feel is, thou art with me. Very right, Miss Violet, the sentiment is natural, affectionate, pleasing, simple. It might have been in more grammatical language, and no harm done, but never mind, the feeling is pretty. And I can fancy, my dear Barnet, a pretty, smiling, weeping lass, looking up in a man's face and saying it. But the captain, oh, this captain, this windy, spouting captain, with his prettinesses, and conceited apologies for the hardness of his bosom, and his old, stale, vapid Somalis, and his wishes to be a bee. Pish. Men don't make love in this finicking way. It's the part of a sentimental, poetical tailor, not a gallant gentleman, in command of one of Her Majesty's vessels of war. Look at the remaining extract, honoured Barnet, and acknowledge that Captain Norman is eternally repeating himself, with his endless jabber about stars and angels. Look at the neat grammatical twist of Lady Arundel's speech, too, who, in the course of 3 lines, has made her son a prince, a lion, with a sword and coronal, and a star. Why jumble and shake up metaphors in this way? Barnet, one simile is quite enough in the best of sentences, and I presume I needn't tell you that it's as well to have it like, when you are about it. Take my advice, honourable sir, listen to a humble footman. It's generally best in poetry to understand perfectly what you mean yourself, and to express your meaning clearly afterwards, in the simpler words the better. Perhaps you may, for instance, call a coronet a coronal, an ancestral coronal P74, if you like, as you might call a hat a swart sombrero, a glossy 4/9, a silken helm, to storm impermeable, and lightsome as the breezy gossamer, but, in the long run, it's as well to call it a hat. It is a hat, and that name is quite as poetical as another. I think it's Plato, or else Aristotle, who observes that what we call a rose by any other name would smell as sweet. Confess, now, dear Barnet, don't you long to call it a polyanthus? I never see a play more carelessly written. In such a hurry you seem to have been, that you have actually in some sentences forgot to put in the sense. What is this, for instance? This thrice precious one smiled to my eyes, drew being from my breast, slept in my arms. The very tears I shed above my treasures were to men and angels alike such holy sweetness. In the name of all the angels that ever you invoked, Raphael, Gabriel, Uriel, Zadkiel, Azrael, what does this holy sweetness mean? We're not sphinxes to read such dark conundrums. If you knew my state since I came upon this passage, I've neither slept nor eaten, I've neglected my pantry, I've been wandering from house to house with this riddle in my hand, and nobody can understand it. All Mr. Frazier's men are wild, looking gloomy at one another, and asking what this may be. All the contributors have been spoke to. The doctor, who knows every language, has tried and given up. We've sent to Dr. Pettigrew, who reads hieroglyphics a deal easier than my way of spelling. No answer. Quick with the 5th edition, honoured Barnet, and set us at rest. While you're about it, please, to explain the 2 last lines, his merry bark with England's flag to crown her. See what delicacy of expression, a flag to crown her. His merry bark with England's flag to crown her, fame for my hopes, and women in my cares. Likewise the following, girl, beware, the love that trifles round the charms it gilds oft ruins while it shines. Explain this, men and angels. I've tried every way, backwards, forwards, and in all sorts of transpositions, as thus, the love that ruins round the charms it shines, gilds while it trifles oft, or, the charm that gilds around the love it ruins, oft trifles while it shines, or, the ruins that love gilds and shines around, oft trifles where it charms, or, love, while it charms, shines round, and ruins oft, the trifles that it gilds, or, the love that trifles, gilds and ruins oft, while round the charms it shines. All which are as sensible as the first passage. And with this I'll allow my friend Smith, who has been silent all this time, to say a few words. He has not written near so much as me, being an inferior genus, betwixt ourselves, but he says he never had such mortal difficulty with anything as with the description of the plot of your piece. Hear his letter, to CHRLSFTZRYPLNTGNTYLLWPLSHire, Esquires, and C. the 30th of November, 1839. My dear and honoured Sir, I have the pleasure of laying before you the following description of the plot, and a few remarks upon the style of the piece called The Sea Captain. 25 years back, a certain Lord Arundel had a daughter, heiress of his estates and property, a poor cousin, Sir Maurice Beevor, being next in succession, and a page, Arthur Lamennel by name. The daughter took a fancy for the page, and the young persons were married unknown to his lordship. 3 days before her confinement, thinking, no doubt, that period favourable for travelling, the young couple had agreed to run away together, and had reached a chapel near on the sea coast, from which they were to embark, when Lord Arundel abruptly put a stop to their proceedings by causing one Gauson, a pirate, to murder the page. His daughter was carried back to Arundel House, and, in 3 days, gave birth to a son. Whether his lordship knew of this birth I cannot say. The infant, however, was never acknowledged, but carried by Sir Maurice Beevor to a priest, Onslow by name, who educated the lad and kept him for 12 years in profound ignorance of his birth. The boy went by the name of Norman. Lady Arundel meanwhile married again became a widow, but had a second son, who was the acknowledged heir, and called Lord Ashdale. Old Lord Arundel died, and her ladyship became countess in her own right. When Norman was about 12 years of age, his mother, who wished to waft young Arthur to a distant land, had him sent on board ship. Who should the captain of the ship be but Gausen, who received a smart bribe from Sir Maurice Beevor to kill the lad. Accordingly, Gausen tied him to a plank, and pitched him overboard. About 13 years after these circumstances, Violet, an orphan niece of Lady Arundel's second husband, came to pass a few weeks with her ladyship. She had just come from a sea voyage, and had been saved from a wicked Algerian by an English sea captain. This sea captain was no other than Norman, who had been picked up off his plank, and fell in love with, and was loved by, Miss Violet. A short time after Violet's arrival at her aunt's, the captain came to pay her a visit, his ship anchoring off the coast, near Lady Arundel's residence. By a singular coincidence, that rogue Gausen's ship anchored in the harbour too. Gausen at once knew his man, for he had tracked him, after drowning him, and he informed Sir Maurice Beevor that young Norman was alive. Sir Maurice Beevor informed her ladyship. How should she get rid of him? In this wise. He was in love with Violet, let him marry her and be off, for Lord Ashdale was in love with his cousin too, and, of course, could not marry a young woman in her station of life. You have a chaplain on board, says her ladyship to Captain Norman, let him attend tonight in the ruined chapel, marry Violet, and away with you to sea. By this means she hoped to be quit of him forever. But unfortunately the conversation had been overheard by Beevor, and reported to Ashdale. Ashdale determined to be at the chapel and carry off Violet. As for Beevor, he sent Gausen to the chapel to kill both Ashdale and Norman, thus there would only be Lady Arundel between him and the title. Norman, in the meanwhile, who had been walking near the chapel, had just seen his worthy old friend, the priest, most barbarously murdered there. Sir Maurice Beevor had set Gausen upon him. His reverence was coming with the papers concerning Norman's birth, which Beevor wanted in order to extort money from the countess. Gausen was, however, obliged to run before he got the papers, and the clergyman had time, before he died, to tell Norman the story, and give him the documents, with which Norman sped off to the castle to have an interview with his mother. He lays his white cloak and hat on the table, and begs to be left alone with her ladyship. Lord Ashdale, who is in the room, surlily quits it, but, going out, cunningly puts on Norman's cloak. It will be dark, says he, down at the chapel, Violet won't know me, and, igod, I'll run off with her. Norman has his interview. Her ladyship acknowledges him, for she cannot help it, but will not embrace him, love him, or have anything to do with him. Away he goes to the chapel. His chaplain was there waiting to marry him to Violet, his boat was there to carry him on board his ship, and Violet was there, too. Norman, says she, in the dark, dear Norman, I knew you by your white cloak, here I am. And she and the man in a cloak go off to the inner chapel to be married. There waits Master Gowson. He has seized the chaplain and the boat's crew, and is just about to murder the man in the cloak, when Norman rushes in and cuts him down, much to the surprise of Miss, for she never suspected it was sly Ashdale who had come, as we have seen, disguised, and very nearly paid for his masquerading. Ashdale is very grateful, but when Norman persists in marrying Violet, he says, no, he shan't. He shall fight. He is a coward if he doesn't fight. Norman flings down his sword, and says he won't fight, and Lady Arundel, who has been at prayers all this time, rushing in, says, hold, this is your brother, Percy, your elder brother. Here is some restiveness on Ashdale's part, but he finishes by embracing his brother. Norman burns all the papers, vows he will never peach, reconciles himself with his mother, says he will go loser, but, having ordered his ship to veer round to the chapel, orders it to veer back again, for he will pass the honeymoon at Arundel Castle. As you have been pleased to ask my opinion, it strikes me that there are one or two very good notions in this plot. But the author does not fail, as he would modestly have us believe, from ignorance of stage business. He seems to know too much, rather than too little, about the stage, to be too anxious to cram in effects, incidents, perplexities. There is the perplexity concerning Ashdale's murder, and Norman's murder, and the priest's murder, and the page's murder, and Gowson's murder. There is the perplexity about the papers, and that about the hat and cloak, a silly, foolish obstacle, which only tantalize the spectator, and retard the march of the drama's action. It is as if the author had said, I must have a new incident in every act, I must keep tickling the spectator perpetually, and never let him off until the fall of the curtain. The same disagreeable bustle and petty complication of intrigue you may remark in the author's drama of Richelieu. The Lady of Lyons was a much simpler and better wrought plot, the incidents following each other either not too swiftly or startlingly. In Richelieu it always seemed to me as if one heard doors perpetually clapping and banging. One was puzzled to follow the train of conversation, in the midst of the perpetual small noises that distracted one right and left. Nor is the list of characters of the sea captain to be despised. The outlines of all of them are good. A mother, for whom one feels a proper tragic mixture of hatred and pity, a gallant single-hearted son, whom she disdains, and who conquers her at last by his noble conduct, a dashing haughty Tybalt of a brother, a wicked poor cousin, a pretty maid, and a fierce buccaneer. These people might pass 3 hours very well on the stage, and interest the audience hugely, but the author fails in filling up the outlines. His language is absurdly stilted, frequently careless. The reader or spectator hears a number of loud speeches, but scarce a dozen lines that seem to belong of nature to the speakers. Nothing can be more fulsome or loathsome to my mind than the continual sham religious claptraps which the author has put into the mouth of his hero, nothing more unsolar-like than his namby-pamby starlit descriptions, which my ingenious colleague has, I see, alluded to. Thy faith my anchor, and thine eyes my haven, cries the gallant captain to his lady. See how loosely the sentence is constructed, like 1,000 others in the book. The captain is to cast anchor with the girl's faith in her own eyes. Either image might pass by itself, but together, like the quadrupeds of Kilkenny, they devour each other. The captain tells his lieutenant to bid his bark veer round to a point in the harbour. Was ever such language? My lady gives Sir Maurice £1,000 to waft him, her son, to some distant shore. Nonsense, sheer nonsense, and what is worse, affected nonsense. Look at the comedy of the poor cousin. There is a great deal of game on the estate, partridges, hares, wild geese, snipes, and plovers, smacking his lips, besides a magnificent preserve of sparrows, which I can sell to the little blackguards in the streets at a penny 100. But I am very poor, a very poor old knight. Is this wit or nature? It is a kind of sham wit, it reads as if it were wit, but it is not. What poor, poor stuff, about the little blackguard boys. What flimsy ecstasies and silly smacking of lips about the plovers. Is this the man who writes for the next age? Oh fie! Here is another joke, Sir Maurice. Mice. Zounds, how can I keep mice? I can't afford it. They were starved to death an age ago. The last was found come Christmas 3 years, stretched beside a bone in that same larder, so consumed and worn by pious fast, 'twas awful to behold it. I canonized its corpse in spirits of wine, and set it in the porch, a solemn warning to thieves and beggars. Is not this rare wit? Zounds, how can I keep mice, is well enough for a miser, not too new, or brilliant either, but this miserable dilution of a thin joke, this wretched hunting down of the poor mouse. It is humiliating to think of a man of esprit harping so long on such a mean, pitiful string. A man who aspires to immortality, too. I doubt whether it is to be gained thus, whether our author's words are not too loosely built to make starry pointing pyramids of. Horace clipped and squared his blocks more carefully before he laid the monument which imber edax, or aquila impotens, or fuga temporum might assail in vain. Even old Ovid, when he raised his stately, shining heathen temple, had placed some columns in it, and hewn out a statue or two which deserved the immortality that he prophesied, somewhat arrogantly, for himself. But let not all be looking forward to a future, and fancying that, in certi spatium dum finitivi our books are to be immortal. Alas! The way to immortality is not so easy, nor will our sea captain be permitted such an unconscionable cruise. If all the immortalities were really to have their wish, what a work would our descendants have to study them all! Not yet, in my humble opinion, has the honourable baronet achieved this deathless consummation. There will come a day, may it be long distant, when the very best of his novels will be forgotten, and it is reasonable to suppose that his dramas will pass out of existence, some time or other, in the lapse of the secula seculorum. In the meantime, my dear Plush, if you ask me what the great obstacle is towards the dramatic fame and merit of our friend, I would say that it does not lie so much in hostile critics or feeble health, as in a careless habit of writing, and a peevish vanity which causes him to shut his eyes to his faults. The question of original capacity I will not moot. One may think very highly of the Honourable Baronet's talent, without rating it quite so high as he seems disposed to do. And to conclude, as he has chosen to combat the critics in person, the critics are surely justified in being allowed to address him directly. With best compliments to Mrs. Yellowplush, I have the honour to be, dear Sir, your most faithful and obliged humble servant, John Thomas Smith. And now, Smith having finished his letter, I think I can't do better than close mine likewise, for though I should never be tired of talking, p'raps the public may of hearing, and therefore it's best to shut up shop. What I've said, respected Barnet, I hope you won't take unkind. A play, you see, is public property for everyone to say his say on, and I think, if you read your preface over again, you'll see that it acts as a direct encouragement to us critics to come forward and notice you. But don't fancy, I beseech you, that we are actuated by hostility. First write a good play, and you'll see we'll praise it fast enough. Waiting which, agree, Monsieur le Chevalier, et l'assurance de ma haute considération. Votre distingué, y. ****** End of the Project Gutenberg ebook The Memoirs of Mr. Charles J. Yellowplush ***** Updated editions will replace the previous one, the old editions will be renamed. Creating the works from print editions not protected by U.S. copyright law means that no one owns a United States copyright in these works, so the Foundation, and you, can copy and distribute it in the United States without permission and without paying copyright royalties. Special rules, set forth in the general terms of use part of this license, apply to copying and distributing Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works to protect the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol concept and trademark. Project Gutenberg is a registered trademark, and may not be used if you charge for an ebook, except by following the terms of the trademark license, including paying royalties for use of the Project Gutenberg trademark. If you do not charge anything for copies of this ebook, complying with the trademark license is very easy. You may use this ebook for nearly any purpose such as creation of derivative works, reports, performances and research. Project Gutenberg ebooks may be modified and printed and given away. You may do practically anything in the United States with ebooks not protected by U.S. copyright law. Redistribution is subject to the trademark license, especially commercial redistribution. Start. Full license. The full Project Gutenberg license. Please read this before you distribute or use this work to protect the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol mission of promoting the free distribution of electronic works. By using or distributing this work, or any other work associated in any way with the phrase Project Gutenberg, you agree to comply with all the terms of the full Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license available with this file or online at www.gutenberg.org/license. Section 1. General terms of use and redistributing Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works 1.0. By reading or using any part of this Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic work, you indicate that you have read, understand, agree to and accept all the terms of this license and intellectual property, trademark/copyright, agreement. If you do not agree to abide by all the terms of this agreement, you must cease using and return or destroy all copies of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works in your possession. If you paid a fee for obtaining a copy of or access to a Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic work and you do not agree to be bound by the terms of this agreement, you may obtain a refund from the person or entity to whom you paid the fee as set forth in paragraph 1.e.8. 1.b Project Gutenberg is a registered trademark. It may only be used on or associated in any way with an electronic work by people who agree to be bound by the terms of this agreement. There are a few things that you can do with most Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works even without complying with the full terms of this agreement. See paragraph 1.c below. There are a lot of things you can do with Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works if you follow the terms of this agreement and help preserve free future access to Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works. See paragraph 1.e below. 1.c. The Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, the Foundation or PGLAF, owns a compilation copyright in the collection of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works. Nearly all the individual works in the collection are in the public domain in the United States. If an individual work is unprotected by copyright law in the United States and you are located in the United States, we do not claim a right to prevent you from copying, distributing, performing, displaying or creating derivative works based on the work as long as all references to Project Gutenberg are removed. Of course, we hope that you will support the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol mission of promoting free access to electronic works by freely sharing Project Gutenberg trademark symbol works in compliance with the terms of this agreement for keeping the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol name associated with the work. You can easily comply with the terms of this agreement by keeping this work in the same format with its attached full Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license when you share it without charge with others. 1.d. The copyright laws of the place where you are located also govern what you can do with this work. Copyright laws in most countries are in a constant state of change. If you are outside the United States, check the laws of your country in addition to the terms of this agreement before downloading, copying, displaying, performing, distributing or creating derivative works based on this work or any other Project Gutenberg trademark symbol work. The Foundation makes no representations concerning the copyright status of any work in any country other than the United States. 1.e Unless you have removed all references to Project Gutenberg, 1.e.1. The following sentence, with active links to, or other immediate access to, The full Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license must appear prominently whenever any copy of a Project Gutenberg trademark symbol work, any work on which the phrase Project Gutenberg appears, or with which the phrase Project Gutenberg is associated, is accessed, displayed, performed, viewed, copied or distributed. This ebook is for the use of anyone anywhere in the United States and most other parts of the world at no cost and with almost no restrictions whatsoever. You may copy it, give it away or reuse it under the terms of the Project Gutenberg license included with this ebook or online at www.gutenberg.org. If you are not located in the United States, you will have to check the laws of the country where you are located before using this ebook. 1.e.2. If an individual Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic work is derived from texts not protected by U.S. copyright law, does not contain a notice indicating that it is posted with permission of the copyright holder, the work can be copied and distributed to anyone in the United States without paying any fees or charges. If you are redistributing or providing access to a work with the phrase Project Gutenberg associated with or appearing on the work, you must comply either with the requirements of paragraphs 1.e.1 through 1.e.7 or obtain permission for the use of the work and the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol trademark as set forth in paragraphs 1.e.8 or 1.e.9. 1.e.3. If an individual Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic work is posted with the permission of the copyright holder, your use and distribution must comply with both paragraphs 1.e.1 through 1.e.7 and any additional terms imposed by the copyright holder. Additional terms will be linked to the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license for all works posted with the permission of the copyright holder found at the beginning of this work. 1.e.4. Do not unlink or detach or remove the full Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license terms from this work, or any files containing a part of this work or any other work associated with Project Gutenberg trademark symbol. 1.e.5. Do not copy, display, perform, distribute or redistribute this electronic work, or any part of this electronic work, without prominently displaying the sentence set forth in paragraph 1.e.1 with active links or immediate access to the full terms of the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license. 1.e.6. You may convert to and distribute this work in any binary, compressed, marked up, non-proprietary or proprietary form, including any word processing or hypertext form. However, if you provide access to or distribute copies of a Project Gutenberg trademark symbol work in a format other than plain vanilla ASCII or other format used in the official version posted on the official Project Gutenberg trademark symbol website, www.gutenberg.org, you must, at no additional cost, fee or expense to the user, provide a copy, a means of exporting a copy, or a means of obtaining a copy upon request, of the work in its original plain vanilla ASCII or other form. Any alternate format must include the full Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license as specified in paragraph 1.e.1. 1.e.7. Do not charge a fee for access to, viewing, displaying, performing, copying or distributing any Project Gutenberg trademark symbol works unless you comply with paragraph 1.e.8 or 1.e.9. 1.e.8. You may charge a reasonable fee for copies of or providing access to or distributing Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works provided that you pay a royalty fee of 20% of the gross profits you derive from the use of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol works calculated using the method you already use to calculate your applicable taxes. The fee is owed to the owner of the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol trademark, but he has agreed to donate royalties under this paragraph to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. Royalty payments must be paid within 60 days following each date on which you prepare, or are legally required to prepare, your periodic tax returns. Royalty payments should be clearly marked as such and sent to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation at the address specified in Section 4, Information about donations to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. You provide a full refund of any money paid by a user who notifies you in writing, or by email, within 30 days of receipt that he does not agree to the terms of the full Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license. You must require such a user to return or destroy all copies of the works possessed in a physical medium and discontinue all use of and all access to other copies of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol works. You provide, in accordance with paragraph 1.f.3, a full refund of any money paid for a work or a replacement copy, if a defect in the electronic work is discovered and reported to you within 90 days of receipt of the work. You comply with all other terms of this agreement for free distribution of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol works. 1.e.9. If you wish to charge a fee or distribute a Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic work or group of works on different terms than are set forth in this agreement, you must obtain permission in writing from the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, the manager of the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol trademark. Contact the Foundation as set forth in Section 3 below. 1.f1.f.1. Project Gutenberg volunteers and employees expend considerable effort to identify, do copyright research on, transcribe and proofread works not protected by U.S. copyright law in creating the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol collection. Despite these efforts, Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works, and the medium on which they may be stored, may contain defects such as, but not limited to, incomplete, inaccurate or corrupt data, transcription errors, a copyright or other intellectual property infringement, a defective or damaged disk or other medium, a computer virus, or computer codes that damage or cannot be read by your equipment. 1.f.2. Limited warranty, disclaimer of damages. except for the right of replacement or refund described in paragraph 1.f.3. The Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, the owner of the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol trademark, and any other party distributing a Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic work under this agreement, disclaim all liability to you for damages, costs and expenses, including legal fees. You agree that you have no remedies for negligence, strict liability, breach of warranty or breach of contract except those provided in paragraph 1.f.3. You agree that the Foundation, the trademark owner, and any distributor under this agreement will not be liable to you for actual, direct, indirect, consequential, punitive or incidental damages even if you give notice of the possibility of such damage. 1.f.3. Limited right of replacement or refund. If you discover a defect in this electronic work within 90 days of receiving it, you can receive a refund of the money, if any, you paid for it by sending a written explanation to the person you received the work from. If you received the work on a physical medium, you must return the medium with your written explanation. The person or entity that provided you with the defective work may elect to provide a replacement copy in lieu of a refund. If you received the work electronically, the person or entity providing it to you may choose to give you a second opportunity to receive the work electronically in lieu of a refund. If the second copy is also defective, you may demand a refund in writing without further opportunities to fix the problem. 1.f.4. Except for the limited right of replacement or refund set forth in paragraph 1.f.3, this work is provided to you as is, with no other warranties of any kind, express or implied, including but not limited to warranties of merchantability or fitness for any purpose. 1.f.5. Some states do not allow disclaimers of certain implied warranties or the exclusion or limitation of certain types of damages. If any disclaimer or limitation set forth in this agreement violates the law of the state applicable to this agreement, the agreement shall be interpreted to make the maximum disclaimer or limitation permitted by the applicable state law. The invalidity or unenforceability of any provision of this agreement shall not void the remaining provisions. 1.f.6. Indemnity. You agree to indemnify and hold the Foundation, the trademark owner, any agent or employee of the Foundation, anyone providing copies of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works in accordance with this agreement, and any volunteers associated with the production, promotion and distribution of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works, harmless from all liability, costs and expenses, including legal fees, that arise directly or indirectly from any of the following which you do or cause to occur. A. Distribution of this or any Project Gutenberg trademark symbol work. B. Alteration, modification, or additions or deletions to any Project Gutenberg trademark symbol work, and C. Any defect you cause. Section 2. Information about the mission of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol. Project Gutenberg trademark symbol is synonymous with the free distribution of electronic works in formats readable by the widest variety of computers, including obsolete, old, middle-aged and new computers. It exists because of the efforts of hundreds of volunteers and donations from people in all walks of life. Volunteers and financial support to provide volunteers with the assistance they need are critical to reaching Project Gutenberg trademark symbol's goals and ensuring that the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol collection will remain freely available for generations to come. In 2001, the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation was created to provide a secure and permanent future for Project Gutenberg trademark symbol and future generations. To learn more about the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation and how your efforts and donations can help, see sections 3 and 4 and the Foundation information page at www.gutenberg.org. Section 3. Information about the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. The Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation is a non-profit 501(c)(3) educational corporation organized under the laws of the state of Mississippi and granted tax-exempt status by the Internal Revenue Service. The Foundation's IN or Federal Tax Identification Number is 64-6221541. Contributions to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation are tax-deductible to the full extent permitted by U.S. federal laws and your state's laws. The Foundation's business office is located at 809 North 1500 West, Salt Lake City, UT 84116. 801-596-1887. Email contact links and up-to-date contact information can be found at the Foundation's website and official page at www.gutenberg.org/contact section 4. Information about donations to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. Project Gutenberg trademark symbol depends upon and cannot survive without widespread public support and donations to carry out its mission of increasing the number of public domain and licensed works that can be freely distributed in machine-readable form accessible by the widest array of equipment, including outdated equipment. Many small donations, $1 to $5,000, are particularly important to maintaining tax-exempt status with the IRS. The Foundation is committed to complying with the laws regulating charities and charitable donations in all 50 states of the United States. Compliance requirements are not uniform and it takes a considerable effort, much paperwork and many fees to meet and keep up with these requirements. We do not solicit donations in locations where we have not received written confirmation of compliance. To send donations or determine the status of compliance for any particular state, visit www.gutenberg.org/donate. While we cannot and do not solicit contributions from states where we have not met the solicitation requirements, We know of no prohibition against accepting unsolicited donations from donors in such states who approach us with offers to donate. International donations are gratefully accepted, but we cannot make any statements concerning tax treatment of donations received from outside the United States. U.S. laws alone swamp our small staff. Please check the Project Gutenberg web pages for current donation methods and addresses. Donations are accepted in a number of other ways, including checks, online payments and credit card donations. To donate, please visit www.gutenberg.org/donate. Section 5. General information about Project Gutenberg Trademark Symbol Electronic Works. Professor Michael S. Hart was the originator of the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol concept of a library of electronic works that could be freely shared with anyone. For 40 years, he produced and distributed Project Gutenberg trademark symbol ebooks with only a loose network of volunteer support. Project Gutenberg trademark symbol ebooks are often created from several printed editions, all of which are confirmed as not protected by copyright in the US unless a copyright notice is included. Thus, we do not necessarily keep ebooks in compliance with any particular paper edition. Most people start at our website, which has the main PG search facility, www.gutenberg.org. This website includes information about Project Gutenberg trademark symbol, including how to make donations to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, how to help produce our new ebooks, and how to subscribe to our email newsletter to hear about new ebooks.